quarter zips and hoodies. Shop the official Ryder Cup collection and don't miss Flag and Anthem's Labor Day sale at flagandanthem.com. Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life. A forgettable night for the Mets at Citi Field, not able to sustain the momentum from their sweep of the Phillies earlier this week. They lost to the Marlins 7-4. 3-run seventh inning for Miami, where the Mets made a couple of errors and allowed 3 unearned runs after Pete Alonso had tied the game with a 2-run homer in the 5th. But even before that 7th inning, it was not a sharp performance for Carlos Mendoza's club.
Just didn't execute, Take the lead there. You put pressure right away on that first inning, but then, it kind of gets away from us and give up 3 runs there in the 3rd inning. We didn't make routine plays.
So they dropped the first of 4. Now turn to youngster Jonah Tong, making his major league debut tonight. He's posed by Yuri Perez. It's another 7:10 first pitch on Odyssey Mets Radio. Mets fall 5 games behind the Phillies to top the NL East as Kyle Schwarber went nuts on the Braves down at Citizens Bank Park last night. 4 home runs, 9 RBIs in a 19-4 drubbing of Atlanta. In Chicago, homers for Bellinger, Grisham, and Chisholm as the Yankees made it 5 straight wins, a 10-4 triumph over the White Sox in Chicago. The Red Sox were victorious as well, while the Blue Jays had the evening off. Tonight, you got Carlos Rodon on the mound as the series in Chicago against the White Sox continues. 7 p.m. coverage here on the Fan, as well as the free Odyssey app. Fan weather sponsored by St. Joachim and Ann Nursing and Rehabilitation Center. 71 degrees, mostly cloudy skies in Central Park. And with sports flashes at the top of the hour, I'm Chris Lopresti.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station. It's Brandon Tierney and Sal Licata on WFAN The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Yes, 10:02 on this Friday midday. Mark Malus is in for BT and Sal. Labor Day weekend is upon us. We've got you for the next 4 hours, right up until 2 o'clock this afternoon. Pat Boyle comes your way then. Dove Pete across the way, other side at the controls. Hoffman sporting his Giants hoodie this morning. And we've got you for the next 4. And we'll begin with a little bit of football. We'll get into the Mets, the Yankees, and obviously the Marlins were not fearful of the Mets last night out at Citi Field. And the Yankees showing off their power once again against the dreadful Chicago White Sox. John Morosi will join us a little bit later on in the program. He's got an interesting thing he's working on with Wade Boggs. Touch upon the Mets and the Yankees as we're whittling down the days here of the MLB regular season. But we start with football because, stunned. I guess I should say stunned because there were rumors out there that nobody took seriously at the time, but they proved to be correct. The Green Bay Packers had an offer on the table for Micah Parsons, and he ends up getting traded from the Dallas Cowboys to the Green Bay Packers. Kenny Clark, 2 first-round draft choices, go to Dallas, and he gets a brand spanking new contract out there in Green Bay as well. So for the Green Bay Packers, who had a very difficult time under their first year off defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley a year ago, the former Boston College coach, of getting after the quarterback and getting rush. Well, now they've got one of the premier edge rushers in all the National Football League in Micah Parsons in his mid-20s, and he's going to look to go out there and wreak havoc for the Packers, who's now one of the teams, when you're thinking about it, in the NFC that could potentially get there and get to the Super Bowl. The big question with them is what version of Jordan Love are you going to get? But yesterday, and there's a number of different layers where you can get into this conversation. You feel for, the Dallas sports fan. I know we're in New York, but in quick, short order, they've seen Luka Doncic get traded by the Dallas Mavericks to the Los Angeles Lakers in one of the more, mind-numbing trades that you've ever seen in the history of the NBA. And now you see Micah Parsons get traded by Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones yesterday in the Dallas Cowboys to the Green Bay Packers. So you feel for the Dallas sports fans when you see generational talents. At one point in time, I thought it was moronic when people were comparing Micah Parsons early in his career to Lawrence Taylor, who's the greatest defensive player of all time. And there's nobody in the National Football League. I don't even care what version of Abdul Carter you're going to get for the Giants. I think he's going to be really good. That's going to be what LT was for the Giants. So you feel for the Dallas sports fan. That's number one. Number two, you could be an idiot and have no money. You could be an idiot and have a lot of money. And that's really what it comes down to when you're looking at Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys. Here's the thing that's like befuddling when you think about this deal. And we'll bring in and swing it local here in a second. But when you think about this deal, you go through the draft process and you cross your fingers as you're going out there and you're going through the NFL scouting combine, you're going pro days, you got your top 30 visits, everything you're doing your due diligence, you're sitting down for interviews, all of this stuff, especially when you're looking at first-round draft choices to get players of the caliber of Micah Parsons, to get difference makers, right? Those are the guys that you pay. You want to go out there. The problem in a salary cap world when you're looking at the National Football League, when you look at the NHL now with the new deal in the NBA and the second apron is you want to play great players, great money. You don't want to play good players, great money. That's where you get a problem, right? You're never necessarily just one player away, but you also don't want to go out there and overspend for guys that are good that are not great. And I get free agency, the players do have leverage. But in this scenario, if you're the Dallas Cowboys, how exactly, if you're Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones, 6:30 last night, as I'm doing the Rutgers game, taking on, Ohio last night down at Piscataway, and Carlin passes me his phone and get the Schefter report that Parsons is now a Green Bay Packer. And I am absolutely and completely stunned. I mean, I really am. And I understand there were the rumors, but if you're the Dallas Cowboys, how do you look at this year? And listen to Stephen and Jerry Jones last night. And Jerry's, 82 years old, God bless. The battle with cancer, gives you a great quote. He's got an unbelievable personality. Has been good for the National Football League in terms of, some of the stuff that he's had to say, and doesn't parse any words. But how exactly do you come out and say, well, we did this for the betterment of the Dallas Cowboys? How exactly are you better? I heard about the ground game and stopping the run, and I heard about Kenny Clark and what the 2 first-round draft choices are going to be. But you've got Dak Prescott, who's the highest-paid quarterback in the National Football League, right? You're trying to win. You just watched the Philadelphia Eagles win the Super Bowl. You got the Washington Commanders and Jaden Daniels. How exactly, if you're Jerry Jones, do you sit up there and say, we are a better football team now because of the people that we're going to add in the future? Because you know what? We don't have to allocate the money that we're going to allocate to Micah Parsons, and we can allocate it to 2 or 3 other players. Well, who are those people that are going to help you in 2025? When exactly is that happening? Like, the clock is ticking when you're looking at Dak Prescott. He's not getting younger. He is getting older. You added George Pickens in the offseason. You're trying to get yourselves back to the Super Bowl, or back to the playoffs, I should say. You've got a new head coach in Brian Schottenheimer, who was a terrible offensive coordinator as he takes over from Mike McCarthy. But how exactly are you a better football team today without Parsons being a part of it because Kenny Clark can stop the run? It makes little to no sense. And listen, the Giants, in this scenario, catch a huge break because of the idiocy down in Dallas. We talk about time and time again, old school football. We could get into, the passing game and the evolution of the quarterback and, how offensive schemes have evolved and all this. Well, football can also be quite simple. And if you get down to brass tacks, and it's this: protect yours and get after theirs. You want to have a good offensive line. You want to have a good defensive line. You want to get after the quarterback, and you want to make sure you can protect your quarterback because you know what? If you can't protect it, you can't run it. And Thursday was a good day for the New York Giants. Make no bones about it, because the Dallas Cowboys are now a weaker football team. Yes, you still got the Philadelphia Eagles in the division. Yes, you still have to deal with, Saquon Barkley having an unbelievable season and, the Philadelphia Eagles winning the Super Bowl. I get it. But if you think about it in-house now for the New York Giants, and you're looking at the complexion of the NFC East, how exactly do you look at the Dallas Cowboys as one and the same you're going to see early on in this season after you see the Washington Commanders? How do you look at them one and the same? Do you think it's going to be easier to put together an offensive game plan knowing that you do not have to deal with Micah Parsons get down in and down out? Of course it will. And give the Packers credit. Green Bay realized what they needed. You got second-year defensive coordinator Hafley out there. They need to get after the quarterback, and they got arguably, top 2, edge rusher in the National Football League. They paid him. They gave up an interior defensive lineman and 2 first-round draft choices. But here's the thing. If they win a Super Bowl, who the hell cares? Because that ultimately is the goal. Not put together a competitive team, not going out there making the playoffs, but going out there and trying to win a Super Bowl. And for the Giants, you look at the complexion of their season a little bit differently now. Because with their subtraction, it's an addition for the New York Giants. And let me explain. Listen, we've talked about, I mentioned it yesterday. There's been a lot of positivity with the Giants. And I'm not even going to lean into what they looked like during the course of the preseason. And they look great. They look great. Russell Wilson deserves a lot of credit. The role he was asked to undertake, completely changing the narrative about him and his days in Denver and having his own, staff around him and his own office. Everything that we got from Russell Wilson, not being one of the guys, not being a dude. Well, you know what? Russell Wilson has been a dude with the Giants, understands what he needs to do, understands he's not the future answer at the quarterback position, understands that this is going to be short term, and also understands that, he's on the back nine, 18th hole, 17th hole of his NFL career. It's almost over. But gets it, understands it, but he's wanted to go out there and trying to continue to compete. He loves playing the position, but is going to help guide the young quarterback, Jackson Dart, that is in the room, as will Jameis Winston. Gives you a great quote. So there's a lot of positivity when you look at the Giants. That defense with Abdul Carter, Kayvon Thibodeau, Brian Burns, who's a captain on the team, Dexter Lawrence, go up and down the line, Okereke, another captain, what they did in the offseason, adding Javon Holland and Paulson Debo into that defensive backfield, second year for defensive coordinator Shane Bowen. As long as, Andrew Thomas, whatever he is healthy, is able to stay healthy at the left tackle position, the offensive line shouldn't be garbage, which it has been for quite some time. I'm not thinking that the offensive line is going to be the best unit in the National Football League, but we have spent way too many years, way too much oxygen we have wasted talking about the Giant offensive line, and we've seen so much money wasted, so much draft capital wasted on the Giants, with the Giants trying to address the offensive line, trying to end up being non-answers. And now you look at a Giant team that was, at one point in time, 22-1 to win the NFC East. And I'm not going to come on the airwaves on this Friday morning and tell you I think the New York Giants are going to go out there and compete with the Philadelphia Eagles. But I'll tell you this, the Giants this season, it's going to look a hell of a lot different than they did the past 2 years. And if it doesn't, well, then heads are going to roll. And the Giants got an absolute helper yesterday, as did Washington, as did Philadelphia. When you're looking at the complexion of the NFC East because of the decision by the Dallas Cowboys to move on from Micah Parsons. And to make the decision, and maybe, listen, I was listening to Jerry and Willie this morning. They did a great job, and maybe there's a little something more here. And we don't have to get into kind of the layers of, negotiating with Micah one-on-one and having his agent get involved. And listen, I spent 45 minutes last night as I was sitting on the Merritt, because they're paving the Merritt at 11:45. I got my son sleeping in the backseat of the car. They're paving the Merritt. I'm sitting on the Merritt last night in bumper-to-bumper traffic. Supposed to get home, leaving Piscataway, fireworks night, trouble getting out of the parking lot. Rutgers wins, knocks off Ohio 34-31. I'm sitting on the Merritt last night for a good 45 minutes. Watching guys pave the road, the smell of tar. Fantastic. Listening to Jerry and Stephen Jones explain away the decision why they decided to trade Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers and how all is well down in Dallas. If I was a member of the Giants, I would have popped that up on the big screen, opened myself up a nice bottle of wine, sat back, relaxed, and enjoyed, because it was moronic. I'll tell you this. Pave the roads. 11:45. You're sitting on track. You can't wait to get home. It's a long drive, 75 miles. I don't mind it. I love doing Rutgers football. I was happy they won the football game last night. But there is nothing like when you are crying for bed, trying to get a little bit of sleep, trying to get, a solid 6 hours, turn around, head into the fan studios this morning, get to do the midday show, which I love doing. But here's the deal. You're sitting on there, and the people are also then stop their car to watch the people pave. Just move. Just move. There's nothing to see. There's no accident. There's nothing to watch. You're not helping. You're not getting out there. You're not scapping the gravel. You're not doing anything. Just move your car. That's all I ask. But you know what entertained me as I was dealing with all that? Jerry and Stephen Jones down in Dallas. Didn't want to get into the timeline. Didn't want to get into how it all fell apart. Wanted to tell you, how many times can you emphasize I want to go out there and stop the run? Is Kenny Clark all of a sudden Reggie White? I know Reggie was a defensive end. He could also go out there and play both ways, get after the quarterback, stop the run. I mean, he is not. Is Kenny Clark all of a sudden going to be this guy? Is he a Lodi Nada in the middle of that defense? No, he is not. I mean, let's be realistic. Kenny Clark's a good player. I mean, he's a good player. I get it. But the Dallas Cowboys are going to go out there and they want to emphasize the fact that they have Dante Fowler on the edge to go out there and get after the quarterback, or we can scheme pressure. I mean, it's idiocy. When you think about it, if you're a Dallas Cowboy fan, I feel for you. When that deal went down, if you're a Giant fan, you celebrate. You celebrate the move that makes little to no sense. I don't want to hear about the draft capital. I don't want to hear about anything else, because the Dallas Cowboys, as compared to yesterday, when I kicked off the program talking a little bit of baseball, and you're talking about the Dallas Cowboys, you're talking about Dak Prescott and Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, an offensive line that's okay, not great, but a defense obviously now led by Micah Parsons, and getting after the quarterback and be able to create pressure and everything that Parsons can do on the football. And honestly, entering the fifth year, prime of his career, he's only 26 years old. That's when you thought about the Dallas Cowboys. You said, well, maybe if things go right, maybe the Dallas Cowboys are a playoff team. Now you look at him and you say to yourself, well, they got Schottenheimer as head coach. There's no Micah Parsons on defense. You've got Pickens, you've got Lamb, you've got Prescott. They better score a lot of points. But you know what? According to Jerry and Stephen Jones, they're going to be able to stop the run. And that's why you celebrate if you're the New York Giants. Thursday was a good day. It's been a good offseason. It really has been for the New York Giants and the NFC East. It isn't really now the distraction. There's no focus on, the expectations coming into this year, all the conversation about this unbelievable pressure, which I think is nonsense on the head coach and Dable, because you know what? They moved back into the first round to go get his quarterback, and Jackson Dart coming out of Ole Miss. I understand it was an organizational decision, but make no bones about it. The head coach absolutely adores and loves him. Just listen to him in these pressers when he talks about him. Talks about him like he's his son, which I understand. Listen, it's got to be refreshing after dealing with Daniel Jones for the last 3 years. And I like Daniel Jones. I've supported him, but you get the point. And now you have a Giant team that looks around the division, and you've got, yes, the Eagles are the team to beat. Yes, you've got Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders. You don't have to fawn over that anymore, because you know what? That's a lost cause. Water under the bridge. You've got your own young quarterback in Dart at some point in time. Maybe this year, maybe not. Maybe it'll start week 1 next season. But at some point in time, the Giant fan sees the light at the end of the tunnel at the quarterback position from what they saw from Jackson Dart during the course of the preseason. You got a defense that's going to be a force to be reckoned with, that gives you an identity when you think about the great Giant teams of years gone by. Yes, the schedule's difficult going into the season. Who cares? It is what it is. You got to go out there and beat good teams. You got a veteran quarterback in Russell Wilson. You got a big-time playmaker in Malik Neighbors. And you got a running back room led by Tracy and led by Scattaboo that you think if the offensive line can go out there and do their job, could beat you and help you offensively in a myriad of different ways. Throw in the tight end position at Theo Johnson. And you know what? Maybe the Giants go out there and surprise some people. Not making the playoffs, but take a massive step forward. Because one of their teams in their division that you were looking up at yesterday weakened themselves. Self-inflicted wound. You don't play good players great money. You play great players great money. You play generational players great money. And the Dallas Cowboys decided to say thanks but no thanks, strength in numbers. But all is well down in Dallas. And all is well right now out in East Rutherford as well. Because there was an extra bounce in the step if you're working for the Giants. Win total might only be 5.5 coming into the year. I don't care. Giants have emphasized getting off to a good start this NFL season. I said it before. It bears worth repeating. I think they're beating Washington week 1. And I grew up a Commander fan. They had a different nickname at the time, but I grew up a Washington fan. And they obviously beat Washington week number 1. Then what do you get week number 2? You get a weakened opponent. Now you got to go out there and play. Great optimism with the Giants. Looking to take a step forward in 2025. And as I've said before, everyone that was looking for massive change following this past season, Change of the general manager in Joe Shane, change of the head coach in Brian Daboll. And you know what? John Mara said thanks, but no thanks. Didn't have the appetite for it and decided to stay the course. In the end, I think that's going to prove out to be the correct decision. And we're going to see it on the football field in about 9 days. There's not many Thursdays in a while where, the Giants have had a good day that didn't involve themselves. Like, they've had a good offseason, had a good draft, had a good free agency process, had a good training camp, looked good during the course of the preseason game. There's an extra energy within the building. There's a lot of hope within the building. And yesterday, the Dallas Cowboys decided to trade one of the premier edge rushers in the National Football League away. Thanks. Like I said, put up on the big screen, whether that be the 50-inch, 75-inch, whatever it might be. Open up your favorite libation. Maybe you don't have wine. Maybe you don't have beer. Maybe it's a Coca-Cola or Pepsi or ginger ale, whatever it might be. Sit back, relax, and enjoy, because Jerry and Stephen Jones put on a show for a good 46 minutes last night. Helped me get through when they were paving the Merritt, I'll tell you that. My son is sleeping in the back seat after a nice Rutgers win. That is where we begin. 888-808-1019. I got you. Town Fair. I'm with you, Dove. I got you. I want to thank our friends at Town Fair Tire. They remind you that at Town Fair Tire, you always get the guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires you trust from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire, and I mean nobody.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off.
I like Soto. I like his attitude.
The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Whether you're heading out on a road trip or planning a weekend escape, make every mile unforgettable in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. From sporty SUVs and timeless sedans to cutting-edge hybrids, their expert team will help you find the perfect fit. Mercedes-Benz of Edison has over 400 new and certified pre-owned vehicles to choose from. And with flexible lease and finance offers, getting behind the wheel of a Mercedes-Benz has never been easier. Mercedes-Benz of Edison, the Tri-State's premier destination for luxury driving.
Some things are hard to commit to, like learning how to surf or saving for a family vacation. But one commitment that's easy, switching to Fios Home Internet with a 5-year price lock guarantee. That means 5 great summers of fast, reliable internet at the same low price. All with the Fios 1 gig internet plan. Plus no hidden fees or equipment charges. Call 1-833-VERIZON to switch today. Price guarantee applies to base monthly rate only for new and existing My Home customers.
Want to take your cooking to the next level? Here's what Master Chef Tom Colicchio had to say about made-in cookware.
I always tell aspiring cooks, focus on mastering your technique, hone the muscle memory, and use the highest quality tools you can get your hands on. I use Made-In both at home and here at Craft in New York City. They're beautifully made, and they let my team and me focus on making memorable meals night after night.
Learn more at madeincookware.com. That's MADEIN cookware.com.
Hey, healthcare workers of New York. Are you looking to make a difference? Saints Joachim and Ann Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is actively hiring nurses and CNAs. Call 718-714-4800. That's 718-714-4800.
Stepping into the Kia K4 or K5 isn't just getting behind the wheel of any average sedan. It's stepping into what's next. With a K4, it's stepping into a world that's exciting. With a K5, it's one that's bold. The Kia K4 and K5, the next movement for sedans. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
Kia, movement that inspires. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to elevate your everyday? Quince has the luxe staples insiders swear by, minus the markup. From 100% European linen styles and 14-karat gold jewelry to gorgeous leather bags and elevated home finds, Quince has it all. And by partnering directly with top artisans and ethical factories, Quince delivers premium quality at half the cost of similar brands. Discover everyday luxury without the markup at Quince. Go to quince.com/style upgrade for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/style upgrade.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
Recovering from an addiction is an individual accomplishment. A young mother who chose recovery to care for her family. A high school athlete overcoming opioid addiction. A couple celebrating his recovery. Everyone's recovery is different, and there's no shame in asking for help. Call 844-REACH-NJ. Trained counselors are available 24/7 to help you find the recovery option that's best for you. Tell us your story, and let's begin your recovery today. A message from New Jersey Human Services.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code,
summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing a schedule,
and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Lowe's knows that free makes everything better. That's why our rewards members get free standard shipping on the things they need and want, starting at Silver Key status every day. Savings for rewards members add up fast, so why wait? Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
For all station contest rules, go to WFAN.com/rules.
If your end of summer plans don't include a trip to Macy's, then you're missing out, because our Labor Day sale has huge savings to wrap up the season in style, like dresses from Karl Lagerfeld and INC, 100 and under, plus just what you need for fall, like Levi's for your whole crew. 30 to 40% off. It's also the best time to update your home with our lowest prices of the season on furniture, mattresses, and more. Hurry in. Macy's Labor Day sale is going on now. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
4 distinct all-electric Cadillacs. Some drive them for performance. Others drive them for the range. And some drive them because it's the only way to make an entrance. 3 different ways to turn every drive into an occasion. Whatever your reason, there's never been a better time to say, let's take the Cadillac. The all-electric Cadillac family of vehicles. Escalade IQ, Vistic, Optic, and Lyric. Visit your Tri-State Cadillac dealer today.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Mark Malouse is in for BT and Sal on this Friday midday. 888-808-1019 is your number to call on the NFL Talk on the Fan, brought to you by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Rivervale, we go. First up, it's Eric. It's the Van. What's going on, Eric?
Moose, how are you, brother?
Good, Eric. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing really well, man. Good to hear you on the midday. And, happy Friday. Happy early Labor Day.
Yeah.
End of the summer. And I suppose happy for everybody that's outside of Dallas, huh?
Oh,
good Lord.
I mean, the Packer fan has got to be. I mean, whatever lakes are out there in Green Bay. I mean, you're jumping into those buck naked. I mean, you're celebrating. You got Micah Parsons. You got a guy that can go out there and attack the quarterback. Now the big question with them is, what version of Jordan Love are you going to get at quarterback?
Yeah, I mean, I think it certainly puts Green Bay up in the conversation, and maybe they can stop Philly from repeating. Who knows? I mean, they definitely will be at the top of that list in the NFC now. And I don't understand this from Dallas's perspective. I really don't. Like, there's no way you can convince me that this was a good thing. I mean, Jerry Jones.
Oh, they tried.
And his son are just running that thing into the ground, and it is awful. I mean, 2 first-round picks. I mean, we complain here in New York, about the teams and no championships and everything else. I mean, how about being a Dallas sports fan right now? I mean, Micah Parsons and Luka Doncic in the same year. The best players at their position in their sport at 26 years old is absolutely stunning, man. And I don't know, like, to me, if I'm a Giants fan, which I'm not, but, like, this could really be a huge turning point for the Giants on top of what was a great offseason for them. And that Week 2 game in Dallas now becomes a must-win if you're a Giants fan. Like that, the Giants have to win that game.
It is a distinctly different team. There's no other way to say it otherwise. I mean, it just is. I mean, you take a guy that's a difference maker, that can be a game wrecker, that can tilt the field. That's what Parsons has been able to do in 4 years in the National Football League when he's been healthy and has been on the field. Now you look at the first 2 games of the season, and you could look at this Giant team potentially being 1-1, maybe even 2-0. Like, I think they're beating Washington Week 1. I've thought that for quite some time. And I get concerned about Washington's defense, their inability to get after the quarterback. So I do think the Giants are going to get off to, and they've emphasized trying to get off to a good start this year. And that Week 2 matchup in Dallas against the Cowboys now looks distinctly different.
It absolutely does. And I agree with you on Washington. They're one of those that are, I don't know. They're an anomaly to me right now. I don't know if they're going to be better or they're going to be the next, Houston from last year. If they're going to really take a step backwards, they might.
But people like to bring up the Stroud regression year 2 and compare it to Jaden Daniels, and maybe they'll see it. Well, I mean, not every situation is one and the same. I don't think it's really comparable. Stroud last year played behind an awful offensive line. And he also, Nico Collins wasn't necessarily the same playmaker dealing with the hamstring injury that he was the year before. And that's really the big play receiver down there in Houston for the Texans. So I wouldn't necessarily look on a regression for Jane Daniels. I think he's ridiculously special. He found it at LSU. I think I wouldn't draw the comparison to Stroud in Houston. I've heard a number of people throw that out there. I just don't agree with it in any way, shape, or form. I get concerned. I don't get concerned about Washington being able to score. I get concerned about Washington being able to stop people.
Correct. Yeah, their defense is where they struggle. And I agree. I think the upside for Jaden Daniels is significantly more than that of C.J. Stroud. As good as C.J. Stroud is, I think Jaden Daniels is absolutely special. And, we'll see. I mean, that's why they play the games, right? We'll see, which teams show up early NFL season is always tough to say because you just don't know. But the Giants are certainly starting in the right place and a far better place than they have in years past. And, you can hope. I mean, I think the division right now, is a much different landscape than it was, as good as Philadelphia is going to be, because I think they are going to be ridiculous. But the Giants could finish middle of the pack and actually, show some improvement with Jackson Dart waiting in the wings, which would be, if I was a Giants fan, would be welcome. That's for sure.
Yeah, Eric, I think you want to see Bowen defensively handle all the assets that he has on all 3 levels this year well. Defense can't be overexposed. The offense has got to go out there and do their part. Obviously, all 3 phases of the team. You'll hear head coaches talk about that time and time again because it rings true, and it is true. So they're going to go out there, and it bears worth repeating. But I think everything and all the buzz you have about the Giants' defense, I think, is legit. I don't think that's a smoke and mirrors show. And I think they're going to be able to go out there and attack the opposing quarterback. And I think they're going to be able to do it and get a great pressure rate with regularity during the course of the NFL season. Now, how do the games play out? The offense is obviously has got to go out there and do their part. But I don't disagree in terms of the overall assessment when you're looking at the Giants. What do you deem to be a successful season in 2025? Well, you'd like a step forward, maybe 2. And you're not going to go out there and be greedy. I'm not going to come on the airwaves on this Friday and tell you that I think the Giants are necessarily going to be a playoff team in 2025. But what you would like to see is not leaning back on the fact of what their record is in, 1-score games, when visually it didn't appear to be that they were that close. I think that aspect changes this year. And what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is that with the more difficult schedule and the more challenges, what you want to have is this Giant team competing at a very high level. To where then 2026, we're doing this show a year from now. Before the start of the NFL season, we're talking about the Giants in a distinctly different tone and tenor than we are right now. Mario in Long Beach up next to the fan. What's going on, Mario?
What's going on?
How you doing,
How you doing?
Good, man. How are you? Happy Friday.
Good. Yeah, happy Friday. Really good opening monologue. I agree with everything you're saying about the Giants. They should do a little bit better this year. But the whole thing, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I didn't hang up.
Okay. Yeah.
I just said hello.
I lost
That'd be
you.
kind of rude if I hung up already. And then you complimented me on my monologue if I then cut you off.
No, you wouldn't do that. You're very your etiquette is very nice on the phone.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So anyway, I think the problem is the offensive line. I'm tired of talking about this for years. They still, for all we're saying, they still went into the season ranked 28th in offensive line by PFS and other areas, right? Now, the problem we also have here is if the offensive line is good, great. Because I think they have improved in a lot of other areas, you know?
Yeah, I think the offensive line we've spent, I mentioned it in the open, we've spent way too many times and way too much oxygen talking about the offensive line. It's been too big of an issue for too long. There's been money misspent in free agency. There's been draft capital where they've tried to, even Evan Neal is the latest example of that. And let's be honest. I mean, Thomas, we'll see exactly when he's healthy and ready to go. But Andrew Thomas is an absolute key along that offensive line because they don't have anybody on that team that can do what he can do at the left tackle position.
Exactly, but here's the problem. He hasn't played a snap.
No, I don't understand.
Even in preseason.
I get it.
So that's a big if.
It is a big if. I don't disagree with you. Yes, a big capital if.
And listen, Moose, when I read some of the verbiage around their rating, it said they're ranking him 28th with a healthy John, with him being healthy. It could be worse. That's what it said in a couple of the write-ups. You know?
Yeah, I know. So, I get it. I mean, I understand. I don't think if Thomas is healthy, I don't think they're going to be the 28th rated offensive line. I get concerned about John Michael Schmitz and his tendency to get overpowered at the center position. I wouldn't put them that low. Like I mentioned before, I don't think they're going to be the best offensive line in the National Football League. They just cannot be an issue. And far too long for the Giants as an organization, the offensive line has been an absolute issue. And if you can't block it, you can't run it. I mean, that's it. That's not just running the football. You can't run an offense. You can't have, and you also don't want to basically throw Jackson Dart to the Wolves and throw him behind an offensive line that can't block. Even as quickly as he gets rid of the football and as decisive as he is with some of his decision-making, what we saw in the preseason, and obviously preseason football distinctly different than what you see in the regular season. This summer, stay cool, hydrated with the official water of Major League Baseball. That's Primo Brands. With Primo Brands water delivery, you get premium hydration from trusted brands like Poland Spring, Pure Life, and Saratoga. Delivered right to your door. Stock up for game day or just keep everyone refreshed, still sparkling or flavored. There's something for everybody. And the best part, you call the shots, whether you need a few cases or a full week's supply. Primo's flexible delivery fits your schedule. So step up to the plate. Hydrate like a pro with Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
It's Keith McPherson at night on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
As a manager, getting to know his potential closer, I'm pretty sure this guy's going to get the first crack at it. He let this guy go out and finish the job, and I'm telling you, that type of stuff the team can build off of.
Listen to Keith McPherson on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the Sports Machine, Sean Levine, with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. There are a lot of accomplishments in baseball that are once in a lifetime if you're at the ballpark. A perfect game, even a no-hitter. The cycle. But what Kyle Schwarber just did with a 4-home run night is incredible. We're never going to be at one of those games. Here's the craziest part. He probably should have hit 5. I'm the Sports Machine, Sean Levine.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale, now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Many tire dealers will sell you Falcon tires, but Town Fair Tire doesn't just sell Falcon tires, they sell them at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, they give you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. That's an unbeatable deal only Town Fair Tire can offer, because Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Talk New York sports on the Fan.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
The long weekend sale is on at Target with exciting deals you won't want to miss. Stock up on grilling must-haves for a few more sunny barbecues. And while you're at it, ease into sweater weather with fresh new fits for the fam. Whether you're hosting, relaxing, or showing off your new style, Target has your deal in-store, online, and in the Target app. Hurry and save more with the long weekend sale happening now through Monday. Only at Target.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
At Bolavia Chevrolet, we know a strong season starts with the right lineup. Just minutes from MetLife Stadium, we've got East Rutherford's top GM vehicles like Silverado, Tahoe, Trailblazer, and so many more. Family owned, trusted for decades, Bolavia Chevrolet is built for whatever the road or Sunday throws your way. Whether you're hauling gear, heading to the game, or just need something that moves like a winner, Bolavia Chevrolet in East Rutherford has you covered. Bolavia Chevrolet, big trucks, big SUVs in East Rutherford or BolaviaChevy.com.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
You gotta wait for the beat. Time for the Yankees. Wendy's Yankees Turning Point of the Game contest. Wendy's, the official hamburger of the New York Yankees. Be the first caller correctly identify yesterday's Turning Point of the Game. 866-540-WFAN. That's 866-540-9326. You'll receive 2 pairs of tickets to a Yankee 2025 regular season game. It's all from your flagship station for New York Yankees baseball, which is us right here, WFAN. Nice job by the Mets last night, by the way. I mean, we'll get into it a little bit, but backing up my fear factor that I opened up the program, I got reminded about that on social media by a number of you, and I appreciate that. In the Mets last night, 3 errors, losing to the Marlins, Alonso at first base, but tonight, Jonah Tong, number 21, as Hoff mentioned yesterday, will toe the rubber as looking to bounce back with a victory tonight. Mike in Waterbury, Connecticut's up next to the fan. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, how we doing today?
Mike, how you doing, buddy?
Good. So, longtime Jet fan since 1967.
God
been
bless
up
you.
and down. And, yeah, I know, still alive. But, here's as we approach the season, both the Jets and Giants, the expectations are low. And one of the things that I think is going to actually happen this week, and I think both teams may win their opening games. And then now what? Do we all go crazy? One of these predictions, playoff bound. Both these teams are pretty limited. Where do we go if we actually win these first games? And what do you think?
Yeah, I would not overreact, to one victory. I think if you want to talk about your team when you look at the Jets, I think the expectation this year is building the foundation for future success.
Yeah.
I don't look at the Jets all of a sudden finding it. Unless Justin Fields completely, utterly stuns me and finds a different level at the quarterback position than really we've ever seen before. He's not been a winning quarterback, doesn't throw it consistently enough, not accurate enough, right? When you're talking about trying to limit his throws. Well, the Jets used to limit the throws of Mark Sanchez, right, where they were more successful when he threw 24 or less attempts per game, but they also had a very, very good defense, right? That is a very good ground game. I think the offensive line is going to be good. We'll see what the rushing attack is like, and we'll see exactly what the defense is like. I think for Aaron Glenn here, it's about setting a tone and a temperament year one of what it's going to be like, and you got to give him time, and you can't be impatient. I know that's difficult to say if you're a Jet fan because, it's been a long time since you've made the playoffs. You've got that run. You suffered the embarrassment, all the leaks, all the stories coming out of The Athletic with Rosenblatt and Rossini a year ago, and, the Rodgers error, what it proved out to be for 2 years. 1 year lost to injury. Last year was banged up, but, it still became about him and had too much power in the building. Glenn has come into the building and tried to fumigate it. Right? Just as you try to get rid of, the cockroaches and everything like that, whatever it might be, the ants, the carpenter ants, maybe you've got a, mouse problem, field mice, they have issues during the course of the winter, they want to be warm, but you want to get rid of them, whatever it might be. That is what Aaron Glenn is trying to do down in Florham Park and set a tone and temperament for what this organization is going to be all about in the future. So this is a building block phase season for the New York Jets.
Yeah, I think we heard I guess where the concern is, we heard the same thing when Saleh came in. Tough guy, San Francisco, and, they were going to clean house. They're going to do this the right way. I do feel confident, though, because I was a big Bill Parcells fan, and Aaron Glenn, I think he's bringing that type of attitude, and I think he's going to be given a pretty good leash to develop things the way he wants. The expectations are low. They don't have a lot of money on a quarterback, so if he can build that foundation, I think a lot of fans may get behind it. Unfortunately, I'm like with a Joe Beningo, the pain, how are we going to lose this week? But, we'll see.
Well, Mike,
it's just fun.
You want to know what you hope that it looks like this year? The Jets play clean football. They're not penalty laden. Yeah. They don't beat themselves. They're smartly coached. They put together a game plan based on the opponent that they're going up against. And that they're prepared week in and week out. Yeah, Saleh was a great spokesman, right? Saleh, all gas, no brakes, gave you a great quote, some of the stuff that he had to say, iron sharpens iron, everything that we've heard from Robert Saleh over the years when he was the head coach of the New York Jets. In the end, he couldn't coach. And that's ultimately what you're judged on. And then he lost control of the building, when they brought Rodgers aboard. And Woody getting involved, and then his sons, and everything that comes along with it. That does not lead to success. That leads to anarchy. That leads to dumpster fire, disaster, and that's exactly what we saw with the New York Jets. And that's where Glenn is now needs to be given the freedom and the roadway to be able to run this organization as he sees fit, because it is his franchise. It's not Darren Muji's. It is Aaron Glenn's franchise. It has nothing to do with the general manager. The general manager was hired after Aaron Glenn was hired because of their relationship over the years in the National Football League, and Glenn felt like they could work together. This is his vision for what Jet football is going to be all about. Make no bones. And, yeah, he's a little bit of a, old school football coach, best way to put it. Got a little bit of an edge to him. Likes to banter back and forth with the media. Love that aspect of it. Do I think the Jets will be impeccably better coached this year? I do. But I think it's difficult to win with the quarterback that's going to be the starter for the New York Jets. Let's head out to Walcott, Connecticut. It's Mickey. It's the fan. What's going on, Mickey?
Hey, Moose. Good morning, brother. It's so good to hear you, man. Long time no speak, man. I miss the days when you and Maggie were on the show, man. And I'm not saying everybody else ain't great. They all are. But you guys was a dynamic duo, man. You guys are amazing.
Thank you, Mickey.
But it's good to catch up with you. So I did originally call about the Mets, but if you need me to make a football point, I can make that too. It's up to you.
No, whatever's on your mind. What are you most passionate about this morning, Mickey?
Well, I would say the Mets. They lost last night, and then obviously that sucks. There's no sugarcoating it, right? Especially when you come off a sweep of the Phillies. But I think for me, the reason why I wanted to call in was because something that has been kind of ticking me off, grinding my gears, is I'm hearing a bunch of different sports personalities and talk shows and podcasts, and they're all talking about, the Mets have no identity. The Mets have no identity. And I want to say I disagree with everybody. I think the Mets have a clear identity this year, and their identity is unpredictable and inconsistent. And I think we need to just start wrapping our head around that and just enjoy the moment, It's going to be hard because obviously the playoffs is right around the corner, and we have Jonathan coming up today, which is amazing. And you just got to ride the waves of the baseball season, and we just got to be honest with ourselves.
Well,
I love the Mets.
Well, Mickey, I think both. I don't mean to interrupt you, Mickey. I'll let you continue here in a minute. But I don't know. I think both things can be true, right? I think you could look at it and say, well, what exactly? When people talk about, I don't know who you're referencing, what shows what podcast or whatever it might be, but if people talk about what's the identity, right? I came into the season thinking the Mets were going to be defined by their lineup. Really has not consistently been the case, right? I thought with the addition of Soto to go along with Lindor, Alonso being brought back, Francisco Lindor, Nimmo, throwing Vientos based on what he did last year. He's gotten hot in the last 10, 11 games. That's good. Starting to resemble the hitter that he was a year ago. I thought it was going to be the lineup. That was kind of going to be what defined it, right? Didn't think it was going to be the strength of the starting rotation. Had questions, concerns about that. Thought the lineup, because of their penchant for the big moment, big hit a year ago, was going to be what defined them. It really has not been the case. So you could look at it and say, well, what exactly is the strength of this team? And you say, because of Nolan McClain, the strength is the starting staff? Can't really say that. Are you going to say that, well, the strength is the back end of the bullpen? Well, they've got Edwin Diaz. Helsley hasn't worked out. Tyler Rogers has. Soto was a disaster last night. Back into the bullpen, you've got concerns. All right, well, then you go back to the lineup, but that hasn't been consistent enough. So you could be true, those people that are saying they don't really have an identity, well, that could be true, but you can also be true saying, well, the team is largely inconsistent. And we talked about it yesterday. Yeah, it's been a long summer, if you're a Met fan, of high expectations coming into the year, and really for the better part of the last 2 months, playing underwhelming baseball.
Yeah. And I'll finish with this in terms of the Mets point. I think what's going to ultimately define what they are and their title of this year and how we're going to look at them is if they show up in October. That's what it really is going to come down to. And I'll make a real quick football point. When it comes to the trade that you was talking about this morning in your monologue, it blows my mind that trade even happened. But I got to remind myself that the Cowboys have an owner that I would consider him the James Dolan of football. It's an owner that doesn't know how to get out of his own way sometimes. And this was an ego move more than anything. And sometimes you just need to sit down, hire the right people, and trust your people.
Yeah, Mickey, I get it, but that's not, you're worth billions upon billions of dollars. You're the owner of the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, Jerry Jones at times has been his own worst enemy. Was with Jimmy Johnson, Parcells, obviously, that relationship frayed at the end. Can't get out of his own way. Yeah, and I don't know exactly what changed. I'm sure there'll be more reporting on it. You listen to Jerry and Steven last night. It seemed like they felt like they had the structure financially of a deal worked out when they had conversations with Micah Parsons, and then his agent wanted to start there at their final number and negotiate upward from that point. I mean, I don't know. All I do know is this. You wake up on this Friday after that deal yesterday, NFC East, the Dallas Cowboys are a significantly weaker team, and the Green Bay Packers are that much stronger. And we don't care necessarily about the NFC North here in New York. You care about the East, and that's where the Giants lie. And you know what? The New York Giants yesterday had themselves a good Thursday and didn't play a game. Didn't have a preseason game. There was nothing to do with Jackson Dart. Had everything to do with a unforced error by one of their rivals in their own division. 10:55, Malusis with you. 888-808-1019.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Just got my car right here at Dana Ford. Just got my car right here at Dana Ford.
New 2025 all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E. Lease $198 a month, 36 months, zero security, $45.98 due at signing. Or 0% APR financing up to 72 months. Big selection at DanaFordDeals.com. Dana Ford, Staten Island.
With approved credit, dealer retains Ford rebates. Expires 8/31/25.
Things today can seem kind of unpredictable. Who knows what's around the corner, right? Well, at Total Wireless, we want to give you something to be sure about. With us, you save 50% off Metro and Cricket when you switch with one line. Guaranteed. And you get to keep the phone and number you love. Visit our Total Wireless store today. 50% savings for unlimited plans versus comparable Total Wireless unlimited phone plans based on standard plan rates. Some customers may only receive the guaranteed savings after contacting us and validating the current plan rate. Excludes promotional, discounted, and bring your phone rates. For total 5G unlimited plan or higher, auto pay required. Applied on next renewal date. Additional terms apply.
Hey everyone, Boomer here. I had a tomahawk steak last night that was absolutely cooked to perfection. Now, you already know how it was done. With the Chef IQ Sense, the wireless thermometer that eliminates under or overcooking your chicken, fish, or meat, whether you're cooking on a stovetop, oven, or grill. It is built to withstand extreme heat, and the app alerts you when to take the steaks off the grill and even when to flip them. Order the newly released 3rd generation Chef IQ Sense right now at chefiq.com and make sure to put the code word Boomer in for 20% off.
Heading out to the store? Why not pick up some scratch-offs from the New Jersey Lottery? With tickets at different prices, it's easy to scratch and play at a lottery retailer near you.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Most people have no idea there's an invisible gap in their home's protection. This invisible threat is house stealing. Con artists pick a house. They transfer the deed of this house into their name by obtaining the forms, using the fake IDs, and filing the paperwork with proper authorities. Now they own the home. Protect your home from this invisible gap. Check on your home's title right now at HomeTitleLock.com. Be sure to use promo code RADIO and they will send you a complete title scan of your home's title. And your first 30 days of triple lock title protection is free. HomeTitleLock.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Wednesday, September 10th when the Yankees host the Detroit Tigers and get ready to receive a very special giveaway. It's Yankees New York or Nowhere Knit Hat Night. The first 18,000 guests in attendance will receive a Yankees New York or Nowhere knit hat presented by Benjamin Moore. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. That's the Yankees and Tigers on Yankees New York or Nowhere Knit Hat Night, September 10th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
Our
Our transportation, water, and energy infrastructure is critical. But did you know that those projects are built by the local 825 operating engineers and their contractors? They even built MetLife Stadium and the stadium before that. That's why their advocacy organization, ELEC, the Engineers Labor Employee Cooperative, fights for those priorities every day. That's ELEC, representing the hardworking men and women who build New York and New Jersey.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Our friends at Town Fair Tire remind you that at Town Fair Tire, you always get the guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
The home of Yankees radio is WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 11 o'clock. I'm Chris Lopresti. This report is sponsored by Made In Cookware. Some of the finest dishes in restaurants around the world are made in cookware. Not surprising, since Made In is crafted by chefs, for chefs, and designed for restaurants and home kitchens alike. Discover all their cookware at madeincookware.com. 22-year-old Jonah Tong looking to rinse the bad taste from last night's series opening Mets loss to the Marlins. 3 errors, 5 unearned runs allowed, but now it's Tong set to make his major league debut after flying through the Mets system with dominant numbers this season. And Thursday reflected on getting the news and then bringing his parents up to speed.
And I called my mom and I was like, hey, where you at on Friday? And she's like, get out. Use different words on that one. But yeah, she got me pretty good. I think for the rest of like the hour, I was just bawling. My dad didn't pick up originally. I think he was having a tough day at work, but I think that made it stay a little better.
The 2022 7th-round pick opposed by Yuri Perez tonight. Another 7:10 first pitch on Odyssey Mets Radio. Meantime, the Yankees continue to roll. 3 more homers in Thursday's road win over the White Sox that gives them 33 long balls across their last 10 games to match an MLB record, and they'll try to make it 6 straight wins tonight in Chicago with Carlos Rodon on the mound and pregame coverage at 7 o'clock here on The Fan and the free Odyssey app. And with Sports Flashes at the top of the hour, I'm Chris Lopresti.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, The Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
11:02, Malusa's review. Lopresti's done for the day. You're always good to see you. It really is. Still beat across the way. How are the kids, CeeLo? All right?
Oh, crazy as usual.
Yeah.
Keeping me busy, as yours are as well.
And you've got out of fantasy football this year.
Yeah, well, I got roped into a league with my neighbors, which was fine. Then I learned that the entry fee was $300, which is like triple what our league is here.
That wasn't part of the conversation before?
No, it was not. I was like, yeah, sure, I'll join the league. I figured, it was just a standard fantasy league.
Winner take all?
They have there's a head-to-head pot and then a season-long points pot. So there's multiple ways to win some scratch.
Did you do your draft yet?
No, it's actually tonight.
Oh, good luck.
Yes, thank you. They're doing it in Atlantic City. I will be doing it remotely. No AC for me.
Oh, they're down in AC.
Yeah.
They're having a big party.
They are.
And you're not
no
part
party
of
for
it.
me. No.
Did you even ask your wife about that?
I didn't have to. I mean, I'm working. I got stuff to do later.
That's a great life experience.
Yes.
Though.
Oh, yes.
And you bailed on that to make sure it worked.
I don't know about bailed on it, but
well, you said thanks, but no thanks.
Not available.
Yeah, I mean, you're a hard worker.
Wife and kids are down in Ocean City, New Jersey with the in-laws.
Vacationing.
I missed that this week as well, so I've been sick. It's been a great week, Moose. It's a great way to end summer.
I know. I saw CeeLo in the newsroom. I went to go give him a hug. He's like, please don't touch me. I'm like,
no, that's not. I said you don't want to touch. I've been sick. I don't want to get you sick.
Let me finish the point. Like, I've been sick. I was like, yeah, I do not want what you have.
That's right. That's right.
Well, good luck with your draft tonight.
Appreciate that.
Sounds like it's going to be a blast. You're doing remotely.
Me sitting at home and everyone else in AC. Good to see you as always, Moose.
Pleasure's mine. Let's head out to New Hyde Park. It's Howard. It's the Fan. What's going on, Howard?
Hey, Moose. Great show.
Thanks, Howard. What's on your mind, buddy?
So I've been a Cowboys fan for 45 years. Yeah. And to tell you the truth, I'm okay with this trade. It sounds great. It sounds crazy, but I think the downfall was when Micah started going on social media, months ago and started talking and being very boisterous. And Jerry wants to be the voice of the team. He doesn't want anybody else trying to steal his theme and everything. And once he started going on all the podcasts and talking his junk, I think it started going downhill from there. And to tell you the truth, I mean, if you look at the big games he played in, even in the playoffs, he didn't come up big. These teams schemed for him, and he didn't produce. He was almost non-existent in that last game, in that last playoff game.
Well, Howard, let me ask you, do you think the fact that his presence on the field opens things up for other people?
Yes and no. Yes, I think sometimes he's out there just trying to get his numbers, and he was out there when the run was so bad last year.
What's it going to feel like if the Packers win the Super Bowl this year?
To tell you the truth, we weren't winning the Super Bowl either.
Well, it doesn't
I was
matter.
already sold.
When you trade, because you go through the draft to get players of the caliber of Micah Parsons. Do you not? Like when you have that individual in the fold, now you're trying to rationalize it out. I mean, Howard, you're looking at it and, you're Jerry's dream. You're a Cowboy fan that's A-okay. There's a lot of Cowboy fans that are depressed. I think there's a lot of people in the NFC East, whether you're a Giant fan, Washington fan, Philadelphia fan, that celebrates and say, oh, great, that headache is no longer in our division, having to deal with number 11 wearing a Cowboys jersey. I mean, that's the way I look at it. You want to say, well, you could look at the 4 years and, he didn't come up big in big moments, big games. Okay. Tell me how life's going to be easier, because all I do know now is that Kenny Clark is basically the best run-stuffing defensive tackle the NFL's ever seen, based on what I listened to last night from Jerry and Stephen Jones. Now, they didn't say, quote-unquote, that very fact, but they're going to be able to stop the run now because of Kenny Clark. A lot of pressure on him. Let's head out to Watchung, New Jersey. It's Sam. It's the fan. What's going on, Sammy?
Good morning, Moose.
Good morning.
Pleasure to talk to you again. I talked to you quite some time ago.
Pleasure's all mine, Sam. What's on your mind?
My doggies might start barking. Okay, my man. Anthony Volpe, right? Now, did you watch the game last night?
I did see the highlight. I was at the Rutgers game, but I did watch the condensed version, yes.
Well, here's my take with Mr. Volpe. Yeah, he's really having a hard time at the plate, but in the field, he's been very good, and he made really great plays yesterday. But the one error he made cost the Yankees 4 runs. It's just the way things happen in baseball. The play in question it was the grounder up the middle, right? He kind of didn't catch it right, and then he knew not to throw it. I think the actual second base threw him off.
The second baseman threw him off, or the second base bag?
No. The second base bag, yes, sir.
I gotcha.
Just that little. I'm just saying. I think it happened because So he made unbelievable backhand plays going towards third base, towards the outfield, and he got them both. My thing is, I think his stick is going to come around because he's not that bad of a hitter. It's just going through it in his head. And he hasn't made an error until yesterday, and it wasn't a throwing error.
I mean, Sam, can I ask you a question, though? How long do you wait? Like, how long do you wait? How long? Like, when does the patience run out? And when do you look at and say, well, he's too good of a hitter. He's got to be better than this. Like, when do you say, okay, well, it's a lost season? Like, how much patience do you show?
No, I think he's going to get some big hits for the Yankees going forward, and I don't think he's going to have a problem in the infield going forward.
Yeah, Sam, Sam, listen, I wish I had your confidence.
And there is one more thing.
In Volpe.
Can you let me say one more thing about Chris McMonagle?
Yeah.
He owes, he told a story, and I heard it twice in Vegas, where he bumped into you, and the rest. I mean, I can't, tell the story.
Okay.
Isn't that true or no?
Yeah, no, that's true.
I mean, you know the story, not me.
Yeah, no, I've told that story before. Yeah, I don't know what it's like. Was that a gotcha moment? I don't know. Like, Chris is not lying. Yes, I was in Vegas with myself, Monzo, Licata, and Giannotti. Yes, Monzo bumped into McMonagle, I think, at Pure nightclub. I had to carry Licata basically back to the room to put him to bed. And then I came down at like 2:30 in the morning and met McMonagle. And then helped him get an internship here at WFAN. So, yeah, I don't know what version of the story. I don't know what he added to it, but people have referenced that before, and I've told that story before on the line as well, on the air as well. But, yeah, all that's true. That's a long time ago. I think that was the trip that Licata and I have a picture with Manute Boyle, amazingly enough, at Pure Nightclub in Vegas. I think it's Caesars. It's strange, right? Odd one. But, yeah, there was Manute Boyle, who had little to no interest of taking a picture with us. But we snapped it anyway. We got that picture anyway. Mario, Staten Island. God rest his soul. What's going on, Mario?
Mark, what's happening, man? How are you?
Good, Mario. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right. Listen, I wanted to comment just even with what the other guy said. You know, I'm a Cowboy fan, too, 45 years. And, you know, I tell you, I kind of see both sides. Like, I don't love the deal. I don't hate it. What I hate about it is who we traded him to. I hate that, you know, our picks are going to be late picks. But, you know, Mark, like, I look at it like even like with what the Pats used to do. Now, look, I know they had Tom Brady, and that's my gripe with Dallas. They're never going to win with Dak Prescott. But the Patriots wouldn't pay anybody, and I just don't think in the league today I don't think that you can pay three guys top dollar and expect to win in this league. Like, you know, and again, don't get me wrong, I'm not comparing to the Patriots. I'm not. And that's why the Pats did it, because they had Tom Brady. And again, we're not going to win ever with Dak Prescott. But, you know, when you're tying all your money to Lamb, Dak, and then now Parsons, then you're not left with anything. Look, next year, we have the second most cap space behind the Patriots. Okay. Now I don't know what we're going to do with it because we have two bozos running the team, running the organization. But I'm just saying, like, I don't think it was a horrendous deal, you know. But look, you're going to have to see kind of how this plays out. They weren't winning with him, and they're not going to win without him. But now you're going to have to, in these next couple of years, really work the draft.
No, Mario, that's great. But let me ask you: is Micah better at his position than Dak is at his?
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Now, listen, Mark, I 100% would have, if it was me, Mark, I would have paid Parsons and Lamb. I would have let Dak go. Right. So, like, I have a problem with the Jones family with that.
No, and that's fair, right? That is fair when you're looking at it. And listen, it's a quarterback-driven league. You understand why they went out and paid the quarterback in Dak Prescott. I just don't like, I'll be honest with you, I'm not a Cowboy fan. Didn't grow up a Dallas Cowboy fan, right? Not America's.
I know you're not. I know you're a Commanders guy.
No, but look at it this way, Mario. I don't think it's good for an NFL team to lose great players.
I agree with you there.
I really don't.
I do agree with you there.
I don't think when we get all excited and during the NFL draft and comps and players and all this stuff of what that individual is going to be here moving forward, and potential was realized. Micah Parsons is a difference maker. Now it's a case, and you're not alone, Mario. I had another call from a Cowboy fan saying, better off. You're calling up saying, I don't want to pay him. It's going to be very difficult to win. I would not bring, because we've gotten down this road before, and not just the Cowboys, but if you're a Cowboy, never compare yourself. Nobody should ever compare themselves or draw a comparison to what Belichick and Brady did up in New England. That was ridiculously special. And nobody's going to be able to do that again. With that kind of dominance, with that kind of consistency, with that kind of business model. Sal in Alapin's up next to the fan. What's going on, Sal?
Hey, Mark. How are you?
Sal,
good.
Doing well.
I called to talk about Rutgers. I know I'm probably the only one, but I was at the game.
Night football. Fire away.
Yeah, I mean, the offense was better than I expected. I expected it to be good, but I was so pleasantly surprised that we were able to put up the points. But the defense is obviously a major concern. I know it's only one game, but in looking at it, and the quarterback for Ohio, Navarro, is very good, but we can't tackle. It seems to be that same, bend but don't break type offense where they get the guys across the middle that are wide open. And with every Schiano defense, we always have a problem when the quarterback is mobile. I mean, does he not, philosophy-wise, Does he not need to make changes maybe in the philosophy because we're playing so many athletic quarterbacks and we seem to get burnt year after year after year? Or am I being too negative and saying, be patient, wait, the defense is going to come around?
Well, I think there's concerns on defense. I think when you had the loss of the defensive coordinator, Rob Smith now coming back as co-defensive coordinator this year, the change that you saw in the defensive secondary, Jabomi is a hell of a middle linebacker and was a tackling machine last year. I think he had 102 tackles for the Scarlet Knights and had a really good year, and they're expecting him to take a bounce forward. I would say this last night, if you go back, I think the defense is going to be a work in progress. Because I do the shows with, the pre and post game with Julian Penix-Aldrich. JPO was a defensive end for Rutgers a number of years ago, and he's great. But watching the game with him and looking at some of the defensive breakdowns, it's really guys due to maybe inexperience, maybe not doing what they're supposed to be doing within the defense.
Okay, so
not setting the edge.
You're saying there's hope.
Yeah, the offense, Sal, listen, if you're asking me right now what's going to be the driving force to Rutgers this year, it's going to be the offense. Calic Manis, who I interviewed a couple weeks ago when I was down in Piscataway, talked about the fact he's got to improve his accuracy. He got playmakers at the wide receiver position. DT Sheffield showed off his speed last night. They're going to be able to replace the production of Kyle Monungai, who's now a Chicago Bear, the former Don Bosco prep star, with Campbell and obviously Antoine Raymond in that running back room. I think the offensive line is going to be good enough. I think the offense is going to be really the reason why this year. The defense, I think it's going to take a little bit of time. And there's certainly things that you need to work on following what you saw last night down in Piscataway. Let's head out to Poughkeepsie. It's Jim. It's the Fan. What's going on, Jim?
What's up, Moose? How are you?
I'm doing well, Jimmy. How are you, buddy?
Good. I got to touch base on this whole Micah Parsons. I'm a Cowboy fan. I say good riddance, bro. The guy's played in 4 playoff games and recorded 1 sack.
Good riddance.
You're telling me he's a difference? You're telling me he's a difference maker. What difference has he made in the postseason? Again, 1 sack in a game he lost by 30 points.
He's the singular reason why the Cowboys lost.
Dude, 1 sack in 4 games. Can you show up in the postseason?
No,
He's basically the average Joe in the NFL.
I get it. What about Dak?
He's more worried about his
How about Dak? Well, does he hold any responsibility to that?
But we're not talking about Dak. We're talking about Micah Parsons.
So you're
Micah
better
Parsons
off.
Has done nothing. He's done nothing in the postseason.
The argument, Jim, that's
He's
fine.
Done nothing.
Neither of the Dallas Cowboys as a team.
But we're not talking about the team. We're talking about this one player now.
Right, so you're looking at if he had 8 sacks in those 4 games and you still lost, you'd be upset.
But that ain't the point. The point is he did not show up. Where was he? Why
so you're happy.
In the postseason?
Yesterday was a good day for Dallas.
Yes, goodbye. He's more worried about his podcast.
Jim, I think you're crazy. I think you're trying to rationalize it out. Goodbye to you, too, as well. Goodbye, good luck. And enjoy Micah Parsons wearing the Green Bay Packer jersey. I don't know. I look at it and say there's different reasons why. Guys can go out there and make an impact on a defense, too, because of the amount of coverage that they're going to get, how opposing the offensive coordinators have to make sure that they contain that individual so that individual can't wreak havoc either. Could Parsons be better in some of those games? Yeah, but you can make an argument with a lot of guys. An edge rusher that I think has got 52 sacks in 4 years in the National Football League is 26 years old. And yesterday was a good day for the Dallas Cowboys with the decision to move him to Green Bay, who's trying to win a Super Bowl this year. Okay. I guess. Let's head out to the Bronx. It's Mike. That's a take. What's going on, Mike? How are you, bud?
Hi, how are you? I love your show.
Thanks, Mike. What's on your mind, buddy?
I'm a huge Jets fan, and I'm sort of wait and see on the Jets this year. But I do like to point out, why I could be optimistic this year. Just because, the biggest knock on the Jets that all experts are saying is quarterback and the receiver core. Well, you do see other teams, even the modern day NFL. The biggest example of hope the Jets could have is the Titans in the late 2010s. That Titan team had Derrick Henry. We have a similar back, not as good, but like a poor man's Derrick Henry. But our line is much better than theirs. The receiver core was one big AJ Brown, and a bunch of whatevers. And their defense is not was just a good, tough defense, nothing special. But they were able to, because they played a good, tough brand of football, they were able to help their mediocre quarterback out, and they were able to have a good season and play a lot of teams that were much better than them, beat them because they were just so tough and able to keep games close and just, and will their way to a lot of wins, which they should not have won.
Are you talking about the Mariota Titans or the Tannehill Titans?
No, Tannehill Titans.
Oh, the Tannehill Titans. Okay. Tannehill was
I think if you're going to have hope, that's where you're looking, the Jets, that the toughness and the inside of both sides of the ball to be able to muck up games and be able to win games, which you shouldn't win, and I think that's where I think we're a Jets fan. I think that's where we have to hope. And I do want to say that, the one thing consistent you see in this team, all preseason, which you have to take with a grain of salt, but they knocked everyone around inside all preseason long. Starters, second team, didn't matter. They killed everyone inside all preseason long, and that's just one-on-one matchups, and I do think that this team does have potential to if you have hope for this team, I think that's where you hope.
Mike, you're a positive Pete. You're going into the holiday weekend, and you're very, very bullish on the New York Jets. The issue, the only knock in your argument, and you kind of said it, well, the Jets don't have Derrick Henry, and Tannehill's better than Justin Fields. And Tannehill wasn't great. And they lost their mind when they went into that playoff game and decided to basically not be themselves and wanted to have Tannehill throw the ball all over the lot. And that ended up in disaster. But, put that aside. Tannehill's better than Justin Fields throwing the football. But you want to look out and say that's the way that I think there's no doubt the Jets are going to go into this season, set a tone, and want to run it. BT and Sal Show on the Fan, presented to you by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Baseball heartbreak, football glory. WFAN covers every win, loss, and headline from the Yankees, Mets, Jets, and Giants. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Summer travel is great until back and neck pain from flights or long drives ruin the fun. Hi, I'm John Gallucci Jr., President and CEO of JAG Physical Therapy. Our team can help you move easier before, during, and after your trip. Let's think about it. A road trip is a lot of fun until back pain and stiffness makes you hunch over the wheel and uncomfortable. And a flight to the tropics is awesome, but if you get off the plane and you can't swim, surf, and walk on the beach, what was the point of taking the trip to begin with? Come in for your travel tune-up, expert mobility tips, posture adjustments, biomechanical assessment, and personalized care that keeps you having an exciting and relaxing vacation.
JAG is the only outpatient physical therapy and occupational therapy provider that serves the 5 boroughs, Long Island, Rockland, Westchester, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. Schedule your visit today at jagpt.com. That's JAGPT.com.
Get back the life you love at JAG Physical Therapy.
There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. It's not a seltzer, it's a Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Whether you're heading out on a road trip or planning a weekend escape, make every mile unforgettable in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. From sporty SUVs and timeless sedans to cutting-edge hybrids, their expert team will help you find the perfect fit. Mercedes-Benz of Edison has over 400 new and certified pre-owned vehicles to choose from. And with flexible lease and finance offers, getting behind the wheel of a Mercedes-Benz has never been easier. Mercedes-Benz of Edison, the Tri-State's premier destination for luxury driving.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Heading out to the store? Why not pick up some scratch-offs from the New Jersey Lottery? With tickets at different prices, it's easy to scratch and play at a lottery retailer near you.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Recovering from an addiction is an individual accomplishment. A young mother who chose recovery to care for her family. A high school athlete overcoming opioid addiction. A couple celebrating his recovery. Everyone's recovery is different, and there's no shame in asking for help. Call 844-REACH-NJ. Trained counselors are available 24/7 to help you find the recovery option that's best for you. Tell us your story, and let's begin your recovery today. A message from New Jersey Human Services.
In a city that never sleeps, a rivalry reignites. NYPD versus FDNY in an epic battle for bragging rights and for charity. It is the 7th annual local Ford Classic, a charity soccer match presented by New York City FC and your local Ford stores. It all happens Sunday, September 7th at 4 p.m. at Icon Stadium on Randall's Island. One pitch, one cause, one game. The local Ford Classic. To get your tickets, visit NewYorkCityFC.com/local Ford Classic.
Catch all the play-by-play with Susan Waldman and Dave Sims. The home of Yankees radio. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 11:26. Malusis with you. Let's get a little baseball here on this Friday. A lot of football first 90 minutes. John Morosi will join us coming up at 12:20, working on an interesting thing, pathway to Cooperstown and some of the stories, and got a great piece on Wade Boggs. Get into that and talk a little Mets and Yankees there. I kicked off the program yesterday and talked about fear, right? Talked about, when you compare the Mets and the Yankees, the fear factor in terms of, and this is not an inherent knock. You can look at it, and I think the Yankee fan, believe me, the vocal Yankee fan could get a little bit sensitive to the matter. Where they don't want to give any comps, any kind of they don't want to give any love or appreciation to the New York Mets, and I get it. I mean, because Juan Soto left in free agency, and they look at the Mets and the Met fan is a little bit more of annoyance than anything else, and don't want to hear about the money as Steve Cohen and Nolan McLean, now Jonah Tong tonight. We'll get into Tong and what to expect tonight against the Miami Marlins, but if the message was lost, I mean, it bears worth repeating. The fear aspect of it is not necessarily, and the Mets did not back up. And maybe it was a little bit of a come-down moment after they swept the Philadelphia Phillies. Make no excuse. I mean, the Mets have got to go out there and make it to the postseason. I think they will in the National League, and I think the Yankees are going to make it in the American League as well. The fear factor is the Mets all of a sudden finding it. A team that's been largely inconsistent throughout the course of the summer. It's been a frustrating watch when you're looking at the New York Mets. Last night, a perfect case in point, the 3 errors that you saw, Nimmo and obviously Alonso, the 500 runs by the Miami Marlins. You lose the game 7-4. You had the big moment, middle of the game, the big 2-run home run, 30th of the season by Pete Alonso as his future in Queens is in question, determined on, and I've heard a number of people say, well, you got to go out there and sign him now. My answer to that would be why? Like, does Steve Cohen look like an idiot? Is he worth $22 billion because he's a moron? No, he's worth $22 billion because he's really smart, right? And he understands the marketplace and has been really, really efficient. He's done a wonderful job in terms of making a great atmosphere at Citi Field. So he's not going to necessarily go out there and pay Polar Bear, Pete Alonso, the contract that he's looking for right now. He'll let him go out there and hit free agency and see exactly what the marketplace is for Pete Alonso at his rate with what his marketplace is another year older. And he's not going to go out there and pay for emotion for what a player is. He's going to play a player for what he is going to be. And that's really the concern that the Mets have had. That's a story more for the offseason about Alonso and how he's going to age. But you give Pete a lot of credit. Reworked his swing. He's had a huge year. He's had big moments this year. And you thought last night, after he tied the game up at 4 with that big 2-run bomb, that it was going to be another one of those moments, and it turned out not to be. So did the Marlins necessarily fear the Mets? The question, it's not necessarily individual, and the Mets have got to go out there and play consistent. It's more a case of that Met team last year, the penchant for the moment, the big moment, getting the superlative pitching performance, getting the big hit when it counted the most. Lindor, Alonso against Milwaukee, Vientos against the Dodgers, like all the things that we saw. And I understand the run ended in Game 6 in the National League Championship Series against Los Angeles, but that's why this team came into this year with the addition of Soto, with Mania back and Kodai Senga and David Peterson and Edwin Diaz. That's why this group, you had great expectations of this team taking that very next step this season. That's the fear aspect. Now, they've got to go out there and back it up. And one game, and we're not going to overreact on this Friday from a bad performance last night. I mean, that's not the way that it works in Major League Baseball. If you do that, I mean, you'll be like basically a roller coaster. You'll be up and down, day in and day out. That's not what you do. You see how a team is trending. And I understand for the last 2 months, you're going to look at the Mets have not played great baseball consistently. Now, that obviously has got to change with 28 games to go in the course of the MLB regular season. We've talked about the brilliance of Nolan McLean and his 3 starts pitching to a .89 ERA and what you hope to expect. And as you heard the cut played by CeeLo at the top of the 11 o'clock hour, what you hope from Jonah Tong tonight is he's going to be sporting number 21, the old jersey number of Max Scherzer, is that Jonah Tong is able to be just as dominant on the major league level as he was in AA and AAA, which was brilliant. And he's one of the best pitching prospects in all of Major League Baseball. And he's a little bit different and has that big extension like a Tim Lincecum used to have with the San Francisco Giants when he was a wonderkin. And we'll see exactly what Tong is able to provide himself. And here's where you give the Mets credit. The Mets realized they had nowhere else to turn. And I don't think it was in really the wherewithal for the Mets this year to rush these guys to the major league level. They had to show that they were ready. And the Mets also had, compounded with the fact that the Mets had a desperate need. The starting rotation was not viable. Going 4+ innings, every man through that rotation, having to sit there before he got injured and watch Frankie Montas, whether he was starting the game or coming into the game in the second inning, it didn't matter. Frankie Montas on the mound is a disaster. The injury to Kodai Senga in June, the bad throw from Alonso to first base to get the runner at first where he injured his hamstring. The inconsistency that we've seen from Mania, the dip in velocity as compared to the late life on the fastball that we saw last year. The Mets, and David Peterson was an all-star this year, but and he's been good for the better part of the season and very good at times. The Mets had a gaping hole when you're looking at that starting rotation that they needed to resolve and tried to do at the MLB trade deadline, and they couldn't get the job done. So therefore, they've turned to their youngsters who had to show on the minor leagues that they were ready to take advantage of their opportunity here on the major league level. Now, Nolan McLean, we've seen it in 3 starts. I mean, he's been damn right impressive. There's nothing not to like. His ability to go out there and throw strikes, throw 8 innings of 4-hit shutout baseball the other night against the Philadelphia Phillies, 95 pitches, 71 strikes. All of that is great. The ability to go out there and keep hitters off balance, it's refreshing. It's great. It's unbelievable to watch, especially in today's day and age with the de-emphasis of the starting rotation and the starters on the whole, to watch a young man step into it, throw in a pressurized situation, looking to get an opportunity with a team with expectations and handle all that brilliantly. Now, what do you expect tonight from Tong? I don't know. I'm excited to watch, though. I love the backstories. Love the story and loved him when he met with the media and talking about the fact he called his mom and, was bawling out his eyes for the better part of an hour after he asked her, what are you going to be doing on Friday night? Should be a packed house, as it has been majority of the season out at Citi Field. There is a sense of excitement, a sense of hope when you're looking at some of these young hurlers, and obviously we've seen that with McClain, and the Met fan is hoping that you're going to see similar brilliance, maybe not just as brilliant with Jonah Tong as you've seen with Nolan McClain, because it's going to be hard to top that. If he's able to top that, then the Mets are going to be out there cooking with gas. But last night was a slop fest. There's no other way to, that's one where if you can literally flush it down the toilet, that is exactly what you would do because it was downright ugly. The errors in the field, you had moments, Soto not coming through, bullpen an issue, situational hitting. Any way you cut it, you got a competitive start, but unfortunately, the back end was not great, and they were not helped out by the guys behind them. Nimmo, whenever you have a game, I don't care who the opponent is, and you give up, 3, 4, in essence, last night, 5 unearned runs. You're going to find your way. Unless your offense is ridiculous that night and the pitching is non-competitive from the opponent, you're going to find a way to end up losing that game. Let's head out to Scotch Plains. It's Ryan. It's the fan. What's going on, Ryan?
Hey, Moose. How you doing? It's a pleasure to talk to you. I'm a big fan. I have a comment about Griffin. And let me just start by saying, in my personal life, I'm a Yankee fan. But when it comes to my fantasy baseball team, I cut all allegiances. And Griffin Canning was cooking in the beginning of the season. And I'm just wondering, how much his injury, his loss for the team has maybe, affected some of those hopes, especially when it comes to the pitching staff. I'll hang up now and listen.
Well,
Thanks so much for taking my call.
Well, first off, Ryan, you believe in, I'm terrible at fantasy baseball. I quit a number of years ago. I just couldn't deal with it on a day in, day out basis. Sometimes you got to realize your strengths and weaknesses. Hoff, do you play fantasy baseball?
I do. I love it.
You love it. Is it a day in, day out grind? You love it? You're attacking the waiver wire?
Yeah.
Midnight, you're staying up late to make sure you get the right
sometimes
guys.
At 3 a.m., you might have to go and sneak the first free agent available if they fall off the waivers.
You're that committed? That's too much. You got kids at home. You got a loving wife who loves the fact that when you fold the laundry and put it away.
Yes, they love me. Yes.
No doubt.
Yes, but I'm that committed. It's for the family as a whole. We want to win as a team.
By the way, could you read that text from your wife that she sent you about you not putting the laundry away properly? If you don't mind, can we pull back the covers a little bit?
Of course.
Because I'll draw a comparison to my wife after you read yours.
And it was she did it very lovingly. After yesterday was my son's birthday, so she has today off. Yes, it was good. She said, I love you and thank you for trying to help. But please don't put the clothes away when you're done folding them. Let me know. I'll be the one to put them away. The kids have lost a significant amount of clothes, and I'm finding them all over the place. Thank you so much. This isn't an insult. Just ask. I appreciate all you do. Thank you.
Yes, I would never get that text. And my wife loves me most days, but that is a very, very courteous way of saying, please stop. That's a very courteous way of please, you're embarrassing yourself. See, Donna would basically say, and I have done it. I put clothes and I put them in the wrong spots. I actually ask my kids sometimes, when I'm folding the clothes, whose shorts are these or whose shirts are these? And they'll tell me and whatever. Sometimes I put it in the wrong drawers. They're trying to find stuff. They can't find it when you get into hockey season, where they're undergarments, all this kind of stuff. So my wife would not be as kind with the touch. I give your wife a ton of credit. Very kind. My wife would be basically stop embarrassing yourself. You're an idiot. You're not helping me. You're hurting the process.
Well, I'm concerned. That was written rather well.
You're making my life harder. Please stop making my life harder. It's hard enough as it is. I'm exhausted. Please stop. You can't do it. I'm trying to help. I know, but it's really bad.
And you have 3 boys, too, like me, where it's it's tough to distinguish whose is what. It's impossible.
Oftentimes I think about, remember The Dark Knight Rises when Bane is in that scene with that guy, the money man, and the guy that gave him all the kind of money, and he goes, you think you're in control. And he goes, well, I've paid you a small fortune. What does that have to do with me? Well, it's similar in nature. When I'm home, I'm not the one that wears the pants of the family. Donna is. Nor am I when I'm in the car with the kids. Last night, not only was I dealing with the fact of dealing with the tar and the paving on the Merritt Parkway, but also before that, I'm dealing with my son having to listen to the same song over and over and over again as I'm driving up the New Jersey Turnpike. I mean, it's just time again. Can we listen to that again? Yes. Can we listen to that again? Yes. Passing Newark Airport. Getting my way to the GW Bridge, sitting in traffic trying to get on the GW Bridge. I'm like, please, if there is a God above, please let him fall asleep in the back.
What song was it?
What was it? It was Nature something. He was listening to a couple things. He was listening to something that he listens to on Roblox over and over again.
Oh.
They love playing that.
Oh, yeah.
Time and time
I have my kids have their own MP3 players and play their own stuff in their headphones. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, the problem, we've gone the headphone route. They break. They get angry. They leave them. They forget them. So now it's a case of I connect the car, put the Waze on, figure out, punch it in, trying to get out of the parking lot. It tells me I'm going to take me 2 hours to get home. He's still fired up, because after the postgame show, threw some footballs with him and stuff like that, and he had a grand old time. Rutgers wins the game. Then fighting traffic on the New Jersey Turnpike, and then we're listening to the same thing over and over again. What's Benson Barnes or what? There's some song.
Benson Boone?
Yes. What's his song?
They were just talking about it yesterday. I forgot the name of it, but hold on, I'll find it.
It was that song. It was the Benson Boone song. Over and over and over again. Like you think about like that drive home. It's 11:15 at night. Long way home. Beautiful things. Thank you. Long drive home. It was just a long drive home. It was one where I got pulled into the driveway. You've been there before. You take a deep breath, and then it's on to the next battle. Getting them to bed. Walking chip. Trying to get to sleep. All right, this summer, Labor Day weekend, it's upon us. Hopefully you've got great plans. Stay cool, hydrated with the official water of Major League Baseball, Primo Brands. With Primo Brands water delivery, you get premium hydration from trusted brands like Poland Spring, Pure Life, and Saratoga, delivered right to your door. Stock up for game day or just keep everyone refreshed. Still, sparkling, flavored. There's something for everyone, and the best part, you call all the shots. Whether you need a few cases or a full week's supply, Primo's flexible delivery fits your schedule, so step up to the plate. Hydrate like a pro with Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Al and I had this idea about doing a FAN draft, and we've decided not to for those reasons.
Stupid idea. Let's do an FAN draft.
I think we should do the draft.
Yeah, why? Because I say it's a bad idea.
You're just afraid you'd drop to the second round again.
That's a good point, Eddie. Thank you.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deion Sanders says it's simple. If you make the college football playoff, you should get paid. Win a game, get paid more. With schools and conferences cashing in, Sanders wants players to see a cut, not just through NIL, but real bonuses for what happens on the field. It's a playoff, so why not pay like it? I'm Maggie Gray.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Cloudy, maybe a thunderstorm, high 78.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Alrighty, everybody. FanDuel is giving you a reason to lock into the college football season early. Right now, new customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. That's right. Bet $5 on any bet, and if you win, you're going to walk away with $300 in bonus bets to use all over the app. You can use those bonus bets on Week 1 lines, Heisman futures, over-unders, player props, whatever you've got circled on the college football calendar. FanDuel is so easy to use, it's safe, and when you win, you get paid instantly. No waiting around, no hassle, just straight to your account. So if you've got a team, a take, or a gut feeling before kickoff, now's the time to back it up. Just head to FanDuel.com/Boomer and sign up to get started today. That's FanDuel.com/Boomer.
21 and over and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issues now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with the gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Stepping into the Kia K4 or K5 isn't just getting behind the wheel of any average sedan. It's stepping into what's next. With a K4, it's stepping into a world that's exciting. With a K5, it's one that's bold. The Kia K4 and K5, the next movement for sedans. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Talk New York sports on The Fan.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
How good is a perfectly cooked tomahawk steak? The Chef IQ Sense is the wireless cooking thermometer that eliminates under or overcooking your meat. Order the newly released 3rd generation Chef IQ Sense now and enter code word BOOMER for 20% off at chefiq.com.
If you're looking for a great price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire, where you always get the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires. But it doesn't end there, because Town Fair Tire gives you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. More free services than any other tire dealer. That's why we say nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
At Bolavia Chevrolet, we know a strong season starts with the right lineup. Just minutes from MetLife Stadium, we've got East Rutherford's top GM vehicles like Silverado, Tahoe, Trailblazer, and so many more. Family owned, trusted for decades, Bolavia Chevrolet is built for whatever the road or Sunday throws your way. Whether you're hauling gear, heading to the game, or just need something that moves like a winner, Bolavia Chevrolet in East Rutherford has you covered. Bolavia Chevrolet, big trucks, big SUVs in East Rutherford or BolaviaChevy.com.
Talk New York sports here, The Fan.
Yeah, that's it. Let it go. Over and over. Over and over. Gregory was rocking out. I'll tell you that. Singing it in the back seat. I mean, loves it. Loves it. He's like driven my oldest son, Jackson, crazy with this song. Anytime the song comes on, like Jackson's like, please shut it off. Please shut it off. but Gregory can listen to this. Similar, but when I was growing up, I tell my kids all the time, and I don't want to be like that guy. My son Gregory also asked me a fascinating question last night during the Rutgers game that I'll get to here momentarily. It just shows you the kids, young kids, there's just no, they'll say whatever's on their mind. It really is. But when I was a kid and I was my dad would drive or my mom would drive or whatever it might be. My dad and my mom were divorced when I was young, when I was 6, right? But whenever I got into the car and we'd go on a long drive, I'd go out to my Uncle Pete's in Astoria or drove out to Long Island, whatever it might be. My dad had control of the radio. We were listening to CBS FM. We were listening to Elvis, the Righteous Brothers. My dad had control of the radio. Be like, can we flip on Z100 or we could put it on PLJ, whatever it might be at the time. My dad would be like, are you driving? Be like, no. So no, you can't. We're going to listen to this. So therefore, you grow an appreciation. So nowadays, you think you're in control. Well, this is how it works. I mean, maybe other households, I'm sure they're different because my wife calls me a softie all the time and I have little to no control. But, now you get in the car and the kids basically, in order to have some semblance of peace, just to be able to breathe with the kids not fighting and arguing with one another, I give up control of the radio. Allow them to listen to what they want to listen to. Because I'll deal with that and deal with that song being played over and over and over again. If my son is satisfied, he's at peace, he's good, he's this and that, so I could concentrate on the road. That's really where it's at. I told my kids one day, they're like, my dad drove, he had control of the radio. And you're like, well, that's not then, this is now. I'm like, all right, thank you. So I'm watching the Rutgers game last night before we get back to the busy phones. My son Gregory is a huge football fan. Loves football, loves playing flag football. We're not getting into the tackle, not doing that, concerned about all that. So we're watching the game. It's third quarter. Ohio's driving. They're about to tie the game up. And my son's into it. He's sitting in between JPO and myself. And he turns to me and he goes, Daddy, can I ask you a question? I'm like, yeah, what do you got? He's like, when I'm playing college football, will you be alive? I'm like, what? He's like, will you be able to watch me? I go, yeah, I hope. Gregor, that's in 10 years. How old do you think I am? He's like, well, you'll be alive, right? I'm like, yes, God willing. Hopefully I'll be alive. But yes, my plan is to be there. And if you're playing college football, I'll be watching you. I have no idea. But I was like, what? Wait, why are you thinking about that? Why are you thinking about that? And then he's asking me guys, I was like, why would that come to your mind? He goes, I don't know. I was just curious. Will you be there to watch me? I'm like, yeah, of course I'll be there to watch you. And, yes, hopefully I'll be alive. Fascinating. That one shook me. I'll be honest with you. Ohio then tied the game up. And let's head out to Bristol. It's Bill. It's the fan. What's going on, Bill?
Not much, Moose. Hey, Moose, I've been a Giant fan since the Wyatt Tittle, Del Schaffner days.
Wow.
And I want to make a point on the trade, the Parsons trade. And it's a point I haven't heard anybody make. But Jerry Jones could possibly be parlaying the 2 picks he got from the Packers and their first-round pick and move up in the draft next year and grab a quarterback, maybe like Arch Manning, who's in the same state, Texas, or another top quarterback.
Yeah,
that is a real possibility. And then on another point, I don't think Parsons is worth $45 million a year. I think only your quarterbacks should be making, in that range. I don't think any non-quarterback is worth that money. So on those 2 points, he's not worth that money.
We'll see how the Cowboys and what kind of pass rush they have here in 2025 without number 11 on the field for them, and where that offense and where that defense is. And they could talk about the fact that they can scheme pressure all they want. Talent is talent. They just traded away a big-time talent in the National Football League. Here's the issue. You You could have the draft capital be able to move up. It depends on the wants and the desires of the teams that are sitting in that position as well. The Giants wanted to move up to go get Jane Daniels. Washington and Adam Peters said thanks, but no thanks. The Giants tried to move up this past year to go get Cam Ward. The Tennessee Titans said, no, we want Cam Ward. So regardless of what you're going to offer us, we feel like he's our franchise quarterback. So yeah, I've heard that conversation before. Are the Cowboys going to be as bad as New Orleans this year?
No.
All right, so if you're the New Orleans Saints and I think New Orleans is going to be terrible. So if you're the New Orleans Saints and you have the number 1 overall pick, if the Cowboys are sitting there and they have a late first-round pick of the Green Bay Packers and they're sitting in the middle of the first round, for argument's sake, with their selection, how exactly are they then going to go up and get it? If you're New Orleans and you have the opportunity to go draft, Arch Manning or Newsmeyer from LSU or Klubnik from Clemson or Lenore Sellers from the South Carolina Gamecocks. If you have an opportunity to go get one of those guys, but for argument's sake, say it's Arch Manning. Why exactly would you move out for draft capital if you feel like Arch Manning is going to be the face of your franchise for the next 15 years and you have a solution at the quarterback position?
Well, they might not get the top quarterback, but they'll get one of the top quarterbacks. I'm just saying that is just my take on it. Maybe Jerry Jones has that plan. Trade this player who's, I think, going to make too much money. Get a quarterback next year, and then move on. That's it. That's all I have to say.
Bill, I pay difference makers money. Now, people are going to call up and say, well, in 4 playoff games, he hasn't done all that much with the Dallas Cowboys. That's fine. I get it. And you can look at, the inability to, in some of those losses and tough okay, great. He's 26. Stats are stats when you look at his impact and the way that offensive coordinators have to put together game plans and make sure that they see and know where number 11 is on the field every single time they're trying to devise a plan, because he can absolutely be a game wrecker and a game changer, and we've seen that during the course of the regular season. Now you're thinking second, third level when you're looking at the Dallas Cowboys, that so in essence they're punting on 2025 and looking at 2026 and beyond. And Jerry Jones, who has not won a Super Bowl in decades, at 82 years old, is now looking, 5, 6, 7 years down the line. Okay. 11:55. Malusa's with you. 888-808-1019.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off.
I like Soto. I like his attitude.
The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Hey, Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Friday, September 5th, when the Yankees host the Toronto Blue Jays, and be ready to receive the Yankees promotional giveaway. It's Austin Wells football jersey night. The first 18,000 guests will receive an Austin Wells football jersey, presented by Bank of America. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Again, don't miss the Yankees and Blue Jays for Austin Wells football jersey night on Friday, September 5th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
Getting engaged will be one of the most exciting times of your life, and the winning team at London Jewelers is there to help you pop the big question. They have the cutting-edge technology and trained professionals at London Jewelers to help you select a ring from their beautiful 2x London collection, or even design the absolute perfect ring to fit within everyone's budget. So whether you're starting out or starting over, why not let the engagement experts at London Jewelers help you out? You could visit London Jewelers at any one of their 6 locations, including the Americana Manhasset and the Ball at Short Hills.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Get away to the Atlantic City in Waterboat Show. 4 days only, September 4th to the 7th at the Golden Nugget Marina. See the new boat models from all the major manufacturers. Buy $15 advance tickets at acinwaterboatshow.com. See you there.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. T&Cs apply. In-app only. Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Together, let's drive at Paramus Chevrolet. For just $257 a month and $29.74 due at delivery, lease a brand new Equinox 4D Wagon LT with two-wheel drive for 36 months. Buying, enjoy 0.0% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. Visit ParamusChevrolet.com today.
Wake up with Boomer and Gio. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good afternoon at 12:01. I'm Andrew Bogish. Your Sports Flash is sponsored by Paramus Chevrolet. The sweep of the Phillies fading into those 3 errors, 5 unearned runs, and a loss to the Marlins last night. Pete Alonso not happy with the effort, but hopes it was just one bad night.
It's frustrating for sure, but good thing is we got another one tomorrow. Learn from it, flush it, and full speed ahead.
Tomorrow is now today, and today is Jonah Tong's debut. He throws the first pitch at 7:10 on Odyssey Mets Radio. The Mets begin the weekend 5 games behind the Phillies now in the division, but 4 up on the Reds for the last wild card spot. The Yankees, meanwhile, remain a half game behind the Red Sox in the AL East, but both gained a game on the idle Blue Jays yesterday. Toronto's 3.5 games clear of Boston right now. Game 2 at the White Sox, 7:40 here on the Fan. Carlos Rodon makes the start. The Jets have reportedly signed former Giant Corey Black to their practice squad. The rookie corner was a 7th-round pick this year, made the Giants' initial roster, but was cut loose Wednesday. And Carlos Alcaraz just underway at Arthur Ashe Stadium on day 6 of the U.S. Open. Jessica Pegula follows this afternoon. Novak Djokovic has the main stage tonight. Fan weather, it's 73 degrees, clear skies in Central Park, and that's what's happening. Sports flashes, top of every hour. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey iHeart
Al on this Friday midday. The Fan in New York, 888-808-1019. Hit me up on X, at Mark Malusis. Dove Pete across the way. John Morosi from Fox Sports and MLB Network will join us right around 12:20 this afternoon. He's also got a cool podcast series out as well. We'll get into that, too. Let's head out to Charlotte. It's Mad Mike. It's the Fan. What's going on, Mike? Why are you so mad?
Hey, Moose, I'm doing well. I'm not mad today. I'm real excited about tonight about Jonathan. How do you think it's going to go?
I hope it goes great. How do you not root for a guy to go out there and be very, very good in his major league debut? You're only able to make a debut once, obviously. His family's going to be in attendance. I hope he goes out there and pitches really well.
I'm really, really excited. One question I have, hopefully when they make the playoffs, who's going to pitch in the playoffs? You're going to have Peterson number one. Who are you going to put number two? I would like to see maybe McLean and not these other guys. What do you think?
Well, I think it's TBD. I think you got to see how guys are pitching. I mean, McLean, based on his 3 starts we've seen up until, if you're going to do it like if the playoffs start tomorrow, who's in your starting rotation? I would think it would be Nolan McLean, David Peterson, and Kodai Senga.
Got it. Yeah, that makes. I'm just
not in that. I don't think McLean would be your game one starter, but you get the point. I think those would be your top 3.
Yeah, I really do. I'm just excited about these new guys. I mean, Senga, I'm done with him. Minaya, I don't know. I think that it's going to be really good that these new guys come up, breathe some life, some energy. I think it could propel us to some good things in the playoffs.
Yeah, well, and that's where I talked about the dangerous aspect or the fear factor when you're looking at the New York Mets. And I think that is now they've got to back it up. Like last night was a terrible performance. There's no other way to cut it. And, you want to, make the argument that they've turned a corner after sweeping away the Philadelphia Phillies and taking 2 or 3 against the Braves. And you say to yourself, all right, well, the Mets have looked a lot better. The resurgence of Mark Vientos, McLean, .89 ERA, 3 major league starts. And then last night they go out there and embarrass themselves against the Marlins and lose the game 7-4 and make 3 errors in the field, which leads to 500 runs. And all of a sudden that confidence that he had in the New York Mets. Now, what they can have is have that marinate. They can't have that go out, and they've got to nip this one in the bud, and that's why Tongs start tonight and their performance tonight against the Miami Marlins. See, you look at the Philadelphia Phillies, they just got swept, and what did they do to the Atlanta Braves last night? Well, Schwarber hits 4 home runs, and they scored 19 runs. And they took out their frustration after the series against the New York Mets, and now they're all of a sudden their lead once again in the National League East is back up to 5 games. So you can't have one bad performance now lead to another, and the Mets need to bounce back tonight with Tong on the mound against Miami.
I think they will. I'm excited about it. Thank you, Moose.
You got it, Mike, and don't be so mad down in Charlotte, all right? Life is good. Keyport, New Jersey. It's Sal. It's the Fan. What's going on, Sal?
What's up there, Moose? How are you?
I'm doing great, Sal. How are you?
So am I. I'm in my backyard. It's Christmas in August. I am so happy that Jerry Jones is such a stubborn guy. It's simple as that. Why do you give up a guy? Send him to a team like the Carolina Panthers. Why are you sending him to the Green Bay Packers, which I am ecstatic about? Now we got a clear shot at the Super Bowl. I really think we're a contender now. I honestly do. It's something that's going to solidify the defense. Thank you, Jerry Jones.
Sal, how's your backyard? Do you have a pool? Barbecue? What do you got?
No, we got rid of the pool, and we put down 355 16 by 16 paver stones. My wife, me, and my son. I have a pitching putt in my backyard. It's a 1-hole practice green, which is about 24 feet long and 8 feet wide. I have my fire pit, my gazebo, my porch, and some wild cats just.
Well, Sal, I'm gonna put you on hold.
Okay, brother.
Give us your address because Hoff wants to stop by later on today.
Anytime you want, bro.
You can entertain him. Yeah,
100%.
Yeah, he'll bring him and his kids. He wants to know if they can cut him loose.
I wish I could send you guys. Pictures of the backyard.
It sounds beautiful, Sal.
Such a great yard.
I mean,
it really is.
You're proud as a peacock about your backyard as well. I get a sense.
My wife and I also.
That's the beautiful thing about owning a home.
Yes, it is. It really is. Well, thank you for taking my call.
You got it, Sal. Enjoy your great Labor Day weekend. And have fun today at Sal. Pitch and putt. He's got a putting green. He's got it all. Pavers. fire pit. He's got it all. I mean, you could cut the kids loose, drop them off, go back home, fold laundry, put it away. Have your wife teach you. You'd be good to go. I don't disagree with you, Sal. Like, I think yesterday was a good day for the Green Bay Packers. And I do think Christmas came a little bit early. And I think Green Bay went out there, and even though Brian Gutekunst, their general manager, could tell you, and did on numerous different occasions, even as early as, I don't know, or as late as like 3 or 4 days ago, saying, where it's not necessarily just being one player away. The Green Bay Packers, if you're looking at pressure rate and getting after the quarterback a year ago, it was not what you need to be an impact defense. And now they've added one of the premier edge rushers in the National Football League. So, yeah, the Packers, to me, are one of those teams. Now, the big question with them is, what version are you going to get of Jordan Love? If you get a really good version of Jordan Love, if you get the version that he was a couple years ago, then the Green Bay Packers could get themselves out to the Bay Area, north of San Francisco in the Super Bowl this year in February. They could. They could be one of those teams. And I think Micah Parsons is going to be extremely motivated with how everything ended down in Dallas with the Cowboys. Philip in Brooklyn's up next to the fan. What's going on, Phil?
Hey, Mark. Thanks a lot for taking my call. Enjoying my retirement from Gun Hill Depot. It's been a few months now. As a Giants fan,
well, that's
and I know you're
Papo and the guys over at Gun Hill. I remember, Philip. There's no doubt.
No doubt, man. During the overnight, talking to you, that was great going to work in the morning. I'm not missing going to work in the morning, but
I
I'm
get
just
it,
talking
Phil.
to you, though.
I appreciate the love, man. I used to love the calls from Gun Hill Depot at 3, 4 in the morning. No doubt.
Hey, you look. I'm a Giants fan. I know you're a Washington fan. I'm happy. Look, I didn't like Micah Parsons only because he talked too much. That was my, my thing. Whether it's the podcast or whatever the case may be. You know what I mean? In terms of his impact on the field, yes, he was a terror against the Giants. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to worry now, in my opinion, about the Cowboys' pass rush. As a Giants fan, I don't even know if we're at the bottom of the barrel now in the division. Does Dallas have, 2 good wide receivers? Yes, but they don't have a running game. I'm not satisfied with the Giants' running game either. I wish Jackson Dart could start a lot sooner than maybe they plan to start him, which I don't know when they do. But in terms of Jerry Jones trying to spin this as, okay, all he can do is rush the passer and we can't stop the run. Well, that's been going on for years. So now you can't rush the passer either. So whether or not Dallas wins this, trade, we won't know for another 2 to 3 years.
Well, Philip, I think depending on if Green Bay wins the Super Bowl, they win the trade.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it. I mean, the Packers are making this move because they feel like they're in a window where they can compete and win a Super Bowl. So if they do that,
it depends on what Jordan Love does. Yeah.
Right, but they win the deal. From a Cowboy perspective, you want to look at it kind of, through the layers is this. The Cowboys were so inept, whether it be free agency or the draft, that they felt as an organization what was best for them is to not allocate the money to pay a truly great player in the NFL, but gain the assets to be able to make up for other deficiencies on the roster.
That's how they're spinning it. Mark, come on, Mark. I'm not believing that. If that was the case, then you wouldn't have paid Dak Prescott $60 million.
Well, but here's the deal. Like, how do you make the argument? How do you go out there and tell me about stopping the run with Kenny Clark last night if you're Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones? Like, how do you look at it? Listen, for a Giant fan, Philip, you don't care. You're enjoying retirement. You know what? The sun is shining. I mean, you don't care. It was a great Thursday night.
Jerry Jones,
you don't have to deal with number 11 as a Cowboy anymore.
That's right. Jerry Jones and Cowboy fans, their feelings are hurt. That's what it is. And they're just trying to spin it any kind of, how can you be a Cowboy fan, right? And not be hurt today? You have to be. And I heard a lot of Cowboy fans, including Jerry Jones, trying to spin it as, oh, we're a better team. You're not a better team this year. You're not going to the playoffs. And those draft picks next year, who knows what they're going to turn out to be? The Giants have failed on first-round draft picks. Now, Cowboys have been pretty good, but we'll see.
Well, and so have a lot of other teams, and you're not wrong. And then they add the caveat to, we might be able to use some of that draft capital to acquire talent that can help us this year. Well, we've been thinking about this for a while. The idea, and you heard Jerry mispronounce Micah's name a number of times, calling him Michael, not Micah, and then corrected himself on one occasion. But, listen, he's 82. But, it was a tough listen to last night. In the end, the Giants made out. I mean, in the end, if you're Philip in Brooklyn, if you're a Giant fan, and you can go out there and say, well, the Giants are no longer a laughingstock. I heard Lugauer making that point yesterday. And, there's other people that, the Cowboys have taken the reins. Well, the Cowboys are still going to be competitive this year. It's not like they're all of a sudden going to be a doormat. Like, I don't think they're all of a sudden going to have a top 5 pick in the NFL draft. The aspect of it is, though, they're a significantly weaker team. And I like Kenny Clark as a player. He's just not nearly as impactful or as dynamic as what Micah Parsons presents when you're trying to put together a defense, and what he can do and how you can line him up all over the place and how he can get after the quarterback. To be honest with you, that's the key. For the Giants, we've talked about lack of identity on defense. Well, this year, defensively, the Giants are going to have an identity. The Cowboys just lost a big piece of their identity on defense. The Giants, win in this deal. They're not dealing with the Green Bay Packers. We're not talking about the Giants winning a Super Bowl this year. We're not even talking about the Giants win the NFC East this year. But what you want to see from the Giants this year is the competitiveness against really good football teams, where it looks the part. Because there's one thing where, stats, final score tell you something. It doesn't necessarily tell you the whole story. And as we're watching, Jet and Giant football throughout the course of the year, each week, 17 games, 18 weeks throughout the regular season, and you're watching the Giants, you want to come out of it where the Giants this season have shown significant growth as an organization, where they're better off for 2026, where you can start to think about making the postseason consistently, where you can look at this team being relevant consistently. That's what you want to see. That's the goal, not the one-year outlier that we saw 3 years ago where they went to the playoffs in Daniel Jones and won a playoff game in Minnesota and then went back into the abyss the next 2 years. Dallas can rationalize it all they want. They can tell you whatever they want to tell you, and they're going to spin it and say that they're better off not paying a great player. You don't want to let really talented, great players leave the building. And we saw it a year ago when Saquon left in free agency. Did we not? It was a long season, not only with the Giants' performance on the field, but what Barkley did for the Philadelphia Eagles on the field. NFL Talk on the Fan, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. I want to thank our friends at Town Fair Tire. They remind you that at Town Fair Tire, you always get the guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires you trust from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire, and I mean nobody.
Running out of room. Look it up. It's gone. The Yankees take on Pope Leo's White Sox. 7:40 tonight. Driven by Jeep.
That wasn't a little short one.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the play-by-play. The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
FanDuel's giving you a reason to lock into the college football season early. Right now, new customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. That's right. Bet $5 on any bet, and if you win, you'll walk away with $300 in bonus bets to use all over the app. Spread it out however you want. You can use those bets on week 1 lines, Heisman futures, over-unders, player props, whatever you got. You can have a little fun on the college football calendar. FanDuel's easy to use, safe, and when you win, you get paid right away. No waiting around, no hassle, straight to your account, and that's what counts, huh? So if you've got a team to take or a gut feeling before kick, now's the time to step up and back it up. Head over to FanDuel.com/BT and sign up to get started. That's FanDuel.com/BT. 21 plus and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bet that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. And for help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Attention thrill seekers. Your proving ground awaits at Nickelodeon Universe at American Dream. The Shredder, Krang Prime, Skyline Scream, Legends Leap, Double Dare Human Crane. Every twist, every drop, a challenge. Are you brave enough? Get tickets now at AmericanDream.com. Minutes from Manhattan.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppable, you just toss, wash, Wow for all-day freshness.
Rita, hot head. Let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
Lunch was great. Greenwich Village is a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Some of the finest dishes in restaurants around the world are made in cookware. Not surprising, since Made In is crafted by chefs for chefs and designed for restaurants and home kitchens alike. Discover all their cookware at madeincookware.com.
This is Sal Licata. If you live in New Jersey, your electricity rates are going up again. If your current cooling system is over 15 years old, get ahead of that rate increase now with a new high-efficiency Carrier AC system. There's only one company to call. It's my friends at Edison Heating and Cooling, New Jersey's air conditioning experts for decades. Take it from me. You'll save money and stay cooler. These guys are experts. Contact my friends now at EdisonHVAC.com. That's EdisonHVAC.com.
This summer, beat the heat and hydrate like the pros with Primo Brands, the official water of Major League Baseball. From Poland Spring to Pure Life to Saratoga, sparkling, still or flavored, Primo delivers your favorite premium waters right to your door. Whether it's a few cases for the big game or 5-gallon bottles for the whole household, we've got you covered at water.com. With flexible delivery schedules, you call the shots. No heavy lifting, no last-minute store runs, just cold, refreshing water when you need it. Step up to the plate and stay refreshed all season long. Order now at water.com for exclusive offers. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Right now during the Jeep Make This the Summer event, well-qualified current FCA lessees get an ultra-low mileage lease on the 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo X4x4 for $299 a month for 24 months with $4,659 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease to qualify. Extra charge for miles over 15,000. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 9/2. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, The Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 12:22 on this Friday afternoon. Mark Malusis with you. We'll get back to your calls a little bit, but the Road to Cooperstown podcast with John Morosi is really cool. Fox Sports, John is on, and the MLB Network does a great job. Podcast part of the MLB Network channel in collaboration with SiriusXM, where he talks about Hall of Famers and talks to Hall of Famers, and chatted with Wade Boggs, obviously the legendary Red Sox, legendary Yankee. Boggs tells the story of how he came to sign with the Yankees during George Steinbrenner's suspension years.
Mrs. Yawkey was still
still alive. She says, Wade, I want you to be a Red Sox player for life. The beginning of January, she slips and falls in a tub and dies. I go to spring training in 92. They take the offer off the table. First team to call were the Dodgers. The next morning, the Yankees call. We sit down, have a conversation. Joe Malloy goes, would 3 years, $11 million put you in pinstripes? I said, I think you got a new player that's going to put pinstripes on. And there's a gentleman sitting at a table over here reading a newspaper, and a newspaper comes down, and it's George, and he winks at me. And he was listening to the whole conversation.
There you have it. I love that story. I love getting those backstories, and John joins us now. Hey, John, Mark Malusis with you. Thanks for the time this afternoon.
Moose, I am outstanding, and I smile every time I hear Wade's story because I did not know that, obviously, and so to know that George Steinbrenner, as if it's a movie scene, is sitting at the next table, and then the newspaper comes down. One of my favorite stories, Moose, that I've heard while doing the Road to Cooperstown podcast.
Yeah, it's great. And, John, listen, I love the backstories. First off, you appreciate the players for their greatness and what they were able to accomplish, but everything that goes along with it, whether it be the big games, Boggs leaving in free agency, signing with the Yankees, obviously the Yankee-Red Sox rivalry. I love this series on the podcast because not only you learn a little something, but you hear stories you never heard before.
Well, Moose, you're exactly right. And one of my favorite lines on interviewing, and I wish I remembered who said it first, but the line is this: it is amazing what people will tell you when they know how the story ends. And that means basically that once you've got a player who's already in Cooperstown, they're not going to take the plaque away. Okay, so the stories are what they are. And now that a player knows where he is for all of baseball immortality, you get some different things than if it's a post-game interview at Citi Field or Yankee Stadium on a Tuesday night in May. It's different. And I've heard some pretty remarkable stories. I've had people like Larry Walker, someone who you would not expect to break down in tears because you really get a sense, Moose, for how much Cooperstown means to them. And I really believe the more years that go on, and you just think about the arc of a life story and players who then get to their 50s and 60s and 70s and 80s, they think less about the plaque and the numbers and more about the relationships. And one of the things that I've heard from multiple Hall of Famers, Moose, is that on your first induction, it's Johnny Bench who sits you down on the veranda of the Otesaga there and overlooking Lake Otsego there in Cooperstown, and tells the new Hall of Famers to sit down, pause, and look around this beautiful lake and all the people around you, the immortals of the game. And I come to believe, Moose, from talking to a lot of these players, it's those moments, it's Johnny Bench telling you to sit down and take it all in, that matters even more than the numbers themselves.
I'm sure it does. I mean, that's really cool. John, I want to ask you about Boggs here. 86, the heartbreak with the Red Sox. And, I was in the building in 96 with my older sister, Kim, watching Wade on the horse, the police horse,
right.
On the field at Yankee Stadium after they knocked off the Braves in Game 6. What about that 10, 11 years here, what he wasn't able to accomplish in Boston and what he ultimately accomplished here in New York with the Yankees?
Moose, it's a great question, and it's one of the stories that stood out to me the most about Boggs. And there's this image, if you're a Red Sox fan or a Met fan, certainly a lot of Yankee fans watch the 86 series carefully, there's this indelible image of Boggs in tears in the dugout after the Red Sox lost Game 7. And Game 7 that, by the way, despite all that happened in Game 6, they still led early in that game. And so they end up losing Game 7. And what Wade told me, Moose, that really stood out to me is that the reason why he was so overcome with emotion, yes, he was devastated to have lost Game 7 of the World Series after coming so close in Game 6, but his mother had died in an automobile accident earlier that year. And Wade told me that he had basically bottled up that sense of grief of losing his mom in the middle of the season because there was always one more game to play, and he just packed in that grief and that emotion and heartbreak every day because, okay, I've got 9 innings tomorrow. I've got to get 2 or 3 hits. And it just kept going and going and going until all of a sudden there was no more game to play. And
wow.
that was what Wade said, that it hit him that not only had he lost a baseball game, but on a much more important human level, he had lost his mom. And he was then finally confronted with the grief of that he had just kind of tucked away inside of himself for all those months. And it was one of the more emotional moments I've heard someone talk about during the course of the podcast. And then to fast forward 10 years, more tears at a different ballpark in New York, only this time, as you're describing, Moose, you saw with your own eyes, he's on the back of the horse, and he's finally a World Series champion, and he's crying again in a very different way a decade later. So just growing up as he was and is the son of a military man that moved around so much, Tampa became home. He had these different chapters of his story, but I think it was that discipline and the way that he was able to approach the game that ultimately led him to that 96 World Series, even though, Moose, as you remember well, he had lost playing time in that series. They lost the first 2 games, but it was that pinch hit walk. You remember in Game 3 in Atlanta that changed the whole series around. And so even though his role had been diminished, I believe firmly, and you probably do too, the Yankees do not win that World Series without him coming off the bench, drawing a walk, and turning the whole series around there in Game 3 in Atlanta.
No, and John, in today's day and age, I really have a deep appreciation of watching Boggs, because the batting average, because in today's day and age, nobody cares about batting average anymore. And when I watched Boggs, all it was about batting average. He was an his approach at the plate and watching him day in and day out, whether it was with Boston or whether in New York here with the Yankees or Tampa, deserve it, obviously Hall of Fame and immortal and all-time great, but his approach at the plate was ridiculous.
Yeah, it was. And it was interesting, Moose, to hear Boggs describe this. His approach at the plate was inextricably linked to all those superstitions. Now, he gave me the estimate. He said that when he was going through his career, that he had more than 80 superstitions that he did a day. More than 80.
That's insane.
Now, it is. And he admits and acknowledges that it was his own way, and he fully agrees and understands there was a lot of compulsions, mental compulsions that were all part of it. But he said the goal of all of those compulsions, if you can believe it, was to basically tire himself out mentally such that once he got in the batter's box, he was so exhausted from all the superstitions and his brain was just blank. Now think about that. In contrast that with a modern player. You've got iPads everywhere. We are awash in data, information, launch angles, swing mechanics, degrees of openness of your stance, and bat path and everything else. Wade Boggs told me, Moose, the whole goal for him was to basically be completely mentally worn down from all the tracing the Kai in the dirt and all the different things he did, the chicken and everything else. It was the goal of having his mind be completely vacant. Can you believe that?
I can't believe that.
Now we're in the total opposite world. It's like the exact polar opposite. You've got to have as much information as possible. I don't know to the modern players. Granted, I was not a very good player myself, but all I know is this. The dude with the highest batting average of any player alive, retired or active, his goal was to
exhaust himself mentally before he stepped in the batter's box.
Exactly. Was to think nothing, see ball, hit ball. That was his goal. I don't know, everybody. It worked for him, and it worked for George Brett, and so maybe they're onto something. But again, Mark, I'm going to say that, and someone's going to say to me on Twitter today, "Hey man, what do Wade Boggs and George Brett know about hitting?" I don't know, guys. Check the numbers.
Yeah, they were pretty good. John, one more on Boggs. I want to get your thoughts on the Mets and the Yankees. Is what team did Boggs say was the best team he was ever on?
That's a great question. I think that I don't remember the exact phraseology that it gave me, but when you consider the way that Yankee team came together later on in his career, I think he saw the different constellation of stars be really special, but also that 86 team. You look at how many Hall of Famers, or could have been Hall of Famers when you think about Clemens as well, and even someone like a Dwight Evans. I mean, he played on some significant teams, and I think I credit Wade for this, Moose, that he's able to, I think, have the Red Sox part of his legacy and the Yankees part of his legacy coexist in a way that I feel like, and you would know this better as a New Yorker, I think he is able to have those two things cohere and coexist in a way that I think for Clemens it's been hard, and for Damon it's been hard. I think Boggs in a certain way is able to make it work. And maybe it's because Red Sox fans understand the story that you heard him tell about Mrs. Yawkey wanting him to be a Red Sox for life, but then she passes away and it doesn't happen. I think they understand that it really wasn't his fault as to why he didn't return to Boston.
We're talking to John Morosi. Check out the new podcast, or the podcast Road to Cooperstown. It's in conjunction with MLB Network Channel and also Sirius XM. It's fantastic. And talking about the Boggs, the latest one with Wade Boggs. John, I want to ask you about the Mets and the Yankees here.
Sure.
You look at Nolan McLean. I mean, he's been, downright brilliant in his 3 starts. Jonah Tong tonight. When you look at this Met team, 5 games in back of the Philadelphia Phillies in the National League East. I've talked about they're a dangerous team if they're able to find that magic from a year ago. What's your take on the Mets right now?
Really interesting. And I think that when you consider McLean and Tong coming up this late in the game, there's this, I think it's a misconception that you've got to have all this experience to be able to win. Because at some point in time, obviously, you think about the 96 Yankees, Jeter was a very young player, just to use one example, and even the 86 Mets that we talked about before. It's always someone's first time. And if this team gets going, and the big question is if Tong is dominant, and again, we haven't even seen him pitch yet, so who knows exactly how it's going to all play out. But McLean certainly has been. He is very clearly the real deal, which I think in a lot of ways probably gives Met fans the confidence that, hey, we're developing pitchers the right way, and by the time they get to Flushing, they're ready to pitch and perform. I fully expect the Mets to be the second-place team in the division. I think they'll win a wild card. They'll hold off the Reds. I was just in Philly last night for Schwarber's 4-homer game. I don't think that team's going to totally collapse, even though I do have some worries about their pitching without Wheeler. The Mets, I look at as being a very dangerous team in the wild card round to be able to get through there. And then at that point, trust these kids. If they show you that they can perform, I don't know how much more of a pressurized environment McLean would feel. In the playoffs, as we know, are a different level. But he comes up and faces the Mariners, a good playoff team in the American League, at a time where the Mets rotation is begging for some consistency, and he just deals. So he's proven his mettle in a pennant race in New York. The playoffs are a different octave, but I look at McLean, especially based on what we've seen. He is not a guy that's going to be afraid of the big stage, Moose. I feel as confident as I could feel in a rookie pitching in the playoffs. That's how I feel about Nolan McLean.
Yeah, and you were in the building last night. You saw the Phillies take out their frustration, John, on the Atlanta Braves and Schwarber with the 4 home runs. But there is no doubt. I mean, when they go to Queens, they're a different baseball team. I mean, that was an impressive sweep by the New York Mets. Without Wheeler in that starting rotation, you don't think they're going to collapse. But how dangerous do you think this Philadelphia team will be?
Well, I think they're going to have to win games a little bit differently than they had expected. Again, Wheeler, it's hard to underscore how big of a loss that is. I mean, it's a Cy Young candidate and pitcher for them often. Nola showed last night he was a little wobbly in the first inning. He almost had to leave the game early, but was able to stabilize. And they're heavily dependent on their lefties, okay? Sanchez, Suarez, and Luzardo. So if you get a team, and in that way, you think about the Mets, especially with Alonso, this is a team that can do some damage against left-handed pitching. I still think in the course of a playoff series, to where if the Phillies run up against a team with serious right-handed power, they could be in trouble. Now, their bullpen has been stabilized a bit. By the way, David Robertson is again found the fountain of youth.
Crazy.
Rob Thompson told me yesterday, he said Robertson's in better shape now than when he debuted as a rookie with the Yankees in 2008. He can just keep doing it. I said hello to David yesterday, big smile on his face. And the joke, of course, is, hey, if you only got to work a half season a year, feeling great. You still, play half the season, show up, go to the playoffs, and you're in a great frame of mind. So he's been really good. Duran obviously is excellent as the back of the game too. So they're definitely not the scary team that I thought they would be. And I do think, as much as I love the Phillies lineup, there's opportunity there. There's opportunity for a team like the Padres with that amazing bullpen. There's opportunity for the Mets, and I think you saw as sort of wobbly as the bullpen looked right after the trade deadline with Helsley, that will find its level eventually. And I honestly, I feel as strongly about the Mets' chances of making a run in October than I do, and maybe even more so than I do about the Yankees. I just think that the Mets, I have a little better sense of what they're all about. And if you're able to sweep the Phillies at home at this time of year, it says a lot about where you're at as a ball club.
Yeah, John, you stole the next one, and I want to get your thoughts on the Yankees before we let you go. And that is, they beat up on the Nats. Do I learn anything? No. They beat up on the White Sox last night. They hit a ton of home runs. Have I learned anything? Not necessarily. I think the next 12 games after this White Sox series, when they're playing, upper echelon teams, if you can call it that, in the American League, you're going to learn a little something before the soft landing spot at the end of the season for the New York Yankees. Get concerned about this Yankee team, John, when you look at it in terms of the sloppiness in the field, sloppiness in the base pass, whether or not they can generate offense, if they can't generate the home run. What's your take overall on this Yankee team? Fried's been better last two starts. Rodon's been good. Schlittler's been good. Back into the bullpen, getting the ball, obviously, to their closer has been an issue at times. What's your take on where the Yankees are right now?
Yeah, and you mentioned a name in Schlittler who I think has been, underrated nationally a bit for how good he's been. I think Bednar, since his first appearance, has really stabilized well. Here's the question I've got. Actually, I've got two questions with this team. Number one, unlike last year, when you had Soto, who was at the peak of his powers, one of the reasons why this team made the playoff or made the World Series last year is that pitchers, I think, were in a bit of a panic as to who they could attack, who they had to pitch around, because you couldn't pitch around all of Soto, Stanton, and Judge all the time. Couldn't do that. And I wonder, is there anybody in the lineup, and maybe it's Stanton, we'll see how it all plays out based on who's able to, can Judge play in the field, et cetera. Who is there that's going to be able to attract enough attention from the other teams such that Aaron Judge sees any pitches to hit? That to me is different than last year. Soto you had the right-left balance, et cetera. There was a team that could say, listen, we're either not going to let Soto beat us or we're not going to let Judge beat us. I just wonder, and we saw Judge at times just not see pitches to hit. He didn't have a great series against the Royals. And even the Guardians, it was still hit and miss. I just wonder, when you look at Judge, how many pitches he is going to see to hit. And also, like last night, they were able to overcome the defensive miscue early on from Volpe.
Yep.
But you can't do that against good teams.
No, you can't.
If you give good teams extra outs, they will beat you. And I think my big picture point, Moose, on the AL and NL sides right now, I've been fortunate to cover this great game for about 20 years. I have never seen a postseason that is this wide open. I love this game. I cover it every day. I got no idea what's going to happen, and that's a good thing. Okay, it's good to have unexpected, and that's where if someone says, "Hey, John, the World Series is going to be Milwaukee against Seattle," that guess is as good as mine because I have no idea what's going to happen, and if the Yankees get knocked out in their first round, that could happen. They could be back in the World Series. It's a different group. There's no Garrett Cole like there was last year, but Fried's been better, to your point. So it's almost like day to day, and I love this about baseball. You can almost convince yourself that this team is going to figure it out, and then the next day they lose 9-2, and you're like, oh, my gosh, what's going to happen? That's why I think we're in such an unexpected spot with Major League Baseball right now.
John Morosi, Fox Sports MLB Network. Check out his podcast, The Road to Cooperstown podcast. It's a fantastic listen for any baseball fan. Hey, John, appreciate the time this afternoon. Have a great Labor Day weekend, all right?
Moose, you do a great job on the show. I'm honored to be on it with you here, and have a great and safe holiday weekend as well.
You got it. Always good talking a little bit of baseball, and he talks about the wide open nature of Major League Baseball. We'll touch upon that as well. Continue the conversation. But the city's biggest indoor pickleball event is coming back October 10th and the 11th, and it will sell out. Sign up for the fun or the cash prizes. Go to 1010wins.com/pickleball for all the information. The pickleball tournament is presented by Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
It's Keith McPherson at night on the Fan 101.9 FM.
As a manager, getting to know his potential closer, I'm pretty sure this guy's going to get the first crack at it. He let this guy go out and finish the job, and I'm telling you, that type of stuff the team can build off of.
Listen to Keith McPherson on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Raise a toast, everyone, to West Point. Army's finally selling booze at football games. Starting Friday versus Tarleton State, fans at Michie Stadium can grab a beer or cocktail. Army was the last service academy holding out. Now they're joining Air Force and Navy on the scoreboard and in the beer line. Some of that drink money, it goes to support Army's 29 other sports. So technically, it's for the troops. I'm Maggie Gray.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale, now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Come visit the engagement experts at London Jewelers at any one of their 6 locations.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook that knows how to treat you right. It's an exciting time of the year for fans of America's pastime, and with BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. From the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Adventure and excitement. Brand new 2025 Ford Bronco. Lease $289 a month, 36 months, zero security, $49.95 due at signing, with 2 years complimentary maintenance. Big selection and details at DanaFordDeals.com. Dana Ford, Staten Island.
With approved credit, dealer retains Ford rebates. Expires 8/31/25.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit TremfyaRadio.com.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Where exactly do you think you're going? You're abandoning me, your beloved, exquisitely plush couch. Look, these feet are handcrafted mahogany. Put that Heineken's back. Do you really want to go to that concert? Wouldn't it be infinitely better to stay here with me? Look, I have a perfect imprint of your posterior. Please, don't go!
Don't listen to your couch. Head to a concert with some friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Things today can seem kind of unpredictable. Who knows what's around the corner, right? Well, at Total Wireless, we want to give you something to be sure about. With us, you save 50% off Metro and Cricket when you switch with one line. Guaranteed. And you get to keep the phone and number you love. Visit our Total Wireless store today. 50% savings for unlimited plans versus comparable Total Wireless unlimited phone plans based on standard plan rates. Some customers may only receive the guaranteed savings after contacting us and validating the current plan rate. Excludes promotional, discounted, and bring your phone rates. For total 5G unlimited plan or higher, auto pay required. Applied on next renewal date. Additional terms apply.
Catch all the play-by-play with Susan Waldman and Dave Sims. The home of Yankees radio. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 1247. Malusa's with you. 888-808-1019. Chris Baldessano on X saying I'm turning into the next, I'm morphing into Jimmy Johnson right in front of our YouTube eyes. Thank you. Yes, I do have gray hair. Yes. My son asked me about that the other day, and I said, well, what do you like, me to lose it, or do you like it to turn gray? It's one or the other. Like, why is your hair turning gray? Stress. To be perfectly honest with you, you three. I didn't blame them. I'm just kidding. I didn't put the guilt on them. Maybe a little bit. But it is, yes, that's true. Stress of life. My hair has turned, I wish it didn't, to be honest with you. I wish I was still at, the dirty blonde hair that I had the majority of my life. But yes, my hair is turning gray. Or as one makeup artist put it, your hair is platinum. And I said, well, maybe I should dye it. She's like, don't you dye it. I go, why not? You don't think it'll look good? No, it will not. I dyed my hair once when I was at SNY, and it was very, very obvious. I went in to go get my hair cut, and at that point in time at SNY, we had deals with like this salon. Cutler Salon was great down in Lower Manhattan, and the guy that was cutting my hair, I was like, yeah, my hair is turning gray a little bit. He goes, oh, you know what? We'll take care of that. I'll dye it. I'm like, really? How long will that take? 30, 40 minutes. You don't have long hair. It'll be good. It'll look great. So he dyed it. I walked out, and it was a darker shade than I had imagined. And so that was like on I would say like a mid-afternoon Friday. And I walked in, and this is when SNY, we were located downtown, Lower Manhattan. This is right when we were across the street from Radio City Music Hall. Now the MLB store is there. And I walked in downstairs, past the security guard. He didn't say anything. And then walked downstairs, and first person I saw said, he goes, oh, nice dye job. I was like, thanks. It wasn't supposed to be that obvious. Is it that obvious? And I'm like, yeah, it's really obvious. Does it look good? Looks okay. I'm like, all right, that was the last of it. Then I had a then I was like, it must look bad. Someone's pointing it out right away. Frank at Scotch Plains. But it's stress. That's really what it comes down to. And thanks for the love on social media. Frank, what's on your mind, buddy?
Hey, Moose. How are you, man?
Good,
Happy
Frank.
Friday.
How you doing, buddy?
Good. Hey, listen, as you probably know, I'm a huge Giants fan, okay? I agree with it's good news for us, most certainly. It doesn't make the Giants better. It just makes the Cowboys worse. That's the first thing. And secondly, we can't forget, we passed up on Micah Parsons, so that was the worst. That's worse than this, but that's forgotten because that's in the past, right? So let's not forget that. But the bottom line is this, right? If you take a step back and you look at it, you're like, the Cowboys. Do you think the Cowboys were going to win a Super Bowl this year?
Nothing to do with it.
I get it, but Jimmy, what's his name again?
Jerry Jones?
Jerry Jones?
Yeah,
Jerry
I told
Jones,
the Jimmy Johnson reference from Chris on social media
Right.
because my hair's turning gray.
Yeah.
But yes, Jerry Jones.
Listen, he probably made. I don't know what happened there. It's not like he can't afford it, right? I mean, what was the difference? What was the differential that made it? Was it?
I don't know.
Was it
I mean,
money thing?
Frank, I don't know where the Cowboys were at the end with Micah Parsons. Jerry was asked about that last night. He wouldn't really give you the financial numbers.
Yeah.
He referenced the fact that the Cowboys offered him more guaranteed money than the reported deal that he got with the Green Bay Packers. I don't know if that's true. I mean, I'll take his word for it. That's true. I don't know what the structure of the deal was. So, yeah, I mean, Frank, you can look at it. It's the Giants have to worry about themselves. I don't disagree with you there.
That's right.
Like the Giants have got enough to worry about, and they got to think about themselves. But if you're looking within the division, I think if you're a Giant fan, you say, thank you, Mr. Jones.
Yeah, no, it's
I
great.
think you're appreciative of the fact that he decided to trade a premier edge rusher that teams fall over themselves to try and get to the Green Bay Packers because he's trying to build strength in numbers. And he can now allocate those finances to pay other players of quality. And that he's going to bring in 3 or 4 guys that are going to make the equivalent of what he would have had to have paid Micah Parsons. That's all.
Right. My bigger concern is this. I don't care about the Cowboys. Fine. It's good news that they're weaker. That's fine. I'm happy with that. But my bigger concern is the Giant offensive line. Did they, this Dart, great. I think it's going to work. All that, defense looks good. Offensive line, it feels like centuries, decades that they have not been able to address that. If that's not fixed, we still have problems, and we'll still be in last place this year. That's my opinion.
And Frank, the biggest issue is Thomas being healthy at left tackle. You're not wrong. We've been talking about the offensive line issues for the Giants for a while. Let's head out to Rockaway. It's Alan. What's going on, Alan?
Hey, hey Moose. Good to talk to you. I think he might actually have some ulterior motives here. You got Arch Manning there in Texas. The team, Dallas, didn't even look that great last year. You get rid of one of your best players on defense, and then next thing you know, okay, you got a couple extra draft picks, and maybe you trade up and get Arch Manning, or maybe you guys play bad enough to get a top pick. You know what I mean? I'm just thinking another perspective he may be looking at. He's getting up there,
No, right. He is getting it. So wouldn't that be more of the impetus to try and win now instead of playing the long game with Arch Manning, or rolling the dice about whether or not you're going to be worse enough to be able to move up? And then if you're not able to get the top overall pick in the draft, and so you're going to sacrifice a year of Dak Prescott, and you're going to tell, you're hoping and you're rooting for your team to lose week in and week out, that then you're hoping to have the worst record in the NFL, and you're hoping that Arch Manning decides to come out after 1 year at Texas.
Right. I do think it's far-fetched, but I'm just saying, the guy, he's a quarterback at the University of Texas right now, the pedigree. You never know what Jerry Jones is thinking. I'm just thinking maybe he's thinking that in that direction. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Alan, I think you want to win. I talked to Javon Holland, who came over from Miami with the Giants, and we know that the Giants face a very difficult schedule, and he's not looking at, the win totals of the year, or the Giants' odds, or anything like that. And he basically said, if you're a member of this team and your goal is not to win the division, win the conference, and go to the Super Bowl, I really don't have too much time for you. Because that's the way you have to think if you're a football player. So, if you're Jerry Jones, could you be thinking, I don't think, like I mentioned before, I don't think the Cowboys are going to be as bad as New Orleans is. And maybe New Orleans isn't and doesn't end up being as bad as I think they're going to be. But I don't think they're going to be one of the worst teams in the National Football League. And let's see what Arch Manning is, too. We've seen him in short stretches for the Texas Longhorns. We know he has the pedigree, but he's got a big game tomorrow night against Ohio State. 12:55, Malusis with you, 888-808-1019.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans, and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Sunday, September 7th for a special celebration. It's C.C. Sabathia, Replica Hall of Fame Plaque Day, and the first 40,000 guests in attendance will receive a C.C. Sabathia Replica Hall of Fame plaque presented by WFAN. Tickets are going fast. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today. Welcome back Hall of Famer C.C. Sabathia on Sunday, September 7th. Buy tickets now at Yankees.com/tickets.
This summer, beat the heat and hydrate like the pros with home water delivery at water.com from Primo Brands. Water.com features your favorite Primo Brands products to keep you hydrated. From Poland Springs to Pure Life to Saratoga, Water.com delivers your favorite premium waters right to your door. Whether it's a few cases for the big game or 5-gallon bottles for the whole household, Water.com has you covered. With flexible delivery schedules, you call the shots. No heavy lifting, no last-minute store runs. Just cold, refreshing water when you need it. Step up to the plate and stay refreshed all season long. Order now at water.com.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. If you're caught driving impaired, you'll face hefty fines, a suspended license, and maybe even jail time. Worse yet, you might cause a crash that could devastate someone's life. Be responsible. Don't drive impaired. We are all counting on you.
It's time to find out who was in the zone. Presented by AutoZone. Don't look now, but Atlanta has slowly put together a small winning streak as we head toward baseball in October. Behind great play at the plate, they look to fight back and crawl up the standings to grab a spot in the playoffs at the very last minute. They have a string of divisional games coming up as they hope to make up some ground and snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Will they be able to pull off a historic season-saving comeback? In the Zone is brought to you by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Stepping into the Kia K4 or K5 isn't just getting behind the wheel of any average sedan. It's stepping into what's next. With a K4, it's stepping into a world that's exciting. With a K5, it's one that's bold. The Kia K4 and K5, the next movement for sedans. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
Kia, movement that inspires. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Talk New York sports on The Fan.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Together, let's drive at Paramus Chevrolet. For just $327 a month and $30.44 due at delivery, lease a brand new Blazer EV 40 Wagon LT with all-wheel drive for 24 months. Buying, enjoy 0.0% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. Visit ParamusChevrolet.com today.
Talk Yankees and Mets all season long. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good afternoon at 1 o'clock. I'm Andrew Bogish, your Sports Flash, sponsored by Paramus Chevrolet. 3 homers, 10 runs. The Yankees slugged their way to a 5th straight win last night in Chicago. Aaron Boone likes the present and the future of that attack.
It's why I still feel like, our best baseball's in front of us because, knock on wood, we're healthy. So there's real length to the order. And there's places that can hurt you up and down the order.
That lineup faces White Sox right Friday, Uendris Gomez tonight, the 25-year-old making his fourth start, 10th appearance of the season. It's Carlos Rodon for the Bombers. First pitch, 7:40 here on the Fan. The Mets need a bounce back from last night's sloppy loss to the Marlins. They certainly can't make Jonah Tong's big league debut any more difficult. First pitch with Miami, 7:10 on Odyssey Mets Radio. And the Patriots are reportedly releasing former Giant Jabril Peppers. He apparently hasn't been the best fit for New England's scheme under new head coach Mike Vrabel. Peppers guaranteed $4.3 million for this season. Fan weather is sponsored by the New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety. It's 74 degrees and sunny in Central Park, and that's what's happening. Sports flashes, top of every hour. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
102 on this Friday afternoon. Mark Malusis with you, The Fan in New York. It's a Malusis Friday. In for BT and Sal. Boys have the weekend off. Labor Day weekend, close out summer, football right around the corner, big college football weekend highlighted by a couple games, LSU Clemson obviously being one of them, and then the big one tomorrow night between Ohio State and Texas, and NFL football, amazingly enough, gets going in 6 days. Bayside we go. It's Mark. It's The Fan. What's going on, Mark?
Oh. Hi, Mark. How you doing today?
Good, buddy. How are you?
Great. Since you were talking about Boggs earlier, I got a couple of great stories. I met Gabe Paul way back when I worked in Macy's going to college in 77, and I also met Steinbrenner once. I'd like to hear real quickly what happened. I met Gabe Paul. I worked for Macy's at the time, and a woman comes up to me at the counter. So I said, gee, is that the Yankee interlocking NY? It was NY with diamonds. It looked beautiful. She says, oh, you must know my husband. I almost fainted. It was Gabe Paul walks up to the counter. He says, are you going to Yankee Stadium in the spring? I said, I was at the game when Chambliss hit the home run. This is in March of February, actually. No, January of 77. So I said, yes, I was at that game. I'm a big fan. And he says, just keep on coming. I was in shock. Now, Steinbrenner, I had a girlfriend named Barbara, and she says, Mark, I'd like to get into the Stadium Club. This is in 1990. And she says, could you ask that man if he could go in? That's George Steinbrenner. He's the owner of the Yankees. He's not going to let me in. I'm not even wearing a sports jacket. Back then you had to wear a jacket to go into the Stadium Club. So I went up to George. I said, George, my girlfriend would like to walk around in the club. I said, Mr. Steinbrenner, actually, would you let me go in? He said, well, listen, how many games do you go to a year? I go to about 15, 20 games a year. So I'll tell you what, you go in, look around. I said, I don't have a sports jacket. Hey, don't worry about it. Just go in, walk around, enjoy yourself, have a great time. I love fans like you. You can go in and enjoy yourself.
Okay.
And I thought that was incredible. So I just wanted to share that with you.
That's cool that you got into the club. I didn't. When I was working stock at Sears, I never ran into anybody. I gotta be honest with you. Loaded a lot of TVs, a lot of air conditioners. At one point in time, somebody bought a snowblower. It wasn't Mike. But somebody bought a snowblower in Nanuet, New York, and had to load that into the car. What was amazing just because I didn't have the pleasure of meeting Gabe Paul, but that's cool when you're working at Macy's. But the people that always, when I was working stock, and you get the call and get the ticket, they always came with a car that could never fit the item that they bought, and they'd want you to basically lasso it down with a lot of rope in order to make sure that they could get it home. That was always the thing. It wasn't like they came with like a flatbed truck or anything like that. It was like, they buy in those times it was not the flat screen TVs. I'm dating myself. Like the TVs were like 450 pounds. And you have to lift them up, put the back brace on, put into the car, hopefully not snap off the antenna, and then get the rope out. But when I was working at Sears, then really, I met a lot of nice people, just nobody of influence like Gabe Paul, or general manager did not walk in looking to get, a new TV or something. Anyway, BT and Sal Show on the Fan brought to you by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac, the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets. Jay in New Jersey is up next to the Fan. What's going on, Jay?
What's up, Moose? How are you, pal?
I'm doing well, Jay. I'm chatting with you. It's a Friday. We're in New York. All is well, man. How's North Jersey?
Everything's doing good. Just to touch a little football, where maybe come at this at a different angle, and maybe this is more of a Tiki question when he comes on. But signing contracts and doing everything, maybe a way to go at this in the future with all these dramas that you see is that it's just a straight-up 4-year deal. Doesn't matter if you're first rounder, second rounder. Then if you talk with your team in that 4th year and do a new deal, that's fine. If not, they're allowed to franchise you only 1 year because you got these people that don't want to play on their final year of their contract. When contracts become meaningless, then what do we have a contract for? That's what my mind boggles when these guys want to sit out. And I get it. They're protecting themselves. But if you sign a contract and you outperform your contract and you're trying to negotiate, you still got to play on your contract. Like, if not, and you can't come to an agreement, what is the initial contract for then? It just always boggles my mind.
I get it, but usually it happens in the final year of whatever the deal is, when a player is superseding expectations or the player has the leverage. And whenever the player has the leverage, they're going to go out there and try and use it. It's a barbaric sport. Next play could be your last play. Micah Parsons goes out there and, has tears every ligament in his knee and is done for the year. And when he comes back, he's no longer necessarily going to be the same player that he once was, right? So it's a depreciated asset. So players also go into it realizing that is the case as well, right? The longevity, the length of their career, they're looking to, financially make as much as they possibly can as quickly as they can, especially when they're a player of impact. So you could look at it that way, and you could say, well, if you sign your name to a contract, what's the use of it? Or you can look at it from a player's perspective and say, well, when I have leverage, and I'm going to be able to use that leverage because I'm going to try and maximize my value because my ability to go out there and make money is not as long as the owner's is.
Agreed with what you're saying. But, when you sit with people and you're talking stuff out and you don't agree on something, then it comes to the point of, then what are 50 years involved with first rounders? Then the whole collective bargaining has to change. And then, hey, you want that 18th game? Well, we want 1 year only on franchising, or we want 4-year deals in the beginning when you get drafted. Like, you got to kind of prevent this because this is just always going to happen. And it's just drama that it could be avoided, but it always happens, especially I'm a Cowboy guy. But you know what? This price of today was not the price a year ago, Jerry Jones. And if you're not willing to pay this, then move on from the player and don't bring out the drama. Like, that's the bottom line of all of this. And for Giant fans, guess what? He moves on, and I can guarantee you Cowboys won't be sweeping the Giants anymore. There's chance. And that's what it is. So all the Giant guys that kill me.
Team, right? But that's where your organization's got to have a little bit of vision as well to kind of get ahead of it and not create the headache or the drama that we saw down in Dallas. And listen, I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. I'm not necessarily buying everything that Mike has had to say, and I'm not necessarily buying everything that Stephen and Jerry Jones had to say. We'll see, I'm sure, more reporting on the fracturing of that relationship. A lot of people believe that something had to have gone wrong that led to the emotional decision by the Cowboys to move on from really one of the great pass rushers in the NFL. Eric in Long Island's up next on the fan, but that's to the smiles of the New York Giants. What's going on, Eric?
Listen, just like your last caller, I'm one of the people that no one wants to hear from. Normally, you'll hear the New York-based Dallas Cowboys fan. And here's where I disagree. I think as long as I think Jerry Jones, this is what I don't understand, had all the leverage. He was not a free agent. There was one more year on his deal than 2 years of franchise. He had 3 years of Micah Parsons at value dollar, and there's nothing Micah could have done about it. Let me ask you, if there's no trade here, if this trade never happens, how does this play out? Micah plays 3 years with the Cowboys. He's not going to sit out and not make $75-80 million. I don't understand what the incentive was for the Cowboys to do this deal. Jerry Jones had the leverage here, not Micah Parsons.
Unless they felt like it was going to be too big of a headache to deal with. Yeah, listen, you can, and you could look at it that way as well. Mike is not going to sit out. He's not going to be, what
for 3 years.
No, Eric, what kind of issue is that going to be in the locker room? What kind of issue is that going to be on a day-in, day-out basis? What issue is that going to be in terms of when Mike is hopping on and doing his podcast? What kind of negative, is he going to, even as great as he is it not going to be worth the headache because we're going to have to be dealing with all of these other storylines that come along with it, with him not being a happy camper, being a Dallas Cowboy because I haven't paid him yet. And giving them that financial security. Like, that comes into it, too. But you're going to play hardball. Listen, the story came out yesterday that, there was a last-ditch effort by Micah and his representative, and Jerry Jones basically told him, which he confirmed last night, which was, you're playing under the 50-year deal. See you on the field.
It's crazy. It's crazy to me. I think that if there was no deal done, I don't think Micah would have not tried. I think for 3 years, for his teammates, he would have busted his tail. He would have played football. He wouldn't have gone out there and said, well, I'm not tackling him. For 3 years, you still would have had the best defensive player in football at bargain dollars. At bargain dollars for 3 years, there was no need to trade this guy. There was no need.
Well, the Cowboys differ, and they want to stop the run. So Kenny Clark's going to go out there and help them stop the run. Matt in Stanford's up next in the fan. What's going on, Matt?
Hey, buddy. So, I've been listening, driving down the Merritt Parkway, losing my tires as we go, basically. And, again, I think the Cowboy fan, I thought they'd be a lot more angrier. But in all fairness, I think, you know what? They got 2 first-rounders. They got Kenny Clark. I don't believe he's a generational talent. A good buddy of mine who's a Northern New Jersey Cowboy fan, I heard his take earlier today. He doesn't really – he's like, hey, look, he's never played well in the big games. He's not Lawrence Taylor. So, I mean, look at it this way. They got 2 ones. They didn't give him what he wanted. Goodbye. And again, at the end of the day, I look at them as they still have a great offensive team. They're still going to, with Lamb and even Pickens, Ferguson, and Dak, again, he's playing with something to prove. So the NFL now, it comes down to offense. That's really what it comes down to. So, you know what? I'm not hurting for them as a Giant fan.
Well, as a Giant fan, Matt, you shouldn't be hurting for the Cowboys. Should be celebrating.
Yeah, I'm not hurting for the Cowboys. Hey, look, at the end of the day, we got to contend with the Washington Redskins. We got to contend with the Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, look, as long as Howie Roseman's still there, they're going to, again, that guy knows what he's doing. And until we figure it out this year, there's nothing we can do about it. So,
well,
again,
the Giants got worried. Matt, I get it's an offensive-driven league. There are still premium positions when you're looking at defense, corner and edge rushers, and the Cowboys moved on from one of them. So you can look at Kenny Clark and say, well, I love the 2 first-round draft choices. We don't have to allocate the finances. Dallas is going to be A-OK. They're going to be able to score points. Don't necessarily love the running back room. Do like Blue, the running back out of Texas, and think he's got speed as long as he stayed healthy. He had a little bit of a hamstring injury during training camp. Offensive line, not nearly what it once was. Cowboys better score a lot of points this year. Kevin in Jersey Shore is up next in the fan. What's going on, Kevin?
Hey, Moose. Thanks for taking my call. I think we have a friend in common, Huey from St. Louis.
Yes.
And his brother Pat. They always, yes. I speak to them occasionally. They're great sports fans. They always speak very highly of you.
No, he was great. And when you talk to, I haven't talked to you in a while. When you talk to him next, Kevin, send him my best. All right.
Absolutely. I tell you, when he used to call Micah the Mad Dog, they would treat him as like a scheduled guest. It was incredible the respect they gave him.
I would screen those calls, no doubt. Huey in St. Louis, absolutely.
A comment and a question. If we talk about Wade Boggs as a Met fan, I know this is from a Met perspective, but I'll always view Wade Boggs as a Red Sox. Sorry, I don't care how many horses you rode around Yankee Stadium. He'll always be a Red Sox, and that's that. My question to you about football is: it's all great about Micah Parsons, but as a Giant fan, I'm very worried about Andrew Thomas. It doesn't look like he's going to start the season, and if he doesn't, Russell Wilson better look out. Your thoughts on that, Musa? Thanks for taking my call, and appreciate it.
Yeah, I'd be concerned about Thomas as well. I mean, I think he's the key to the offensive line. That's it. End of sentence. Period. End of sentence. End of paragraph. End of chapter. Move on from there. I mean, that's what you necessarily, when you look at Andrew Thomas and what he can provide along that offensive line, there's not another giant offensive lineman in the room that can do what he can do at the left tackle position. So I would agree with you. And if he's not there, that offensive line is significantly weakened. Anthony in Piscataway up next to the fan. What's going on, Anthony?
What's going on, Moose? Thank you for taking my call. I'm not gonna lie, I have some hot takes for you right now.
Hot takes.
About the Micah trade. Yeah, man. Yo, I'm telling you. So I see a lot of similarities between the NBA and the NFL, right? Because same team, Dallas, they get rid of Luka Doncic, and everyone's like, "What are you doing?" They draft Cooper Flag, and all of a sudden, everyone's like, "Wait, Dallas is now a contender if AD can stay healthy, Kyrie." So I'm looking at Micah. They get rid of him, yeah, but it's a gamble. It's kind of long-term investment, and they can maybe flip it around, and all of a sudden Dallas is back in, right? I don't think it was a terrible, terrible trade. It kind of all relies on the gamble. And this is really hot take that I have.
Back in with what? The Mavericks won a lottery. And Pete, correct me if I'm wrong. I think they had a 1.5% chance of winning that lottery, I believe it was. There's no NFL draft lottery. So what are we back in for?
But I think if Dallas, I'm not thinking Archie Manning because, I don't know if he's going to leave that first year at Texas or anything, but even if they could pick up like a good quarterback, because Dak is a great quarterback, but I just don't think he fits Dallas. I've seen him go up and down, but no, I'm okay, Dad. And then, but real hot take is the Giants now have Dallas not to worry about as much, right? And we have seen a Giants team that went wild card. No one thought too much of them. And granted, I was 8 years old when this happened, so my memory may not serve me right. But no one was really worried about the Giants. They come into wild card. They beat Atlanta. Forgot who they played next. And then they beat a San Francisco team that everyone thought was going to make that Super Bowl. And then they go on to beat, everyone thought, an untouchable New England team. They beat Dallas, Green Bay. Green Bay. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Dad.
So, yeah.
What's your dad's name since he's adding to the call? What's your dad's name?
Pedro. He's a diehard Giants fan.
Hello, Pedro.
Hello.
It's Moose.
Huh?
Moose?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah, I think that the Giants, if they can make wild card, that's a team no one wants to face. And I would not be surprised if they make a surprisingly deep run. You know, I think Giants fans have they've been through it. My dad goes through it every single week. But I would not be surprised if you see them winning, upsetting these great teams. I don't think Minnesota is easily beating the Giants. I don't think Green Bay, depending on what version of Jordan Love, is easily beating the New York Giants. They have an identity on defense. And if Thomas could stay healthy, the Giants have more protection. Malik Neighbors he had an amazing
Anthony,
season
listen, half glass full. I get it. And you're right. I mean, the Giant fan has been through it a little bit. So I'm not as optimistic in terms of the Giants. And, I think when you look at the NFC, you forgot the big team that's standing at the top of the mountain. That's the defending Super Bowl champs, and that is the Philadelphia Eagles. So I think the most interesting division is the NFC North, with you have now Parsons in Green Bay, even before that, with the Packers, the Minnesota Vikings, with Jim McCarthy at quarterback, and obviously with the Detroit Lions, some regression along the offensive line, change of both coordinators, and Glenn and Johnson both being gone. And now you have Ben Johnson, and what is he going to do year two now with Caleb Williams, year one as a head coach? Then you get to the NFC South, and it's obviously the Buccaneers division to lose. There's not many that believe in Raheem Morris and the Atlanta Falcons, even though they went out there and addressed in the NFL draft their defensive line or edge rush issues. And then you go out west, and it's really San Francisco when you look at their even though there's been a regression of the roster, the schedule is very, very easy when you're looking at the San Francisco 49ers. The Rams, I think, end up, if Stafford can stay upright, stay healthy, I think the Rams are a decidedly more dangerous team. But is there a team that scares you? Well, I mean, Philadelphia would scare you. I mean, they would. Thomas has got to stay healthy. I appreciate the optimism, I think, from you and your dad, Anthony. I think you should be optimistic about where the Giants as an organization are and the steps they've taken this offseason, and how this roster is probably the best roster under general manager Joe Shane that he's taken to the regular season. That's a positive. Results-oriented business, though, and it gets going in what? Today's Friday. 9 days against the Commanders. All right, this summer, stay cool, hydrated with the official water of Major League Baseball, Primo Brands. With Primo Brands water delivery, you get premium hydration from trusted brands like Poland Spring, Pure Life, and Saratoga. Delivered right to your door. Stock up for game day or just keep everyone refreshed, still, sparkling, flavored. There's something for everyone. And the best part, you call the shots. Whether you need a few cases or a full week's supply, Primo's flexible delivery fits your schedule. So step up to the plate, hydrate like a pro with Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Running out of room.
Don't look it up. It's gone.
The Yankees take on Pope Leo's White Sox. 7:40 tonight. Driven by Jeep.
That wasn't a little short one.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the play-by-play. The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Play of the day is the Phillies on the run line at plus 118. Ranger Suarez has been electric in his last 2 starts for Philly. 2 starts, 13 innings, only 2 earned runs, and 21 strikeouts. Plus, he's backed by a Philly offense that just put up 19 runs last game and ranked second in all of baseball in home offense. The Brave starter, meanwhile, Bryce Elder, has a 6 ERA. Bet smarter, beat the books, download the BetMGM app. Please gamble responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Hey, New York. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, Verizon's offering Fios home internet and 1 line of mobile for just $69.99. Yes, that's right. Just $69.99 per month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios for just $19.99 per month with autopay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our 100% fiber optic network and reliable 5G network. Fios for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Fios $15 monthly bonus discount applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. Bring your phone. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
Summer travel is great until back and neck pain from flights or long drives ruin the fun. Hi, I'm John Gallucci Jr., President and CEO of JAG Physical Therapy. Our team can help you move easier before, during, and after your trip. Let's think about it. A road trip is a lot of fun until back pain and stiffness makes you hunch over the wheel and uncomfortable. And a flight to the tropics is awesome, but if you get off the plane and you can't swim, surf, and walk on the beach, what was the point of taking the trip to begin with? Come in for your travel tune-up, expert mobility tips, posture adjustments, biomechanical assessment, and personalized care that keeps you having an exciting and relaxing vacation.
JAG is the only outpatient physical therapy and occupational therapy provider that serves the 5 boroughs, Long Island, Rockland, Westchester, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. Schedule your visit today at jagpt.com. That's JAGPT.com.
Get back the life you love at JAG Physical Therapy.
Listen weekdays from 1 to 2 on The Fan for the call of the day with BT and Sal, brought to you by Wind Creek Bethlehem. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Many tire dealers will sell you Falcon tires, but Town Fair Tire doesn't just sell Falcon tires, they sell them at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, they give you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. That's an unbeatable deal only Town Fair Tire can offer, because Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Lowe's knows that no matter your paint project, saving is at the top of your list. That's why when you shop today, you can buy one, get one free select Valspar and HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams one-coat coverage interior paints via rebate. Shop these deals in-store or online today at Lowe's. We help, you save. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Offer valid 8/21 through 9/3.
Just got my car right here at Dana Ford. Just got my car right here at Dana Ford.
New 2025 all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E. Lease $198 a month, 36 months, zero security, $45.98 due at signing. Or 0% APR financing up to 72 months. Big selection at DanaFordDeals.com. Dana Ford, Staten Island.
With approved credit, dealer retains Ford rebates. Expires 8/31/25.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
All right, Mark Malusis in for BT and Sal on this midday Friday. Time for the meat of the order for the Yankees last night. Ben Rice went 2 for 5 in the 2-hole. Aaron Judge 1 for 3 with 2 walks, and Cody Bellinger 3 for 4 with a homer, a double, and a walk. Combined 6 of 12, 5 runs, 3 ribbies, a double, 1 home run, and 3 walks. There you have it. That's the meat of the order. When you're looking for the meat for your order, choose Boar's Head. Committed to craft since 1905 as the Yankees had their way with the Chicago White Sox last night, putting up 12 hits. They scored 10 runs. Warren, good enough, overcoming the error early on in the game. And the concerns there, obviously, for the Yankees defensively with Volpe at shortstop and some of the other issues that we've seen with this team, and really the overall sloppiness of the Yankees at times. But still, you know, the Yankees are 14 games over the 500 mark. They send Rodon to the mound later on tonight out in Chicago. And what you're really going to learn, it's not necessarily this series, not necessarily knocking around a White Sox team that right now is 38 games under 500, and they stink. It's really a case of when in the regular season, what you're going to learn about is the next 12 games after that for the New York Yankees. It's going to be when, you know, the schedule gets a little bit more difficult before the soft landing spot at the end when they take on the Twins, the Orioles, the White Sox, and then the Orioles to close it out. But 3 in Houston against the Stros, 3 at home against Toronto, 3 at home against Detroit, then 3 up in Fenway Park will take us to the middle part of the month of September as we're approaching or we're at Labor Day weekend. That's when you're going to learn a little bit of something. But ultimately, as we talked to John Morosi earlier in the program about an hour ago from Fox Sports and MLB Network, you know, it's a wide open American League. So even though I might not be as bullish on the Yankees in 2025, especially from what I've seen so far in the regular season, all you need to do is go on a run in the month of October, and it's a wide open American League. 888-808-1019. Totowa, New Jersey we go. It's Charlie. It's the Fan. What's going on, Charlie?
Hey, Mark. Great show. First of all, I'm a huge Giant fan, so I'm kind of happy Mike is out of our division. But I think as far as Jerry goes, he could have got this done in March and got a much better deal. Something became personal with this somewhere along the way. I don't know what it was. I don't think it really was the money. Something terribly happened where they lost a great player. And a good friend of mine's a Dallas fan, and he's talking about, oh, yeah, but we got 2 first. He says, if Green Bay's plans come to fruition, their first-round picks in 26 and 27, they're going to be near the bottom anyway. It's not like you're getting a top 5. You're talking about Arch Manning. I think it was a big mistake, and I just think somehow, some way, Mark, it got personal, and that was what the decision was based on. I think they were ready to do the money, but something happened.
Yeah, something. And Charlie, I don't think you're wrong. You know, I heard Michael Irvin say something must have changed. There's some Cowboy fans that are celebrating, you know, the headache is gone, whatever it might be, or he didn't come through in the playoffs, the 4 playoff games, just 1 sack, or not as good as everyone thinks he's gonna. Thinks that Micah Parsons is. We've kind of run the full gamut. I don't think you can make the argument today with any kind of sense of reality and make the argument that the Cowboys are better off for 2025 without Micah Parsons.
No, I agree.
And really in the short term, that's all that matters. And here's the deal. The Green Bay Packers are making this move to try and win a Super Bowl.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's what they're trying to do. And if the Packers win the Super Bowl, regardless of what those first-round draft choices turn out to be for the Dallas Cowboys, they win.
Yep. No, I agree with you, Mark. I mean, look what Cincy did. They put a Band-Aid on it with Hendricks. Why didn't you put a Band-Aid on it with him? Let's go back to the table. There's something that happened. And one last comment about my Giants. I'm just excited about the energy I see. The results obviously are yet to be seen. But unlike last year, I don't think I'm going to be turning the game off in the first quarter and saying, I can't watch this. I want them to be competitive. I want them to show progress. And I have hopes for a successful season and Jackson Dart.
Yeah, I mean, Charlie, I think those are realistic expectations. I think they are. And, the Bengals did what they needed to do with Hendrickson because, they need him because the defense stinks. And they're going to score a lot of points with Burrow, Higgins, and obviously Jamar Chase. But the question is, can the Cincinnati Bengals, even with a new defensive coordinator and Al Golden, are they going to be able to stop anybody? And that remains to be seen. But you can answer that question a little bit more positively with Trey Hendrickson part of the role or part of the solution on defense in 2025. Chip in Delaware is up next to the fan. What's going on, Chip?
Hey, Moose, what's going on?
How you doing, man?
All right, thanks. So I think the best thing for the Giants fans is that the Mets and or Yankees have deep runs in October. Because I think this thought of the Giants having this massive turnaround season and we're winning all these more games and we're making a wild card and making a deep run in the playoffs.
That was one caller, Chip. I've never said that.
They're out of their minds.
Yeah, I've never echoed those sentiments. I never talked about the Giants making the playoffs. I thought
No, not you. Just the call after call that are like, oh yeah, we're gonna have a turnaround season and we're gonna make the wild card, and these people are delusional.
Chip, you know what? But Chip, I'll let you continue. I'm not going to cut you off, right? I'll let you continue to make your point. You know what that is? The Giant fan is hopeful.
Oh, right, absolutely.
You know what's refreshing? We know what's refreshing, especially, we're not debating Daniel Jones on a day-in, day-out basis.
Oh, well, thank God for that.
That's refreshing, is it not? That we're talking about the Giants are going to have an identity on defense. That they've got a young quarterback in Jackson Dart that looked the part, yes, in the preseason, but has looked the part. You've got a coach and maybe he's got his moxie back a little bit. The Giant fan has been in the darkness for a while here. Outside of 1 year, 3 years ago. Right? So if the Giant fan wants to be happy, hopeful, Labor Day weekend, feel good about themselves, even facing a daunting schedule, I'm all for it, because I do think, as I mentioned going into the last break, I do think this is the best roster that Joe Schoen has put out on the field. Now, what does that equate to? We'll find out together during the course of the regular season.
Right. Yeah. 3 years ago, right? The wild card, the win over Minnesota, take that aside. The last 8 years, the best record this team has seen is 6-10, right? Yeah. And I understand we made the wild card 3 years ago, beat Minnesota, a bad Minnesota team. That team finished the season, their last 10 games, 3-6-1. That record is more representative of what that team was than the first, the 6-1 start. And the constant theme over the last 8 years has been offensive line play, and we continue to not improve the offensive line, and I don't understand why people think there's going to be different results.
Well, I think, Chip, I do think when an offensive line stays together, I do think you start to yield better results. Now, you can question the talent level of this offensive line. Look at Runyon at one of the guards, Schmitz at one of the center, Luminor at the right tackle position if Andrew Thomas is healthy, playing left tackle. I think there are guys on the offensive line that can get it done. Like Thomas, when he's healthy, is a premier left tackle in the National Football League. The question you have is whether or not he is healthy. So is this the best offensive line in the NFL? No. Is it the worst offensive line when you're looking at personnel in the NFL? No. Can they be middle of the road? Yeah, I think if Thomas is healthy, I think they can be middle of the road. If they're middle of the road, can they operate offensively? That's like the big question you have to ask yourself as whatever you're doing on this holiday weekend. Can the offensive line go out there and be good enough to where I can operate an offense? And I think if things work out well, that they could be good enough to operate an offense.
Right, and the defense has to be better than they were last year because the offenses can be good, but if the defense is on, or the defense can be good, but if they're on the field for 75% of the game,
then they're going to get exhausted. They're human beings. It's not played by robots. Yeah, then they're going to get worn down. Chip, I don't disagree. I think there is, and this is not waxing poetic. This is not drinking the Kool-Aid, putting the giant underwear on. There is talent on that defense to be excited about. There just is. Lawrence, Thibodeau, Lawrence, Burns, Carter, Thibodeau, Okereke, Holland, Paulson, Adebo. Like there's guys on that's real, that's legit, that you can look at and say to yourself, yeah, I think this Giant defense is going to be pretty good. But as you mentioned, Chip, and do love the name Chip because it's my dog's name. Not insulting you, but it's a great name. I think there's a reason that all three phases need to work together. That's why coaches talk about it. So the offense got to go out there and do their job, have sustained drives, be able to score points. Not like they need to score 35 points a game in order to win games, but the defense can't be on the field for an eternity and get exhausted. All right, 4 distinct all-electric Cadillacs. Some drive them for the performance, like Hoffman. Others drive them for the range, like myself. And some drive them because it's the only way to make an entrance. That's Dove. 3 different ways to turn every drive into an occasion. Whatever your reason, there's never been a better time to say, let's take the Cadillac, the all-electric Cadillac family of vehicles, Escalade IQ, VSTEC, Optic, and Lyric. Visit your Tri-State Cadillac dealer today. The BT and Sal Show is presented to you by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Al and I have had this idea about doing a FAN draft, and we've decided not to for those reasons.
Stupid idea. Let's do an FAN draft.
I think we should do the draft.
Yeah, why? Because I say it's a bad idea.
You're just afraid you'd drop to the second round again.
That's a good point, Eddie. Thank you.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. ESPN missed a big opportunity on Thursday night. Turns out Taylor Swift was in attendance at the Nebraska-Cincinnati game with her fiancé, Travis Kelce. If they had publicized her attendance before, they might have had one of the biggest ratings of the college football season. One thing is for sure, it puts to rest any doubt about whether they're in love. Because I don't imagine Swift would have attended this particular matchup any other way. I'm Andrew Perloff.
This Labor Day at Lowe's, shop member-only doorbuster deals for a limited time. Save $50 on an Ego string trimmer, now $169. Plus, get 50% off select Holland pavers. Not a rewards member? Sign up for free today. But hurry, Labor Day doorbuster deals won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 9/1 while supplies last. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Subject to change.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey, powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable, it's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Your journey starts here and ends, well, that's up to you. Get 0% APR for up to 48 months on the purchase of a new 2025 Sorento. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely. Financing for 24 to 48 months from Kia Finance KF. Subject to credit approval by KF to well-qualified buyers for purchase of a new 2025 Sorento. Excludes hybrid PHEV. $20.83 per month for 1,000 financed. No down payment required. Subject to vehicle availability and dealer participation. Offers may not be combined except where specified. Must take delivery by 9/2/25. See Kia retailer for available stock.
Getting
Getting engaged will be one of the most exciting times of your life, and the winning team at London Jewelers is there to help you pop the big question. They have the cutting-edge technology and trained professionals at London Jewelers to help you select a ring from their beautiful 2x London collection, or even design the absolute perfect ring to fit within everyone's budget. So whether you're starting out or starting over, why not let the engagement experts at London Jewelers help you out? You could visit London Jewelers at any one of their 6 locations, including the Americana Manhasset and the Ball at Short Hills.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
FanDuel is giving you a reason to lock in the college football season early. Right now, new customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. That's right. Bet $5 on any bet, and if you win, you walk away with $300 in bonus bets to use all over the app. You can use those bonus bets on Week 1 lines, Heisman futures, over-unders, player props, whatever you got circled on a college football calendar. FanDuel is easy to use, safe, and when you win, you get paid instantly. No waiting around, no hassle, just straight to your account. And if you got a team, a take, or a gut feeling before kickoff, now's the time to back it. Just head to FanDuel.com/GIO and sign up to get started. That's FanDuel.com/GIO. 21 and over and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issues now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with the gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Get away to the Atlantic City in Waterboat Show. 4 days only. September 4th to the 7th at the Golden Nugget Marina. See the new boat models from all the major manufacturers. Buy $15 advance tickets at ACinWaterboat.show.com. See you there.
Hot damn! Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. The hard iced tea taste you know and love, but with an 8% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real fruit tea, goes down smooth, and brings your daytime drinking to the next level. Just look for the bright yellow cans in the cooler and get ready to dial up the fun. Big flavor, extreme kick. Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted!
Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Call of the day with Brendan Tierney and Sal Licata on The Fan.
And that was one of the best teams I've ever played on.
The 94 Yankees.
The 94 Yankees.
Because Mattingly was still healthy at that time.
Right. And we were just killing people and scoring runs like crazy, and the pitching was off the chart. And then we made the run in 95, and Donnie got to the playoffs. And I think Donnie hit 487 in the playoffs that year, and we're in Seattle after we lost, and he looks over and goes, "Boggsy, I'm retiring." I said, "Cap, you can't retire." I said, "This is insane." I said, "We finally got to the playoffs, and you hit 487, and he said, "No," he said, "I'm done." And we started crying, and it was an emotional plane flight back to New York, and then he called and made it official that I'm retiring. And I went, wow. I said, how are we going to replace Don Mattingly?
Yeah, there you have it. That's Wade Boggs. Road to Cooperstown. John Morosi joined us, new podcast and series coming out talking to Hall of Famers that had amazing baseball careers, obviously, and punched their ticket to the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown. Yeah, 94, August 12th, 1994. That's when the season came to an end. The Yankees had the best record in the American League. Pete, who had the best record in the National League? August 12th.
The Montreal Expos.
Boom. Good job, Hoff. there you have it. Sharp as a tack. The Montreal Expos had the best record in the National League. So, and I think there's a lot of Yankee fans that grew up in that era when Mattingly was, the hitman that had the poster up on their wall that would love to have seen Don Mattingly win a World Series. Unfortunately, he did not. And I'm sure that was an emotional flight back. Good stuff there from Bogsy. Manhattan we go. It's Ralph. What's going on, Ralph?
Don't you tell me you're dyeing your hair. Are you dyeing your hair? I turn on the radio.
See, this is like a game of telephone. I said I dyed my hair. I'm not. My hair is turning gray from the stressors of life, right? I haven't lost it, right? But I dyed my hair once when I was at SNY. It had to be about, 12, 13 years ago now. Maybe, I don't know. I forget what it was. I dyed my hair once, walked into the SNY newsroom, and I believe it was Kirk Jimenez at the time, who was an anchor at SNY. I sat down, saw me, and said, nice dye job. And I said, no, I didn't dye my job. He goes, yes, you did. I go, does it look that bad? He goes, does it look that obvious? He's like, yes. I'm like, thank you. I appreciate it.
So wait a minute now. Hold on now. You denied it. You said no, and then obviously you did.
Initially, I did, but then, and that initial denial lasted maybe about 20 seconds. But then I felt, you did not necessarily feel comfortable because people then are just looking at your hair. It's like, and I'm not. It's like seeing a guy that's in his 70s and all of a sudden he's got jet black hair or brown hair and there's not a gray hair.
Here's the thing. Once in a while I have to dye my hair for a part for a role. Once in a while when I get a little thing going.
Yeah.
So the last time I did that, somebody turned to me and said, you look older with that hair. I see people under the misapprehension, Mark, that if you dye your hair, you're gonna look younger, but that's not the case. Wow. George Clooney, I don't want to get on this too much because I want to talk about the Wade Boggs, but George Clooney is the prime example. Handsome guy, but he dyed his hair for a part recently on Broadway. And he looks 10 years older with the dyed hair.
I got you. Unfortunately, I don't look like George Clooney. That's the issue.
Well, we can't all be. we can't all be that lucky,
Right, exactly. But I understand. No. You know what bothers me? Just as we're on this subject, what bothers me when you see somebody that has, and I can't grow facial hair either. Like I did one point, and I tried a couple years ago. Looked terrible. Donna hated it. Did it like when I was like in my 20s. My wife, my mom at the time told me that I looked awful. I looked like somebody that should be goat herding. So I looked terrible. So she's
mothers will say that.
Yeah. So she was brutally honest, and I appreciate the honesty rather than telling me something that's not true. But what bothers me when people have jet black hair or darker hair, not a stitch of gray on top, yet their facial hair is like gray. And then they're trying to tell you that one has nothing to do with the other. Well, if your facial hair has hints of gray, how does your hair on top not have any gray whatsoever?
You know who's sporting that look? Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Oh, is that
Check
true?
him out recently. He got a snow white beard, Mark, and he's got hair, some funny reddish brown. It's terrible. If I knew him personally, I'd give him advice, but I don't. Here's the thing. Here's the thing about Boggs, who was tremendous. Here's a guy who can wake up in the middle of the night, as they used to say, and get a base hit. The holy trinity back in those days, Tony Gwynn, Wade Boggs, George Brett. There weren't three better hitters ever to be found in the last 50, 60, 70 years. These guys were fabulous. And I'll leave you with this. You know how average means nothing and how much Boggs was reliant on his average. Everything was average. I say that average means a great deal. In the game where you fail 3 out of 10 times, if you could hit 350, 360, 370, and that's where these guys were, you are a phenomenal baseball player. The barometer they use now is flawed, Mark. Average means something. RBIs means something. These things meant something, and it still does, I think, Mark.
Well, yeah, and Ralph, I don't disagree with you. And we've seen the precipitous drop, the lack of average, the lack of balls in play, the lack of action that you've seen in Major League Baseball. I don't disagree. I think you can take it all into account. when you look at it. And you can, when you're grading out players, judging out players, whatever factor your organization wants to look at, whether it be on base, whether it be OPS, whether it be batting average, whether it be RBIs, the 3 known outcomes. I mean, we've heard it all. But I don't disagree. I mean, I think when you're minimizing the brilliance of guys like Boggs and Tony Gwynn and George Brett and what Mattingly was as a hitter, the ability to make contact and put the ball in play and to hit for high average. I think there should always be a place in Major League Baseball for that. And Boggs was one of the best I've ever seen. Deserved place in Cooperstown. Make sure to check out that podcast with Morosi. So tonight, out in Queens, got a little excitement. And Hoff's going to be on tonight at 2 a.m. on WFAN, breaking it all down as well before he heads back. He's heading back to Eastchester in between, but he's going to be taking in Jonah Tong, making his debut tonight for the New York Mets as they take on the Miami Marlins. And we talked about the Met game last night. Yankee game, didn't really learn all that much. They knocked around the Chicago White Sox, hit some home runs. White Sox are terrible, but Rodon on the mound later on tonight for the Yankees. Jonah Tong making his debut tonight for the New York Mets, and we've seen the brilliance of Nolan McLean for the Mets in his 3 starts so far, 0.89 ERA. Tong emotional when he met with the media, talking about the fact of when he told his mom or where you're going to be on Friday night, and said tears were, we were balling for a good hour. He deserves it. He's earned it. It's been brilliant in the minor leagues. But Pete, let me ask you, you're going to be on tonight, taking everyone through the overnight. What do you think Jonah Tong's pitching line is tonight? Mets, obviously, a step back last night. Now trail the Phillies by 5 games in the National League East. 4 games up on the Cincinnati Reds for the 3rd and final wild card spot in the National League. The Mets are going to be a playoff team. Just how dangerous, we'll find out together. Tong tonight looking to make an impression. What do you think he does tonight?
I'm not optimistic. I don't think you can pull off what Nolan McLean has done, so you're not going to beat, even though the first outing was 5 1/3, I still think it's going to be less than that. I think you're looking at 4 1/3. I think you're looking at 4 runs, and you're probably looking at maybe 5 Ks, but like 3 walks.
Now, as a veteran, talk show host, you've been working at this station for a while as well. When you look at it, disaster always plays better.
Yes.
There's no doubt. People love to react to negativity. Positivity doesn't always necessarily play. You're doing a show tonight. Are you rooting for Tong to pitch well? You're a big Met fan. Or are you looking for Tong to pitch poorly?
I want him to throw a no-hitter. I want him to go out and ball out because that will just add more energy to this team that was kind of looking for an identity a little bit.
I get it. I understand. Yeah. And answer to the pitching rotation. You've heard a lot about him. He's getting an opportunity. It's not, you've watched a lot of bad starting pitching throughout the course of the year. You're looking for brilliance tonight, but you don't think you're rooting for brilliance. You don't think you're going to get it.
I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, McLean's been too good these first 3 games for Jonah Tong to come in here and hit anything that what McLean's done. And that's not just be like, I'll be the pessimist, because I just can't imagine the way it's gone for the Mets. He's not going to deliver.
Well, I think he's going to be good tonight. I don't think he's going to be McLean good. I'll go 6 innings, 2 runs allowed. I think he's going to be good. I think the Mets bounce back after a bad performance, and I think the Yankees will embarrass the White Sox yet again. Dove, love you. Great to see you. Hoff, you as well. Have a good show. Make sure to check out Pete Hoffman later on tonight, 2 a.m. And got all the post-game reaction, Mets and Yankees. Straight ahead, Pat Boyle. Have a great Labor Day weekend, everybody. Boyle next, right here. Where else? The Fan in New York.
Baseball heartbreak, football glory. WFAN covers every win, loss, and headline from the Yankees, Mets, Jets, and Giants. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Together, let's drive at Paramus Chevrolet for just $297 a month and $30.14 due at delivery. Lease a brand new Equinox EV 4D Wagon RS with front-wheel drive for 24 months. Buying, enjoy 0.0% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. Visit ParamusChevrolet.com today.
Online security is a must, and millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer and more private online. And you can do that too. Get NordVPN with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic from data snoopers and internet service providers, while NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro will reduce risk of phishing and alert you about the fake online shops and known scams. And that's not all. If your email address is leaked to the dark web, you will get an instant notification from the Dark Web Monitor and act accordingly. Get the special NordVPN deal today at nordvpn.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on nordvpn.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
Wait, you're leaving us? You're matching pajamas.
Matching silk pajamas, babe.
You discover Heineken and now you go out to, watch live sports?
We were literally made to wrap you in luxury, to vibe, to recharge your soul.
And your weighted blanket is here.
It's like a blanket, but so weighted.
Don't listen to your PJs. Head to the game with some friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Talk New York sports on The Fan.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook that knows how to treat you right. It's an exciting time of the year for fans of America's pastime, and with BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. From the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
More Mazda buyers choose Ramsey Mazda during the Mazda More to Move You sales event. Get 1.9% financing on a new 2025 Mazda CX-50. No payments for 90 days or lease for $239 for 33 months. Start shopping now at RamseyMazda.com. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda.
Call 833-853-2970 for lease details. VIN SN 319033. MSRP $32,785. Zero security deposit. APR $1748 for $1,000 finance. Hence 9/2/25.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Our friends at Town Fair Tire remind you that at Town Fair Tire, you always get the guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Talk sports with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Sponsored by NJME Manufacturing Day on October 3rd in Freehold. Happy Jonah Tong Day to those who celebrate. The Mets promoting another of their top pitching prospects. Mets President of Baseball Operations David Stearns explaining the decision to promote the 22-year-old.
As you roll into the last month of the season, you want to have the best roster you possibly can. And we think Jonah has a chance to be among that. He's earned the opportunity.
Courtesy of SNY, expectations surely ratcheted up with the success that Nolan McLean has had. The Mets hosting the Marlins tonight, 7:10 first pitch. Hear it on Odyssey Mets Radio. The Yankees could run their winning streak to 6 on the south side of Chicago. Carlos Rodon starts for the Yanks. We'll have the pregame starting at 7 o'clock here on The Fan. NFL news, the Patriots are releasing former Giants safety Jabril Peppers. At the U.S. Open, Carlos Alcaraz advances to the 4th round. American Ben Shelton is leading the opening set against Adrian Manarino 4-2. If you work in New Jersey manufacturing, your chance to network, learn, and connect with resources for your business is October 3rd, the annual Made in New Jersey Manufacturing Day in Freehold. Both gubernatorial candidates will share their vision for industry in New Jersey. Register today at njmep.org. Fan weather brought to you by Cars for Kids. It's Cars with a K. It is 76 degrees under cloudy skies in Central Park. WFAN congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated, more than 100,000 kids helped. Be part of the legacy. Donate your cars today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors. I'm Pete McCarthy.
Evan Roberts. Tiki Barber. It's Evan and Tiki on WFAN, The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey-o! Final Friday of summer here on The Fan. It's Pat Boyle with you. Happy to fill in for Evan, for Tiki. We got no Marash. We got no Loogie. So we got Rami and Rosenberg on the other side. It's going to be a fun show, baby. Lot to get into. Phone number to join, 888-808-1019. That's 888-808-1019. You can also hit me up on Twitter or on Instagram, both at PatBoyle44. A lot of football coming up in an hour. Micah Parsons sending shockwaves, the trade to the Packers, how that affects the Giants. Darren Muji must be listening to me because he believes Justin Fields is set for a big breakout season. We got a Cinco coming up. We'll predict Jets and Giants over under win totals. But let's start with that nightmare 7th inning last night at Citi Field. And you just knew not to get too excited after the Mets sweep the Phillies and all their whiny little bitch fans in Philadelphia crying, oh, the Mets are cheating. The Mets must be cheating. There's no way we can't beat them. Get to that in a little bit. But you just knew that after the Mets swept the Phils, offense scores 25 runs in 3 games. Guys hitting with runners in scoring position, Lindor, Alonso, Soto, Nimmo, everybody hitting. You just knew that the letdown game was coming. You just knew that when the Miami Marlins rolled into town yesterday at 62-71 with an offense to the lineup that you probably can't pick out more than a player or two in, you just knew that the Mets would find a way to let you down. And that's exactly what happened. It's absolutely what happened. And the Mets defense, which we've been talking about on The Fan for the last several weeks, 2 years, how sloppy the Yankees defense is and how sloppy Yankees base running is. The Mets took a page right out of the Yankees book last night. Committing 3 errors, allowing 5 unearned runs. There's the difference. You lose 7-4 against a crap team. Now, look, I'm not expecting the Mets to sweep every sub-500 team they play the rest of the season. Because just last week, they lost 2 out of 3 to the Nationals. But then you hammer the Braves for 2 out of 3. You sweep the Phillies. You get some momentum. You want to continue that into this homestand. Like, you think, all right, 3 out of 4. Easy against the Marlins. And just the mental miscues, the mistakes in the field, it proves that this Mets team, they still got a lot to prove. They still got a lot to go before you can get excited about October and think about them becoming a contender for a World Series. And also, before you can think about them catching the Phillies for the division. 888-808-1019, the phone number to join the show, 888-808-1019. And I know at the risk of overreacting about 1 out of 162, that exists, okay? And the Mets, maybe they crushed the Marlins tonight, and we'll talk about Jonah Tongday coming up in a little bit. Heard the fellow handsome Irishman, Petey Mack, mention that on his update. And where this Mets rotation, how it could maybe start to look like 2016 all over again. And maybe the Mets they win 3 in a row. And they outscore the Marlins by a combined 15 runs over these next 3 games. But every game is, we're on the weekend, we're on Labor Day weekend here. And so I think that gives you a little bit more of an opportunity to overreact about every single game the rest of the way, because there's only 28 of them left. And every single one matters. If you want to try to win this division, if you want to try to get home field advantage for as many series as you can in the postseason, and obviously you want this team feeling, going into October, playing red-hot baseball. And I guess let's not forget the ghosts of 2007. Let's not forget the ghosts of Mets past. Let's not put the possibility of them missing the postseason altogether out of the realm of possibilities. But, I'm watching this game last night. I'm flipping back and forth between them and the Yanks. I watch a little Rutgers football as well. That was a shaky start. But, you get right away, you get a sloppy first inning. Clay Holmes, basically, they're playing pinball with him, hitting every single ball off of him left and right. Then you get that third inning, which was sloppy as hell as well. Starts it with a hit-by pitch. And then steals second base. And then you get the infield comes in. Jeff McNeil, who's got a noodle arm, can't make a throw quick enough to home. And honestly, probably was the wrong play anyway. Just go to first base, take the easy out. But you give up an easy run there. And then you get Clay Holmes again, can't catch a freaking baseball. Or Alonso, who we talked about earlier in the year, Alonso with the yips. Alonso can't make the throws to first base. And he puts one right in Clay Holmes' web. Right, drops it. Just drops the ball. You can't make it up. Yeah, you gift crappy teams extra outs and extra runs, you're going to lose. You're going to pay for it. I think there's something to be said about the mentality of this Mets team for this loss last night more than anything. And again, a month from now, you're getting ready to play postseason baseball. You hope so. You would think this team will be locked in for every inning, every out, every game that you play in October. But it's these kinds of games last night. It's these kinds of moments that you get excited, you get jacked up, swept the Phillies. You're texting any of your fans that live in South Jersey your friends that live in South Jersey down the shore, rubbing it in their face. And you get a little bit of excitement. You want to feel good about yourself. And then the Mets put together a game like they did last night. And it kind of just resets all the momentum. It opens the possibility for a collapse here in September. And you then lose a game right away in that NL East. You're 5 back with 28 games left. Phillies don't have Zach Wheeler. And again, Clay Holmes can't catch a freaking baseball. So you're down 4-2. And even now with how hot the Mets have been, the offense, you're like, okay, we'll get it back, no problem. And sure enough, Alonso delivers in the bottom of the 5th. Hits an absolute bomb into left center field, his 30th home run of the year. And then that top of the 7th. That was one of the worst innings I've seen all year. It probably was. That was probably the Mets' worst inning of the season, where they bring in Soto. And again, you get Alonso, runner on first, nobody out. Alonso goes to spin on a ground ball and throw to second, and he just straight up bobbles it. Can't get the ball out of his mitt. And then, once again, you get Brandon Nimmo making the mistake. And the very next batter, base hit to left. All right, worst case scenario, keep him there. It was a hard hit ball. And Nimmo's kicking the ball out there in left field. It's just mistake after mistake after mistake. You know, the late, great Bob Boyle, my dad would say, put a tent over this circus. Then you get a pass ball. I mean, jeez, I want to rip my hair out of my head watching this game last night. And then another infield single where McNeil, this one, he should have made a better throw. Noodle arm Jeff can't make a throw to home. So you got another infield single on a guy scoring to the plate where you have the infield in. That's the point of bringing the infield in, to get the out at home. You couldn't do it either time last night. And so by the time everything's said and done, it's 7-4, and then the Mets offense goes quiet the rest of the game. So, again, it's one game. And there's been a lot of positives to talk about how great this offense has been with runners in scoring position. How much chemistry this lineup is starting. You know, they're looking like October of last year. They're looking like September of last year. Vientos has been on an absolute heater. Soto's getting his walks. Soto's coming through in the clutch. Alonso hitting missiles. Nimmo's been great. Lindor's been great. Like, that's it, man. That top five right there, that's what you need. That's how you got to the NLCS last season. And we know the rotation still has plenty of blemishes, and there's a lot to get excited tonight with Tong, and you can dream that maybe you got a 1-2 punch in the postseason with McClain and Tong, and maybe you can also start to dream about Sproat, see if he comes up soon. Because you can't trust Minaya, you can't trust Senga. But just... yeah, it's just frustrating for those of you diehard fans that are locked in every single game. Early start to the weekend, maybe last night, Thursday night, you get out to the ballpark right after a sweep of the Phillies, and then that team puts together that disgusting display of defense and a total lack of focus. Total lack of focus. 888-808-1019. Phone number to join the show, 888-808-1019. Let's get to the phones here right out of the chute. Joe's in Clark, New Jersey, next up on the Fan. Joe, what's up, bro?
What's up, bro? Yeah, yesterday's game really put a bad taste in my mouth. That's why I can't buy into this team yet, because I've seen this team go out to San Francisco, sweep the Giants 3 straight. Everybody went crazy. They came back and lost 9 of 10. So I've seen this many times. You know, you think they turned the corner. Last night was against a team that always seems to have their number over the years. But here's the thing. I want to start with Soto, okay, bro? Here's the thing. I don't want to hear he's sitting in the clutch all of a sudden. He gets his seeing eye singles every other game. The 25 bouncer up the middle that somehow finds a hole. I got to watch Schwarber next door hit 4 home runs, basically knocked he almost knocked the stadium down. He hit so hard. 460, 435, 449. Every home run longer than the other. He's up there aggressive, man. I'm so sick of Soto going up there to walk every time. I'm paying him $1 billion. I don't want someone to be aggressive, man. I want him to be an alpha male and go up there and lead this team on, put him on his back.
Well, that's what you got, though. Joe, were you expecting anything else? And again, there's still time for Soto to be the monster in October that he was with the Yankees last year. But also, this is what he does. This is what he does, man. He gets his walks. He works the count. And, yeah, I just love it. You know, when he was hitting like 240 in May and June, it was easy to complain that he wasn't hitting the ball at all. I love you, Joe, but now he's actually hitting singles. He's hitting in the clutch, and you're like, enough with the seeing eye singles. I need to see 450-foot pops.
Come on, bro. Come on, man. I'm watching him hit these singles. I mean, like I said, Schwarber's one guy. Schwarber has 49 homers and 120 RBIs. I mean, you know, Soto.
But that's the type of player that Schwarber is, Joe. He is home run or. Go ahead.
Yeah, but he walks. He takes his walks too. He has 1,000 OPS. Got a way higher OPS than Soto. Soto's 860. He's over 1,000. He's got 50 more RBIs, 17 more home runs. Are you kidding me? That's the guy. Well, I want Cespedes. I want a guy to come up there and lead my team, hit 2 home runs, knock in 6 runs, hit a couple of doubles, not get a couple of singles. Walk. All he cares about, bro. I told my friend, it's like a cat and mouse game with the umpire. He looks at the home plate umpire. He takes more strike threes down the middle than any human being in the world. I've never seen it before in my life. Right down the middle, strike 3, and he looks at the umpire and he smirks. It's like, I think all he cares about is that he wins the strike zone, that he got over on the umpire this time. He talks to the umpire more than his own teammates. Let's be honest, the home plate umpire. I mean, I'm sick of it, bro. I am so disappointed with this. I wanted him so bad. I mean, it was crazy how bad I wanted him on our team. And I am so disappointed. Hopefully next year, maybe it's that first year jinx because Beltran went through it and Lindor went through it, even Piazza to an extent. Maybe next year will be the year. But if this is all there is, I need him sometimes to step up. I need him to be the guy last year with 41 home runs, hit that three-run bomb in Cleveland and win the game against the Indians, against the Guardians last year. I want that guy to be. That's the guy I thought I was getting.
Well, Joe, I appreciate the call, brother. I appreciate the call. There is still time for Juan Soto to make that happen. And look, he's been disappointing. And I know it's very easy to just look at his numbers and say, well, what is Joe talking about? 32 home runs. He's probably going to finish the year with 90, 95 RBIs. He's got 22 stolen bases. What are you talking? Well, you see how rough and how brutal he has been with runners in scoring position up until the last week or two. Now he's starting to get it, but, singles with runners in scoring position is not enough for Joe. He wants home runs. I don't blame you. I don't blame you for being disappointed with the overall season that Soto has had, because it has been disappointed. And I'm not just saying, well, just wait till October, he'll turn it on. But I think that if there's somebody that can atone for a lackluster first year in Citi Field, and yes, he is the reason that your season ticket prices went up 40%, and yes, he is the reason that it cost $30, $40 to get a beer and a sandwich or a beer and a hot dog now at Citi Field, there is still time for Juan Soto to atone. Because I don't know about you, but I probably have a little bit more faith in the guy that put the offense on his back when he was 19 years old in the World Series with the Nationals in 2019. A guy that last year, like you said, that 3-run homer in Cleveland. A guy that had an 1,100 OPS throughout the postseason last year with the Yankees. If there's one thing throughout his career, Soto is built for October. He's built for the moment. And yeah, through 130 games, he has been very disappointing. He has been very disappointing. And I do get frustrated as well when I see certain at-bats and, it's Soto got his walk. Soto look at the 8 pitches that he saw. He knows the strike zone. He wins the strike zone. I get you, Joe. That's all very valid. 100%. 100%. But I think there's somebody that can be given a little bit of leeway in October. And just like for years, and I'm not, Stanton and Soto, slightly different levels of superstardom and obviously very different levels of regular season production. But you see with the Yankees now, if there's one thing about Giancarlo Stanton, it's, okay, in years past, he can't stay healthy. He struggles in the regular season. He goes through these stretches where he's swinging a golf club at sliders 3 feet in the other batter's box. Soto Stanton has become an October legend. And now this season, he is, one of the best hitters in all of baseball for the minimal time he's played. Soto, you have seen him, granted in different uniforms, but you've seen him turn it on in October. And there's absolutely every chance and every possible reality that he does that for the Mets this October. And from April to September, yeah, disappointing. He can more than make up for that with a legendary October. Let's get to Lawrence, who's in Oklahoma City. Lawrence, what's going on, man? You're on the fan.
Yeah, I'm super pumped on the Mets right now. I'm not scared about losing one game to the Marlins. It's what the Mets always do. Like at the end, whether it's like they're going to make it to the playoffs or not, they always make us sweat. But I'm confident that we're going to pull through and still make the playoffs.
Yeah, well, Lawrence, I would hope so, man. I would hope so, because right now that lead in the wild card is still, let's see, what is it, 3.5 games? It's 4 games now. The Reds have lost 3 in a row. You can thank the Dodgers for kicking their ass a couple of days ago. You should honestly, the mindset, I know it's tough as a Mets fan to actually believe in the team that they won't let you down, but coming off of last season, the magic carpet ride in the second half of the year, and
just like the team they've
put, right now. But the team they've put together this year, Lawrence, and I know that $500 million payroll with all the taxes included, like they still were the 17th best team in baseball and offense up until 2 weeks ago. You should be gunning for the division. Like that's the mindset. Let's catch the Phillies rather than I hope we don't collapse against with the Reds trying to catch us.
We're bringing up Jonah Tong tonight. Hopefully the kid's lights out, just like McLean's been. We got Juan Soto, the alternative from where I've been as a Mets fan to where we're at now. We got a real team, and it's always game on, and we could beat anybody any day. So I'm not worried about nothing for the Mets. Let's
wow, not worried about nothing. All right, hey Lawrence, I appreciate the call, man. Not worried about nothing. Well, you definitely should be worried about the rotation. because it has been absolutely brutal. And same thing with a good portion of that bullpen, not named Edwin Diaz. And again, the big trade acquisition. Oh, Gregory Soto. Oh, Helsley. I mean, those guys have been a couple of stiffs so far. But we look at tonight now, all the reason to get excited again. Coming off the letdown spot, it's the first ever Jonah Tong Day. And we'll talk about it and why this maybe could resemble 2016 all over again. It's Pat Boyle in for Evan and Tiki here on this Friday. Phone number to join is 888-808-1019. We're coming to you live from the Town Fair Tire Studios, powered by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. This summer, get in the game with Windorama's biggest sale ever. During the Home Team Savings Event, save up to 30% off your window and door installation project now through September 14th. It's fast and easy. Schedule your free consultation, shop from home, and let our local certified experts handle measurement and installation. In just 14 days, visit SaveWithRama.com to book your free consultation with the local home team at Windorama.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off.
I like Soto. I mean, I like his attitude.
The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Some things are hard to commit to, like learning how to surf or saving for a family vacation. But one commitment that's easy, switching to Fios Home Internet with a 5-year price lock guarantee. That means 5 great summers of fast, reliable internet at the same low price. All with the Fios 1 gig internet plan. Plus no hidden fees or equipment charges. Call 1-833-VERIZON to switch today. Price guarantee applies to base monthly rate only for new and existing My Home customers.
Our transportation, water, and energy infrastructure is critical. But did you know that those projects are built by the local 825 operating engineers and their contractors? They even built MetLife Stadium and the stadium before that. That's why their advocacy organization, ELEC, the Engineers Labor Employee Cooperative, fights for those priorities every day. That's ELEC, representing the hardworking men and women who build New York and New Jersey.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable, it's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Lunch was great. Greenwich Village is a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
How good is a perfectly cooked tomahawk steak? The Chef IQ Sense is the wireless cooking thermometer that eliminates under or overcooking your meat. Order the newly released 3rd generation Chef IQ Sense now and enter code word BOOMER for 20% off at chefiq.com.
Here we go.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible.
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Most people have no idea there's an invisible gap in their home's protection. This invisible threat is house stealing. Con artists pick a house. They transfer the deed of this house into their name by obtaining the forms, using the fake IDs, and filing the paperwork with proper authorities. Now they own the home. Protect your home from this invisible gap. Check on your home's title right now at HomeTitleLock.com. Be sure to use promo code RADIO and they will send you a complete title scan of your home's title. And your first 30 days of triple lock title protection is free. HomeTitleLock.com.
Hi, this is Jill Schlesinger, CBS News business analyst, certified financial planner, and the host of the Jill on Money podcast. This is the show where your money is not scary. It's a show that's all about you. It's your questions that make it possible for me to provide unconventional and entertaining insights on your money, and more importantly, on your life. Listen and follow Jill on Money on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're looking for a great price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire, where you always get the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires. But it doesn't end there, because Town Fair Tire gives you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. More free services than any other tire dealer. That's why we say nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
It might be the new song that takes over Citi Field for the rest of the season. Last year it was OMG. How about let me see that tongue, ta-tong. Jonah Tong Day for the first time in Queens tonight against the Marlins. The Mets' number 4 overall prospect, the 22-year-old Canadian, 6'1", 180 pounds, making his major league debut tonight. And honestly, if this isn't his walkout song, his warm-up song, I don't know what we're doing. We're making a big mistake.
I'm seeing rumors of Nickelback, according to him.
No!
Yes.
Nickelback!
I know. And not even the good song.
What song, Rami?
I'll have to look on, I think SNY posted it. I'll check it up.
Oh, my God. Somebody's got to get in that kid's ear. By the way, it's Pat Boyle in for Evan and Tiki. Welcome back here on The Fan. Phone number to join is 888-808-1019.
Burn it to the ground.
Burn it to the ground? Now, if you don't have to play it, but if you played it, I would probably know it right away. But, I mean, come on.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's not even like a household name Nickelback song.
Nickelback? Big mistake. Well, I mean, big branding opportunity to not go with "Let me see that tongue, tongue."
Like if he was coming out with Rockstar, I think we'd all be okay with it. But he's not. He's going. What did I just say?
Also, another thing to remember, Patty, is that Thong Song came out in '99. I don't think Tong was born until 03.
Yep.
Now, listen, you can say the same thing about Nickelback. I don't know when that song specifically
That's what I'm saying.
came out.
Nickelback was big in, 2007?
But he was 4 in 07.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, come on.
That album is from 08, so yeah.
That Cisco song, let me see that. That's timeless. That's an incredible song. And there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. I like it when the beat goes, da, nah, baby, make your booty go, da, nah. Phenomenal song. Jonah Tong, look, if there's anybody Mets representatives, Mets team officials listening, just think about it. Think about it. It'll set the world on fire. It'll set the world on fire. Last year we had OMG. The Mets, they're still kind of in this rut. Still kind of in this little mini, not little mini, but still in this rut here. They're not fully out of that swoon. Not fully out of it yet. You swept the Phillies, and then last night you lose the momentum, letdown game against the Marlins. We need a new OMG. Right? David Stearns didn't want to keep Jose Iglesias around. Jonah Tong, along with Nolan McLean, let Nolan McLean just be the stud. Let him be the stud. He doesn't need any gimmicks. But we know Mets, Mets fans, you kind of need your gimmicks. Last year, that carpet ride, that Cinderella ride in the second half of last year, it was built.
Gay Mets.
It was built, yeah, we had the gay Mets. It was built upon Grimace, of course. He was the ringleader. He was the front of the circus. We had Hawk Tua, right? We had Seymour Wiener. We had the rally pimp. This year we need something. We need a little extra juice. And if Jonah Tong is gonna warm up to let me see that thong, and instead of let me see that tongue, like that's it, man. That's the answer. Maybe he wears a thong. Maybe he wears a G-string. That's the way. What movie is that from, right? The one guy, was that Major League where the guy wears a thong? Is it The Catcher? Maybe Jonah Tong sports a Mets G-string and then he warms up to let me see that thong. And there you go. And then now we're going back to the NLCS. Maybe we beat the Dodgers. Maybe you beat the Dodgers. Maybe you go to the World Series this year. You need that little extra lure to get you over the hump.
Oh my God.
R.I.P. Now it's got to be let me see that Tong. So anyway, on the field stuff, obviously very excited for Jonah Tong, who leads the minor leagues in strikeouts this year. How about a 1.43 ERA in 22 starts, most of them coming in AA, but he made 2 starts in AAA, didn't give up a single run across 11 2/3 innings. And overall, 113 2/3 innings, 179 strikeouts. Now, we'll see how that transitions and how that plays in the big leagues, but the fastball averages 95.5 miles an hour, gets it up to 98, 99. And again, he's not a big kid. I said 6'1". He'll look like, you'll see it right away. If you guys remember David Price, who kind of had that big rocker step and then kind of turned his hip to the batter. That's what Jonah Tong looks like in his delivery, and that's why even at 6'1", he's still able to generate so much explosiveness. He's got the Vulcan changeup and then big curveball and a slider. So that's the arsenal, and it's obviously been electric in the minor leagues. He's had some command issues. I think his walk rate's like 11%, which would put him like as some of the worst in baseball. So the command is something to keep a close eye out for. But obviously, in a normal year, where if he's getting called up in April and May, it's okay, kid's got some time. We'll see, there's going to be some growing pains, but we got a whole year, very excited. This is kind of a tough spot, right? Rabid fan base right now, very angsty is the feeling, I would say, for a lot of Mets fans, where you're hoping you don't collapse against the Reds. You're also trying to be confident and say, well, we can catch the Phillies. And after what Nolan McLean has done, where he has been just unhittable through 3 starts, it's a little unfair to put a lot of expectations and pressure on Jonah Tong, but that's what he's going to have to manage tonight and for the rest of the season. And you need it. You need it, man. It's all fun to dream about what an October postseason rotation would look like, and you're hoping McLean and Jonah Tong are both in it. Maybe you're even going one step further. Hey, bring up Brandon Sproat next. Let's go. Give us the 3 young guns leading the way, because you can't trust Kodai Senga. Is just absolutely miserable and frustrating to watch. Nibbling away at the strike zone. Kodai nibbles. Kodai nibbles at the strike zone. That's every single start. Can't get out of the 5th inning. Manaea, is he pitching hurt? Is there something going on? Who knows? But he has not been anything close to what he was last year. He's a total question mark come October. And even Peterson, who's been the ace, who's been reliable, again, very up and down. Very up and down over the last couple of starts for Peterson. But he's right now the one. And I think if we even started the postseason tomorrow, McLean probably gets game 2. So it's definitely a bit unfair for Jonah Tong, but we'll see how he handles the pressure, the expectations of now pitching in some big-time games right away. This is unprecedented. David Stern said, this is fast. We did not expect him to be here, but you also didn't expect this pitching rotation to be as brutal as it has been. The pitching lab. Yeah, we see how well that worked with Montas this year. Holmes started the season great, and there's another one, can't get out of the 5th, 6th inning on most starts. And so there is a lot of promise in Jonah Tong's start tonight, and I think it can also kind of resemble 2016 in a sense, right? Because 2015, you're coming off the World Series, and the expectations were sky high. Last year, you're coming off, this year you're coming off the NLCS. Expectations are sky high. You get Juan Soto. And 2016, it was the young guns. Right? It was DeGrom. It was Harvey. It was Syndergaard. It was Matz. Right? Wheeler was still recovering. I think it was the first Tommy John that he went through, or the second Tommy John, but there was no Wheeler just yet. And now it's McClain. Tonight is the big league debut for Jonah Tong. Brandon Sproat not far behind. And so you're getting some 2016 vibes here. And I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities that McClain and Tong are both starting a game in October. So basically throw all the plans from April out the window, honestly. But also be patient with this kid. Be patient. He's not going to be, I guarantee you, he is not going to be what Nolan McClain has been. He is not going to have 3 straight starts where he's been untouchable. He's going to walk a couple of guys. The stuff is going to be there. But, I mean, honestly, you're kind of asking him, hey, you have 5, maybe 6 starts here to try to see if he can be an option for this October rotation. 888-808-1019, the phone number to join the show, 888-808-1019. Billy's in Reading, next up on the Fan. Reading, Connecticut, that is. What's up, Billy?
Hey, what's up, Pat?
How you doing, bro?
Going back to your Met point, I think Stearns, if I was Stearns, I would definitely bring Spoke up. I would see what Tongue does, and I would have these 3 guys, because that's our future, and I would bet everything on these 3 guys other than what we have in the rotation. Put Holmes for the 8th inning.
Yeah, Holmes I think Holmes has to go to the bullpen, and I'm surprised they're still letting him make starts. Maybe Tong will be, adding him into the rotation, because right now you got Mania, Peterson, Senga, Holmes, McClain. Tong would be the 6th. No better time than right now to put Clay Holmes in the bullpen.
I would definitely call up Sproke, see what he does. I think Tongue is going to be good. Hopefully it shows what he's, if he's pitching to what he's been doing in the minors. People haven't seen these guys, so that adds to it. It'll take them a little while to figure them out. By then we should be in October, and I'd ride these 3 guys plus Peterson and everybody else. Senga and Mania, make them, if these guys could only go 4 or 5, let them come in after that. But I'd ride these young guys. I think it'll give everybody, the young guys always gives everybody a boost of energy. And, put Holmes in the 8th inning, and I'd take my chances like that,
Yeah, Billy, I appreciate the call. You always want to ride those young guys. By the way, I love it. It's Sproke. Hey-o. Sproke and Tongue. Brandon Sproat, Jonah Tong. But Sproke and Tongue, that's a nice alternative. I like that. Yeah, look, it's easy to say that in August. I mean, it would have been easy to say that a couple of weeks ago when the Mets had lost 9 out of 10 and you're floundering around at 6 games over 500 and the collapse looks absolutely real on the cards, like you're not going to make the postseason. But assuming the Mets get to the playoffs, I understand how mediocre Mania has been. I understand how mediocre Senga has been. Those are still guys that have some October experience. Those are some guys. So it's easy to say, oh, well, Mania sucks. Senga's been terrible. Let's just go Sproat, McClain. Let's call up Sproat. Let's go McClain, Tong, Sproat, and then those guys pitch October, and Peterson, and forget the other guys. You're going to have a combined maybe 12 starts between the 3 of those guys come October. And that's if Sproat gets called up. Between McClain and Tong, you're going to have like 8, 9 combined starts in their big league career come October. You're just going to throw them into an October rotation? I would like to see it. I would also like Mania and Senga to start, pitching like their head's not up their rear end. It's very easy to say that, and then let's say it happens, and you get 3 rookies pitching in October, and you're 3 and out because you get 3 guys, dealing with the nerves of a postseason start, and you're playing at a best of 5, and all of a sudden that's it. So trust me, I get it. I'm excited. I want McClain starting an October game right now. I'd like to see Tong get in that same spot, and then maybe you're talking about, who do we start? Do we go Manaea or do we go Tong? Hopefully that's on the table, but let's maybe slow down just a bit. Make sure we don't collapse against the, make sure you don't collapse against the Reds first in the wild card. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Dave, who's in South Plainfield. That's my hometown. What's up, Dave? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Dave? Pat, how you doing?
Good, brother. How are you?
I'm doing good. I was just going to think for a while here, why don't we put Senga and Manaea, piggyback them, let one go 3 innings. If he's still good, maybe 4, and then pitch him the same day and get him out so we're not blowing the bullpen up and, let him get at least to the 8th. We get Diaz in and we get a win. Then hopefully the young guy tonight pitches good, and we'll see what happens with that. So, I don't know. What do you think about that?
Dave, I appreciate the call. I think that is absolutely on the table if you're talking about a postseason game where it is a different animal and you're managing to win a game no matter how you can do it, piecing guys together. I'm not sure that you want to be doing that right now. Well, you still got 30 games left. And I know I've just been saying here over the last 15 minutes how untrustworthy they've been, how bad they've been, and now if you have Tong up here, you are technically 6 guys deep in the rotation, so somebody's going to be an odd man out. I just don't think that that's a strategy you want to employ right away. I think you want to give Manaea and you want to give Senga these last couple of starts here throughout the regular season to figure it out and to get into a groove. And, again, if we're a month from now, well, the season ends in a month from now. If we're in the last week of the regular season, maybe you play with that. Maybe you toy with that. But realistically, that's not a strategy, using Manaea and Senga together 3 innings each, or, as soon as one of them gets into trouble, you bring the other one in. That's not a strategy you want to try to employ before October, in my opinion. I think you want to give these guys their last couple of starts, normal start, to see if, hey, can we get some length? Can you get into a groove? Can you get hot? Can you figure out your stuff? That's probably the best option for October. 888-808-1019, the phone number to join the show, 888-808-1019. We'll get to more of your Mets calls when we come back. We'll talk a little bit of Yankees in a little bit. I know we've got some folks that want to tear into Anthony Volpe even more so here. He actually got a couple of hits last night. Did make another error, another routine ground ball error, but he did get a couple of hits. But also when we come back, it's first time being on the fan this week. I filled in for Joe B last Saturday before the Mets played the Phillies, but I just could not get over the whiny little sissy babies coming out of Philadelphia after that sweep of the Phillies. So I want to revisit that when we come back. It's Pat Boyle in for Evan and Tiki right here on The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. In 1993, the Green Bay Packers shocked everyone by landing free agent pass rusher Reggie White. It eventually led them to a Super Bowl. After the Packers traded for Micah Parsons, fans and former players immediately went back to the day White signed. They think Parsons could have that type of impact. It's an exciting time. Parsons might not quite be Reggie, arguably the best pass rusher ever, but Parsons is one of the best in the game today, and that's enough to make the Packers serious contenders. I'm Andrew Perloff.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At the U.S. Center for Safe Sport, we believe athletes are defined by their journey, not the medals they win. And creating a safer stage for all levels of competition is our priority. Join the movement to end abuse at uscenterforsafesport.org.
4 distinct all-electric Cadillacs. Some drive them for performance. Others drive them for the range. And some drive them because it's the only way to make an entrance. 3 different ways to turn every drive into an occasion. Whatever your reason, there's never been a better time to say, let's take the Cadillac. The all-electric Cadillac family of vehicles. Escalade IQ, Vistic, Optic, and Lyric. Visit your Tri-State Cadillac dealer today.
This summer, beat the heat and hydrate like the pros with Primo Brands, the official water of Major League Baseball. From Poland Spring to Pure Life to Saratoga, sparkling, still, or flavored, Primo delivers your favorite premium waters right to your door. Whether it's a few cases for the big game or 5-gallon bottles for the whole household, we've got you covered at water.com. With flexible delivery schedules, you call the shots. No heavy lifting, no last-minute store runs, just cold, refreshing water when you need it. Step up to the plate and stay refreshed all season long. Order now at water.com for exclusive offers. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Things today can seem kind of unpredictable. Who knows what's around the corner, right? Well, at Total Wireless, we want to give you something to be sure about. With us, you save 50% off Metro and Cricket when you switch with one line. Guaranteed. And you get to keep the phone and number you love. Visit our Total Wireless store today. 50% savings for unlimited plans versus comparable Total Wireless unlimited phone plans based on standard plan rates. Some customers may only receive the guaranteed savings after contacting us and validating the current plan rate. Excludes promotional, discounted, and bring your phone rates. For total 5G unlimited plan or higher, auto pay required. Applied on next renewal date. Additional terms apply.
FanDuel is giving you a reason to lock into the college football season early. Right now, new customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. That's right, bet $5 on any bet, and if you win, you'll walk away with $300 in bonus bets to use all over the app. You can use those bonus bets on Week 1 lines, Heisman futures, over-unders, player props, whatever you've got circled on the college football calendar. FanDuel's easy to use, safe, and when you win, you get paid instantly. No waiting around, no hassle, just straight to your account. So if you've got a team, a take, or a gut feeling before kickoff, now's the time to back it. Head to FanDuel.com/Evan and sign up to get started. FanDuel.com/Evan. 21 and over, physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable. Bonus bets expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
At Bolavia Chevrolet, we know a strong season starts with the right lineup. Just minutes from MetLife Stadium, we've got East Rutherford's top GM vehicles like Silverado, Tahoe, Trailblazer, and so many more. Family owned, trusted for decades, Bolavia Chevrolet is built for whatever the road or Sunday throws your way. Whether you're hauling gear, heading to the game, or just need something that moves like a winner, Bolavia Chevrolet in East Rutherford has you covered. Bolavia Chevrolet, big trucks, big SUVs in East Rutherford or BolaviaChevy.com.
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together, we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
You want to get the most for your money. That's why more Mazda buyers choose Ramsey Mazda for selection, customer service, and savings. During the Mazda Born and Move You sales event, lease a new 25 Mazda CX-30 for $239 for 33 months. Start shopping now at RamseyMazda.com. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda.
Call 833-853-2970 for details. VIN SM842601. MSRP $26,880. Zero security deposit. Ends 9/2/25.
Catch all the play-by-play with Susan Waldman and Dave Sims. The home of Yankees radio. The Fan. On the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Friday of summer here on The Fan. Phone number to join the show, 888-808-1019. Top of the hour, we'll talk about Aaron Boone's latest comments regarding Anthony Volpe and potentially sending him down, and on what planet that would happen. Well, I've got a couple of planets in which it should happen. But for now, we'll get back to your Mets calls here in just a second. I just want to revisit the last few days here. I mean, you could not have embarrassed yourself any more than those pathetic Philadelphia fans, Philadelphia Phillies players, I mean, what our former boss, Spike Eskin, has been doing over the last...
I'm not saying that they're cheating.
Yeah, what our former boss, Spike Eskin, has been doing over the last couple of months, which, by the way, just completely stealing what Evan Roberts did a few years ago with the Tampa Bay Rays.
There's something fishy going on this year with the Mets.
That started the brigade. Spike claiming that the Mets are cheating at home. You know, maybe it's just because the Mets are the Phillies' daddy, and they bitch slap them every time they play them, and it's now, 10 straight wins for the Mets over the Phillies at Citi Field? And so when you just completely dominate and own a team and you kick their ass every single time you play each other, yeah, I mean, after a while, that team, that loser mentality, that victim mentality, they start searching for some excuses. They start searching for some copium. And you crack open that can of copium and you chug down every last drop. And that's what Phillies fans are doing. The Mets are cheating. They must be cheating. There's no way. We can't beat them at home. Look at how good they are at home. Look at how average they are on the road. When, I mean, you can literally point to about half of Major League Baseball and look at a team that's 15, 20 games over 500 at home and a 500 team on the road. I guess everybody's cheating, right? And after the Astros do it once, hey, why not? Why not other teams? Well, it didn't get as bad. When it's just fans and people on social media, that's one thing. When it's the actual players, that's a whole other issue. And that's what happened back on Monday when Alec Boehm, who's just a complete waste of talent, a complete waste of space over at third base for the Phillies, creates a 19-minute delay in the Mets-Phillies game on Monday by pointing out the parabolic microphone near the batter's eye in center field, something that has been there at Citi Field for the last decade. And so, what is that out there? Stop the game. Stop the game. What are the Mets doing? What is that microphone out there? I demand to know. I demand to know what that is. And so you get a literal 20-minute delay in the game. And what happens after that? What happens after that? The Mets continue to score another 10 unanswered runs. 13 unanswered in total from the time the Mets were down 3-0 on Monday. And it was the first of 3 straight wins, 3 more, 10 in a row now for the Mets over the Phillies, just completely dominating that team. Physically, mentally, emotionally. You now got Alec Boehm claiming basically the Mets are cheating. You got Bryce Harper, looks like an absolute clown baby. Oh, here's my rivalry pack. I'm going to wear the other team's colors when I play them. That's a good idea. I mean, my goodness. My goodness. And I got to date a Philadelphia sports fan, too. She's here for the weekend. We're going to the U.S. Open right after the show gets done. And she's got the absolute nerve. She's got the stones to have her dog. She brings the dog. Beautiful golden doodle. Absolutely adorable. Sonny. And she brings him with a Phillies bandana on. Phillies bandana around the neck. I mean, how could you embarrass yourself more than that? How could you embarrass yourself more than that, Paulie?
Golden doodle, huh?
Yeah, golden doodle with a Phillies bandana after what the Mets just did to them.
Sonny?
Yep. Got the nerve to bring the dog with the Phillies bandana on. Now, I got a Knicks bandana for him a couple months ago that he was wearing during the Knicks playoff run. And she claims to be a 76ers fan. I mean, that has basically all but gone out the window. And I've had to hear nothing but from Eagles and Go Birds for the last several months. But when the Phillies soil themselves against the Mets, and then you bring your dog here for the weekend, and you got him with a Phillies bandana on, I mean, you got to have some respect for yourself.
And for you.
And for me.
And legitimately for
not
you.
Not a Mets fan, but still.
Still.
It's a little beneath her. It's beneath the dog. I feel bad for the dog. I feel bad for Sonny. He's got to take that bandana off. I'm going to have to take that bandana.
Is it S-O-N-N-Y or S-U-N-N-Y?
S-O.
Okay.
So, there you go. I mean, just a complete lack of pride and a total embarrassment from the city of Philadelphia this week, from Alec Boehm, from our former boss, Spike Eskin. And I guarantee you that if, like the Mets, there's maybe a couple teams, you don't want to play the Dodgers in October. Like I would, as much as you want to convince yourself, that's a matchup you want to avoid in October. I'm not worried about if the Mets have to play the Brewers as seemingly unbeatable as Milwaukee has been. We saw that show last year. Even when they didn't, win what they're on pace to basically win almost 100 games, even when they weren't a 100-looking win team, you still beat them. You still beat them. There is one team, though, the Mets should be dying to play in October, and that is Philadelphia, and that is the Phillies. And the Phillies fans know it. Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia knows it, that if they have to play the Mets again, it'll be the same exact thing as last year. And then, for as up and down as this season has been, you use another shellacking, another bitch slapping of the Phillies in October. You can springboard that into another ride to the NLCS and maybe to the World Series. 888-808-1019. And it'll make for, Giants-Mets combo fans. It'll make the pain of Saquon Barkley. It'll ease a little bit. It'll be another good piece of revenge. 888-808-1019. It's Pat Boyle in for Evan and Tiki here on this final Friday of summer. We will get right back to your phone calls as soon as we get back, and we'll tell you what Aaron Boone had to say about Anthony Volpe last night. The Yankees, well, they beat up on another terrible team, the White Sox, but Anthony Volpe snapped a 1-for-37 skid, but not without another routine error. We can talk about his issues and maybe just how much longer he'll be in pinstripes for, how long his future looks like as a New York Yankee. The Ryder Cup, that's just over a month away, and our friends over at Flag and Anthem, hands down, have the best officially licensed Ryder Cup gear on the market. From polos and vests to quarter zips and hoodies, every piece is built with premium performance fabrics for all-day comfort and feature the official 2025 Ryder Cup patch, so you'll look sharp cheering on Team USA. These are selling fast. Don't wait until opening tee shot. Shop the official Ryder Cup collection. And don't miss Flag and Anthem's Labor Day sale at flagandanthem.com. Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
I'm so happy that the Mets got Juan Soto that I don't care who signs elsewhere. I got the guy that I wanted.
No, you didn't.
No,
you didn't. Yeah. Because he's not the guy. You got the person.
Right.
You didn't get the player that you thought you were getting yet.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Our transportation, water, and energy infrastructure is critical. But did you know that those projects are built by the local 825 operating engineers and their contractors? They even built MetLife Stadium and the stadium before that. That's why their advocacy organization, ELEC, the Engineers Labor Employee Cooperative, fights for those priorities every day. That's ELEC, representing the hardworking men and women who build New York and New Jersey.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL today.
Stepping into the Kia K4 or K5 isn't just getting behind the wheel of any average sedan. It's stepping into what's next. With a K4, it's stepping into a world that's exciting. With a K5, it's one that's bold. The Kia K4 and K5, the next movement for sedans. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
Kia, movement that inspires. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19.
Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Rates may vary. Build monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Hot damn! Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. The hard iced tea taste you know and love, but with an 8% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real fruit tea, goes down smooth, and brings your daytime drinking to the next level. Just look for the bright yellow cans in the cooler and get ready to dial up the fun. Big flavor, extreme kick. Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted!
Visit Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor.
Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
We're coming to you live from the Town Fair Tire Studios, powered by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Hey! Oh!
We're talking New York sports. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Right, all the crap that you have to endure when you're going to the airport. I don't mind. I never get into a bad mood if, you got airport struggles or packing, waiting a long time, all the inconveniences that could come with that. But and traffic in general, I think I've somewhat come to accept it. I find myself white-knuckling the steering wheel a lot less and just realizing that, I work in New York City and it's just going to happen. There are times, sure, where I will lose my lid, but they're few and far between now. But rush hour, like holiday vacation traffic, that is, the peak times. You know when they're happening. You know when it's going to happen. planning around that has got to be a must. It has to be. It has to be. So hopefully you are, I would assume probably in about an hour from now, it is going to be absurd. If you're going down the shore, if you're going wherever the hell else you might be going this weekend, hopefully you got your plans, the itinerary in order to avoid the peak traffic times. 888-808-1019. And if you do find yourself in bumper-to-bumper traffic on the Turnpike or on the GSP or on the LIE, well, hopefully we are making your weekend just a little bit less frustrating. All right, we'll get back to your Mets calls in just a second, but look, as the Yankees continue to beat up on the Nationals and the White Sox, their schedule will get tough again next week, and we'll see maybe if they want to step up to the challenge of playing the Tigers and being able to play competent defense and being able to run the bases effectively when they play the Astros, when they play the Blue Jays, when they play the Sox again in a couple of weeks. We'll see what the Yankees look like then. But as they beat up on these mediocre teams, really the main talking point in Yankee land right now is the play of Anthony Volpe. And it's been a constant conversation really for the last year and a half. And he had his signature moment last October in the World Series, the grand slam in Game 4. That's something you can never take away from him. And I really do hope that Anthony Volpe's future in pinstripes goes beyond just next year. And that it is a long-lasting one. And that maybe his story isn't even being close to being written yet. But man, being sent down to AAA, it should have already happened. It's still, well, I guess it really can't happen because the minor league season ends in a couple of days, right? But it should have happened, and now that it hasn't happened, and we know how the Yankees operate. They're going to ride him until the wheels fall off, and they've kind of fallen off. Anthony Volpe on the season hitting .207 with a .668 OPS. He is amongst the worst hitters in baseball, qualified hitters. And until last night, he strolled into Chicago with a 1-for-37 streak at the plate. And just continuing to make boneheaded plays on defense, trying to make a throw behind a runner to second when it's not there, botching routine ground balls. And last night you had another one. You had another routine error by Volpe, which then leads to a walk, which then leads to a hit batter, which then leads to a game-tying grand slam in the second inning of yesterday's game. So he's continuing to hurt the Yankees every single game, every single turn throughout the lineup. Now, Volpe he finally showed a pulse at the plate yesterday. And you could try to get optimistic and say, well, maybe that's the turnaround, right? It was his first hit since August 19th. First hit since August 19th. And he had two of them. Two of them last night. The double down the line, got on board a couple of times, stole a base. But Volpe is still very much so hurting the Yankees to the point where they gave him a couple of days off at the end of last week or the beginning of this week and put Caballero there. And they're kind of, the Yankees are doing what the Yankees do. They're starting to ease him out of the lineup. And I can't imagine that come October, if Volpe is still hitting the way he has, he can't be in the lineup. He can't be in the field. He will cost you. At this point in the season, it's almost too late. Unless he gets on a magical heater here over the last month, which nothing he's done this season would give you the implication or the thought that that's going to happen, he cannot be in the lineup in October. He cannot be at shortstop. And Aaron Boone was asked last night if a stint in AAA, which, again, Rami, tell me when the AAA season ends, the Scranton Wilkes-Barre Rail Riders. It's got to be in the next week or so. But Aaron Boone was asked last night if a stint in AAA is out of the question. And here is what Aaron Boone told Chris Kirshner of The Athletic. Quote, first of all, he's a more productive offensive player than he gets credit for. We just hammer the struggles because on some level, there were people that anointed him and expected so much. Even though he hasn't come close to realizing what we expect and what he expects offensively, and acknowledging a few weeks this year where he struggled even defensively, he's still a frontline defensive player at a premium position that is offensively somewhat productive. I mean, just the, end quote, just the mental gymnastics of that quote from Boone is ridiculous. By the way, Rami telling me the AAA season actually goes till September 21st, so you still have 3 weeks to do this. Boone said, quote, now obviously he's had a 10-day stretch where he's gone from over a 700 OPS 4 months into the year to below. We want to send that guy down. What planet does that guy get sent down that's a shortstop? I don't know that planet. End quote. Boone also went on to say, I don't think he should be sent down. He's so much better equipped to handle this than people might imagine. I don't think he's getting banged down by this. I've never seen that out of him. Well, the play on the field, we're seeing it. We're seeing it every day. You're seeing him wave at pitches that he's nowhere close to, unproductive, uncompetitive at-bats, errors in the field, routine ground balls that he can't handle. Trying to make heady plays, throwing back behind guys at second base when it's really just he is pressing like you can't believe, and he is cratering under the pressure and under the slump. And you don't know what planet that this guy gets sent down? He can't hit the baseball right now. He is hurting this team. He is hurting a playoff team. You want to have an actual shot of rewriting the script of this season, proving everybody wrong. It's, Yankees, they're not a threat in October. They're not a threat. Yankee baseball, right? Kick the ball around, errors, terrible base running. Everything that Joe Kelly said last year. It was a total douche, Joe Kelly. But you know what? It's kind of right. Because we've continued to see the same mental mistakes. And it's come from players like Jazz Chisholm at times. But you know what? Jazz makes up for it right now with the way he's hitting lasers left and right. Volpe's not making up for it. And Volpe cannot be in the lineup in October with the way he's hitting the ball right now. And so, you know what? Let's not act like a star player, or even not a star player. Let's not act like a young, promising player has ever been sent down. Let's not act like that's never happened. Let's not act like that's never happened. It's happened a couple of times this year. I was talking with Rami in the break. The Red Sox sent down one of their top prospect infielders, Christian Campbell, to AAA back in June to reset his hitting mechanics. Because he went through a stretch where he was hitting even numbers that are better than Volpe. Numbers that are better than Volpe, and they sent him down. That was one of their top prospects. And that was, by the way, after they committed to him with a huge long-term contract. 8 years, $60 million contract less than a week into his MLB career. They sent him down. They sent him down. Anthony Volpe over the last, even you factor in the 2 hits last night, last 30 games, he's hitting 181 with an OPS that is under 600. Last 15, he's hitting 120 with an OPS in the 300s. That is, what other player is consistently getting time in the lineup that is putting up numbers like that? How about Josh Young from the Rangers? Guy that was a phenom in the postseason when they won the World Series. Was an all-star. He got sent down this year. He got sent down. They called him back in July. Late July, so a month down in AAA. Another guy they did it to as well, Evan Carter. Like, on what planet does a guy get sent down like that? Literally, it's happened multiple times this year with other players that have more potential, that have shown more than what Volpe has. Going back to, the last 2 seasons now. Francisco Alvarez, another one. Right here in our own city, we saw it happen with the Mets earlier this year. So on what planet? Planet Earth. Planet Earth, Anthony Volpe should be sent down. I like the kid. He is everything in terms of his personality that you want in a Yankee player, in a Yankee shortstop, trying to fill the impossible shoes of Derek Jeter. Kid from Jersey, Italian, plays the game hard, plays the game the right way. Never says anything wrong, and still hasn't said anything wrong throughout this entire massive slump that he's gone through. At this point, and there was always the argument, oh, well, yeah, you call a guy, you send a guy down, it might ruin his confidence. You are ruining his confidence by keeping him up every day and putting him back in the lineup. And what, you take him out of the lineup for a couple of days? That's supposed to fix weeks of toiling, weeks of terrible mechanics, terrible approach at the plate, terrible play in the field. You can still save his Yankee career by sending him down. And hell, I'd even say it's not impossible that you can save this season for him if you send him down until the end of the AAA season. Bring him back, final week of the regular season, give him a couple of starts, and if he still looks unproductive, then he's not playing in October. But the way that he's been going right now, 99% chance he is not going to turn this around. And so that is a hole in the lineup in October. That is maybe the most important position in the defense, in the field. That is a massive hole right now with an error or two, it seems like, every other game.
He's been terrible running the bases, too, by the way. One thing that he was great when he came up.
Like, literally all three facets of the game. He is killing this team.
And the guy who would replace him is a demon on the bases in Caballero. You have the replacement right there.
Yep. And you could play Rosario as well, who hits lefties well, at least from one side of the plate, or one side of the arm. It's just, this is, what a lot of Yankee fans get so fed up with this team is stuff like this.
Because they shove it down. They're not willing to admit they're wrong, whether it was Glaber at shortstop,
Glaber
IKF
at
shortstop. How about, this is a great example. You know their number 1 and 2 hitters in the lineup are every night this year? Trent Grisham and Ben Rice, who they refused to play, instead played Verdugo and Rizzo over them last year. Maybe they win the World Series if those two guys are playing every day.
Yep. Good point, Rami. It's so incredibly frustrating, man. Let's get to the phones. You guys have been dying here to get after this. Let's go 888-808-1019. Pat Boyle in for Evan and Tiki here on this Fan Friday. Chris and Bayshore next up. Chris, what's up, man?
Yeah, hey, Pat, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Listen, I think the Volpe thing is without a doubt the most fascinating storyline going down the stretch, because I don't know how long or how much rope they'll give him. But I think the Volpe story is so complicated from the moment the kid was drafted, and I don't think when he was really going bad this year, when they talked to him after the game and in these interviews, I think you can kind of tell that. I mean, it's hard to say, but I think he's fragile. I think they're afraid of mishandling him. I think that's legitimate.
Well, Chris, they've already mishandled him, right? He should have been sent down. They've already mishandled him, but it's like, when you make one issue and you make one mistake, don't compound it. The Yankees are compounding it right now. That's what's making it worse, is that he's playing poorly, he's making mistakes, and Boone is saying, no, absolutely not. No, he's great. It's not affecting him. We're going to continue to play him. Don't ask about it. Absolutely no shot. No. Time off? No. Then they gave him 2 days off. Oh, being sent down? Absolutely not. At this point, I think that might be the only thing that could save his Yankees career.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. I'm thinking when I say mishandle him, I think that they're afraid of the impact it would have on him, either mentally or his approach. I think that's how they've handled this guy. And again, it goes back to the early days. And maybe the fact that he's coddled, maybe he can't really say he was rushed because he looked like he belonged. But at the same time, right now there's something you can't mistake it. I mean, if they're gonna let this ride out through the playoffs or however long they go, they're really taking a huge chance.
Yeah, Chris, appreciate the call. You're not kidding. Taking a huge chance with the mistakes this team has made. And the way that they have played against playoff teams this season, and more specifically, just the last couple of weeks, there's no margin for error. There's no margin for error. I mean, do I need to tell you? Do I need to tell you how long it's been since they won a title? Do I need to remind you last year was the first time in 16 years they made the World Series? And, you want to say, come the postseason, who cares? Even outside of Scooble, we're not worried about Detroit. Oh, we could beat the Blue Jays and don't have good pitching. I don't know anybody that, after the last couple of weeks, I don't know if there's many Yankee fans that even have that confidence that you can just kind of skate by to the ALCS. Or that you can even skate by to the World Series. Red Sox have dominated you. Astros own you. Blue Jays hit the crap out of the baseball. Red Sox, like I said, own you. And the Tigers, good luck hitting Tarek Skubal. And that's a team that, even then, you skated by the Royals, you skated by the Guardians last year, despite having a team that had some fundamental flaws. That's not happening this year. You have no margin for error. You have no margin for error. And so I think there's a way to potentially save Volpe's season. There's a way to save his Yankees career. He should have been sent down a couple of weeks ago. And there is still time to do it. There is still time to do it. And you shouldn't have to worry about the blowback. You shouldn't have to worry about, we've ruined his confidence forever. No, you're actually ruining his confidence by keeping him up here. John in Maspeth next up on the Fan. Johnny, what's up, dude?
Yo, what's up? Yeah, I thought I had 10-10 wins traffic update on before, man. I was trying to tune in. I'm like, where's Evan? Where's Tiki? Where's Sean? Where's Tommy, man?
Would you like a traffic update?
What the hell is this jabroni on?
It's a jabroni.
Anyways, what's your name?
Pat.
Anyways, what's your name, man?
Pat Boyle. Welcome to the show, John.
It doesn't matter what your name is. Anyways, let me get you off.
You candy ass.
Up there, bro. Anyways, Anthony Volpe, man, this dude just sucks.
What are you, John Sterling, by the way? Anthony Volpe.
This dude's got, listen, this dude's nothing but a silver spoon kid, been fed nothing but a silver spoon his whole life. The FBI has got to investigate the Volpe family to see if they're extorting the Yankees, because that's really the only goddamn reason why he's playing right now, is that they must be extorting the Yankees somehow.
Yes. Yes, John, that's absolutely the reason why, and I'm glad that you had your comedy act written down before you got on the Fan, before you got on the show here. The Rock quote was a good one. The use of the word jabroni, saying if you were listening to 10-10 wins. I know you've been gone for a while, pal. I don't shine shoes no more.
That's a terrible call.
I don't shine shoes no more. But, yeah, I mean, to say he's been silver spoon his whole life, I think that's wildly inaccurate. You want to complain about how the Yankees have handled him. You want to complain about his play. That's fine. I mean, Anthony Volpe didn't ask to be anointed the next Derek Jeter. And this kid that was a first-round draft pick because he was an animal at Del Barton High School in New Jersey. If you want to say the Yankees have stuck a silver spoon in his mouth, that's one thing. To say that his upbringing has suggested that he's been raised with a silver spoon and the Volpe family extorting it, come on. You took it too far. You took it too far. That was uncalled for. You want to complain about his play. You want to complain about how he has gone about his business in the mental aspect and has kind of just continued to slump and crater under pressure. That's one thing. But I think Volpe's a phenomenal kid. I'm rooting like hell for him. And I really do want to see him be as productive and have as long of a Yankees career as possible. And I think that, honestly, they need to try to save him by sending him down. 888-808-1019. Phone number to join the show, 888-808-1019. We'll continue to take your calls on Volpe and the Yanks, but also the Yankees are setting themselves up for a predicament come the offseason, particularly when it comes to that outfield. And I want to get your guys' thoughts on it. When we come back, I'll tell you what I think the Yankees should do in terms of having to choose between one or the other. It is Pat Boyle. the jabroni, in for Evan and Tiki here on this Friday on The Fan. We're coming to you live from the Town Fair Tire Studios, powered by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. This summer, get in the game with Windorama's biggest sale ever during the Home Team Savings Event. Save up to 30% off your window and door installation project now through September 14th. It's fast and easy. Schedule your free consultation, shop from home, and let our local certified experts handle measurement and installation in just 14 days. Visit SaveWithRama.com to book your free consultation with the local home team at Windorama.
Running out of room. Look it up. It's gone.
The Yankees take on Pope Leo's White Sox. 7:40 tonight. Driven by Jeep.
That wasn't a little short one.
Waldman and Dave Sims call all the play-by-play. The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
And now, breaking news. You leaving me. Your state-of-the-art 65-inch 4K smart television. For going out with friends and not staying in to watch TV. Sources confirm that is a terrible decision. Picture-in-picture mode. Do your friends have that? Can they simultaneously stream live sports and extreme baking shows? How about I make everything sepia? Whatever you want, I'll do it. Just don't put me on standby.
Don't listen to your TV. Head out with your friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Lunch was great. Greenwich Village is a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Things today can seem kind of unpredictable. Who knows what's around the corner, right? Well, at Total Wireless, we want to give you something to be sure about. With us, you save 50% off Metro and Cricket when you switch with one line. Guaranteed. And you get to keep the phone and number you love. Visit our Total Wireless store today. 50% savings for unlimited plans versus comparable Total Wireless unlimited phone plans based on standard plan rates. Some customers may only receive guaranteed savings after contacting us and validating the current plan rate. Excludes promotional, discounted, and bring your phone rates. For Total 5G unlimited plan or higher, auto pay required. Applied on next renewal date. Additional terms apply.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Wednesday, September 10th, when the Yankees host the Detroit Tigers, and get ready to receive a very special giveaway. It's Yankees New York or Nowhere Knit Hat Night. The first 18,000 guests in attendance will receive a Yankees New York or Nowhere knit hat presented by Benjamin Moore. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. That's the Yankees and Tigers on Yankees New York or Nowhere Knit Hat Night, September 10th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
Mosquito and tick activity is expected to hit record highs this year. Viking Pest and JP McHale Pest Management experts are stepping up to protect families from Lyme disease and other tick and mosquito-borne illnesses. In New Jersey, new Viking customers get a $25 gift card when you sign up for seasonal service. In New York, new JP McHale customers will receive 15% off summer services. Visit NJNYPests.com. That's NJNYPESTS.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale, now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
I'm Jordan
Lauren Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow The Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Adventure and excitement. Brand new 2025 Ford Bronco. Lease $289 a month, 36 months, zero security, $49.95 due at signing, with 2 years complimentary maintenance. Big selection and details at DanaFordDeals.com. Dana Ford, Staten Island.
With approved credit, dealer retains Ford rebates. Expires 8/31/25.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This hour is brought to you by Dunkin', the official coffee of Evan and Tiki. WFAN runs on Dunkin'.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
I'm going a little country music here. I told him, hey, man, I trust your DJ skills. Maybe that was a mistake. I don't mind country. Look, if there's one time to listen to any country music, it is in the summer, and this is the last weekend of summer, so. All right. It's Pat Boyle in for Evan and Tiki here on this final Friday of summer here on The Fan. Phone number to join the show, 888-808-1019. That's 888-808-1019. You can also hit me up on Twitter and Instagram, both at PatBoyle44. So you can check me out on YouTube. WFAN YouTube stream. You know, the great folks of SNY. We're not on SNY today, which, I mean, you're missing out on a Centurion. You're missing out on future number one prospect. I know Loogie calls himself a generational talent. If he's a generational talent, I said this on Saturday when I filled in for Joe B. I'm what Scott Boras called Soto, the Centurion, once in a century. But we are on the YouTube stream on WFAN. You can check that out. The great Anthony Gallo running that stream. He was on the air last night. He filled in on the overnight all of last week. I'm sure he's trying to get Missouri State to the college football playoff later today in his in college football, the video game that he plays. But you can check it out on the YouTube stream as well, which, by the way, to give another shout out to a member of the digital team, the great Andrew Kaplan, Cap. I love that he posted a beautiful graphic of me, signaling that we're going to be on the YouTube live stream. But he also, Cap gave me like arm sleeve tattoos, and he gave me one of those big bling chains. Was that necessary? I mean, I don't hate it. I have toned down. I used to have the chain, the one hanging out, but I've toned it down since. Keep it in the shirt normally, but he threw on one of those, really big bling chains and gave me dueling arm sleeve tattoos, which I do not have. So
it looks like a cartoon. It looks like an AI version of you.
Yeah, it's like an airbrush. It's like an airbrush, not a caricature, but yeah, an airbrush like cartoon.
Caricature? Caricature.
No, caricature.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's a caricature.
Says who?
Anybody. What are you talking about?
Caricature? What are you? We're gonna debate what the emphasis to put on the syllable here, Paulie?
Yes, we are. Caricature.
If you survey 100 people, I think the majority would say caricature.
I couldn't disagree with you more.
Caricature? I've never heard that word.
Caricature. Because what is the artist drawing? A picture of a character.
That would be a caricature, not a caricature. It's caricature. Any other lessons, let me know. Any other advice? That one I'll tell you for free, Paulie. 888-808-1019, the number to join the show. So we're taking your calls on Anthony Volpe. We did talk about the Mets for the first hour, and as the Mets are getting ready for Jonah Tong Day, which I said he absolutely has to have his warm-up song as Let Me See That Thong and remix it to Let Me See That Tong. That tong, 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 tong. We've been, obviously, the Mets rotation has been a subject of major scrutiny. With Kodai Senga not being able to get out of the fifth inning on most nights. Minaya hasn't been himself since starting the season. Peterson has been the most consistent, and even then, that's not saying much. Clay Holmes looks like he is more destined for the bullpen in October than the rotation. Let me throw a wild card into the mix here for you guys. So the Red Sox just called up one of their top prospects, Peyton Tolley. And in doing so, they released formerly one of the best pitchers in baseball, and he hasn't been there in quite a while, but I wonder if it's worth taking a flyer on for the Mets. Walker Buehler, released today by the Red Sox. Walker Buehler was at the top of his game back in 2019 when he was with the Dodgers, and even then, he had a real down year, then came back in 2021, finished fourth in the Cy Young Award voting. But in the last 3 years, he has gotten progressively worse, missed all of 2023 with an injury. And this year, he's got a 5.45 ERA. Can I interest David Stearns in a little Walker Buehler? What could happen? What's the worst that could happen? You sign him. I mean, what would you even end up paying him for a month's worth of salary? You telling me that's not worth it? Somebody get Steve Cohen. Rami, get Steve Cohen on the phone. And ask him, tell him to sign Walker Buehler. Why not? With how bad this pitching rotation has been, you've got a former Cy Young caliber pitcher on the market now for free. For free. Bring him in for 5 starts. Why not? Now, calling up Jonah Tong would obviously complicate that, but get Clay Holmes in the bullpen and give Walker Buehler a shot. Because sometimes all you need is a change of scenery. I mean, we see it every year at the trade deadline. Walker Buehler is a free agent right now. Free agent. And you got a lot of question marks in that starting rotation. Why not give him a crack? That's all I'm saying. That just came down in the last 45 minutes or so. All right, let's get back to your phone calls here. 888-808-1019. Tony is in Middletown, Delaware on the caricature versus caricature thing. Tony, what's going on?
Yeah, I just want to say I've never heard caricature in my life. I'm 54 years old. That's the first time. I thought you and Tiki might have went to, University of Virginia? I mean, he couldn't spell umbrage. So I'm like, what's going on here at WFAN?
So you've never heard, you say caricature.
Caricature.
Him and everyone
the picture,
else.
it's a character, caricature.
No, I've never heard that in my life, Tony.
Wow. Okay. Well, I just wanted to put it out there. I'm one of the 100. If you do that 100 survey, I am a caricature.
All right. Well, hey, Tony, we appreciate you checking in. Let's see what Google has to say for it.
I actually have the audio.
Okay, go ahead, Paulie. Let's hear how Google pronounces the word.
Caricature.
Nah, that's wrong. See, this is why you can't trust AI. You can't trust AI. You can't trust...
Caricature.
You can't trust Google. Caricature, by the way. That's how you know it's wrong.
I'm getting texts from everyone, and I heard it out when I was walking back from the news. You're dead wrong on this. Paulie's right on this.
I don't know. Look, I'll be on an island. What's that meme of the guy that kind of looks like Abraham Lincoln, and he's standing up in front of like a crowd that's sitting down, and it's like, that's me right now. Correct.
Hey-o.
I know I'm right. It has nothing to do with, it's a character, so it's caricature. It would be a different word.
We have somebody chiming in that's a member of the show that you're hosting for right now.
Oh, who is that?
Sean Marash has chimed in.
Who did?
Sean.
Shawnee.
Boyle is right.
Yeah, see? I got
so the dumbest person you know thinks you're right.
In a stunning turn of events, Sean Marash agrees with you, and not with Webster's Dictionary or the glue of the station. He agrees with you.
That's how you know we're right. When Shawnee and I are aligned on something, I'll take on the rest of the world. I'll debate anybody on anything. I don't care.
Caricature?
Yeah. Yeah. Those things that you get, you look like an
where they draw
lunatic.
the big head.
Yeah, they draw the giant head. They accentuate if you have big ears, buck teeth. Like, it's going to get blown up.
Right, they're drawing a character. It's their version of a character. Hence, caricature.
But that's totally wrong. I'm trying to think of another example in my head. I can't think of one, but just know that you're wrong. Just know that you're wrong. Let's get to Robbie's and Lennox. Robbie, what's going on? Back me up here, Robbie. I know that you got intelligence in that brain.
It's caricature.
Oh, come on.
Wait, Patty, I'm a portrait artist, for crying out loud.
You're a portrait artist?
Yes, amongst other things that I am. In fact, everything, man. I do everything. I'm an impressionist. I'm a portrait artist. I got my own radio show coming back. You've been on it. I'm a multi-talented guy. I just happen to live in New England.
That's right. You just need the right pair of ears or eyes to see.
Yeah, well, actually, Ralphie's working on an agent for me right now, so got a chance to do some animation voice work, so I'm all excited about that. So anyway,
all right, Robbie.
Okay, so let's talk about Anthony Volpe. Let's talk about the Yankees, all right? So you can beat up on the bad team, but you can't beat the good team. So let's talk about Volpe first. Okay, Volpe needs to go down. Whether he'll go down or not, he needs to be totally reprogrammed. Now, I've heard other hosts on the Fan talk about this, specifically BT in the morning, about the fact that if Anthony Volpe was with another organization, he would actually be a different type of hitter, which he should be, okay? He's not up there to try to hit home runs. What he should be doing, if he wants to ever hit 260, is first of all, use the entire field, and second of all, he should choke up on the bat, and third of all, he should not swing so hard, okay? And he should be able to, look at films of Derek Jeter, actually call Derek Jeter up and say, how do I actually approach this by maybe taking, a little bit more, being patient at the plate and not trying to swing and hit home runs all the time. That's his problem, Pat. He's got to be reprogrammed, okay? That's his big problem, okay? But the biggest problem for me with Anthony Volpe, I don't care if he hits 220. You cannot have him at shortstop right now with his defense. I'm sorry. Put Caballero out there every day at this point.
Yeah.
Do you have any confidence? If you're a Yankee fan, okay, I know you're a Cubbies fan, right?
I'm not a Cubs fan.
Well, you used to tell me you were a Cubbies fan. All right, whatever. You used to tell me one of your favorite guys pitched for the Cubs. But anyway, that's a long story ago. But anyway, the bottom line is that Anthony Volpe is in the most important spot, as you said, on the field, especially for defense. If his defense is great, I don't care what he hits. If he contributes a little bit, fine. I want to see him every day playing shortstop, that he can play shortstop. It doesn't matter. Mark Belanger hit 220 his whole career, for crying out loud, right?
Robbie.
And he made Brooks an even better player, right?
Yeah, Robbie, appreciate the call, brother. Good stuff. Happy to hear you got a lot of good stuff going on, man. And if you wanted to whore anything else out on the air, you can take the opportunity to do so. But yeah, he needs to be rewired. That's it. He is not going to get his confidence back up here in the big leagues. And look, you can convince yourself, well, hey, you got 2 hits last night against the White Sox. Oh, you got 2 hits. Maybe he gets 2 hits against the Orioles. Maybe, everybody on the Yankees beats up the Twins. Volpe's back, man. He got a couple of hits. Hey, look, he was 1 for his last 37. He has been foundering at the plate. He has been struggling in the field. And Robbie's right. It's one thing if you can live with him underperforming at the dish. If you're actually getting the Gold Glove caliber defense that you used to get from him. You're not getting anything. You're getting nothing. You're getting sloppy defense, you're getting sloppy base running, and you are getting non-competitive at-bats. Non-competitive at-bats. He doesn't draw walks. He doesn't hit for power. He doesn't hit for contact. I mean, I guess you could say he hits for power, 18 home runs, but at the expense of what? And he does steal bases when he gets on. He has never been on base. He is rarely on base over the last 2 months. So everything he's actually good at, he can't get in a position to show off. Let's go to Zach in Massapequa next up on the Fan. Zach, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I definitely agree. Volpe should probably get sent down. I'm a Mets fan. I worked with Alvarez, although his hands keep getting butchered.
Brutal how he can't catch a break, man, with the thumb. Then it gets drilled in the thumb on Wednesday night in AAA.
Yeah, I mean, it's been brutal. He can't catch a break. So I got a question for you. Where are you from?
South Plainfield, Central Jersey.
Caricature? It's caricature.
That's what I said. Caricature.
No.
Zach, you
You're
just said the
wrong.
word that I've been saying.
No, you're saying caricature. It's an
Caricature.
X now, not it.
Say it how you think it should be said.
Caricature.
No, now you're in your own head, Zach. You see, Zach's in his own head.
Caricature.
That's wrong. Zach, first of all, said it's caricature. I was like, yeah, exactly. That's what I've been saying. He goes, no, it's caricature. No. Now, see, you guys are so frazzled right now. You guys are like Volpe. You know, you made a mistake. It's okay, but now you're letting that issue compound. Now you're letting those mistakes compound. So I guess, hey, somebody's got to be right. Pat Boyle's right. We'll continue to maybe dish out lessons on the English language when we come back, and your phone calls 888-808-1019, 888-808-1019. I do want to get to what I teased last segment. Yankees are going to have to choose one or the other in the offseason. I'll let you know what I'm talking about, and we'll get back to your phone calls. Volpe, Yankees, Mets. It's Pat Boyle for Evan and Tiki here on this Summer Friday, right here on The Fan.
It's Keith McPherson at night on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
As a manager, getting to know his potential closer, I'm pretty sure this guy's going to get the first crack at it. He let this guy go out and finish the job, and I'm telling you, that type of stuff the team can build off of.
Listen to Keith McPherson on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook that knows how to treat you right. It's an exciting time of the year for fans of America's pastime, and with BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. From the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Hey, it's Jerry Recco. If you're facing hair loss like I am, I would like to share my journey at Great Many, New York City's cutting-edge hair growth studio. Looking to regrow your hair safely and effectively? Forget those risky pills with scary side effects and costly trips to Turkey. At Great Many, they use PRP, regenerative medicine trusted by pro athletes for recovery. It's a natural, non-surgical solution that really works. Check out my journey and visit greatmany.com/fan to learn more and save $200 today. Don't hesitate. Take action now like I have. Go to greatmany.com/fan to book your treatment or get a free consultation.
Hey everyone, Boomer here. I had a tomahawk steak last night that was absolutely cooked to perfection. Now, you already know how it was done with the Chef IQ Sense, the wireless thermometer that eliminates under or overcooking your chicken, fish, or meat, whether you're cooking on a stovetop, oven, or grill. It is built to withstand extreme heat, and the app alerts you when to take the steaks off the grill and even when to flip them. Order the newly released 3rd generation Chef IQ Sense right now at chefiq.com and make sure to put the code word Boomer in for 20% off.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable
It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
The pumpkin spice latte is back at Starbucks. Crafted with our signature espresso and real pumpkin sauce. Then topped with whipped cream, cinnamon, and nutmeg. The PSL. Get it while it's hot or iced. Only at Starbucks.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Clearing skies tonight, lows near 58 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. It's not a seltzer, it's a Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Looking for the ultimate family day trip? American Dream has it all, and it's just minutes from Manhattan. Over 25 indoor attractions, plus hundreds of shopping and dining options. There's something for everyone. Book now. Your kids will thank you. AmericanDream.com.
At Bolavia Chevrolet, we know a strong season starts with the right lineup. Just minutes from MetLife Stadium, we've got East Rutherford's top GM vehicles like Silverado, Tahoe, Trailblazer, and so many more. Family owned, trusted for decades, Bolavia Chevrolet is built for whatever the road or Sunday throws your way. Whether you're hauling gear, heading to the game, or just need something that moves like a winner, Bolavia Chevrolet in East Rutherford has you covered. Bolavia Chevrolet, big trucks, big SUVs in East Rutherford or BolaviaChevy.com.
Alrighty, everybody. FanDuel is giving you a reason to lock into the college football season early. Right now, new customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. That's right, bet $5 on any bet, and if you win, you're going to walk away with $300 in bonus bets to use all over the app. You can use those bonus bets on week 1 lines, Heisman futures, over-unders, player props, whatever you've got circled on the college football calendar. FanDuel is so easy to use, it's safe, and when you win, you get paid instantly. No waiting around, no hassle, just straight to your account. So if you've got a team, a take, or a gut feeling before kickoff, now's the time to back it up. Just head to FanDuel.com/Boomer and sign up to get started today. That's FanDuel.com/Boomer.
21 and over and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issues now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with the gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
If you're going to cheat on your wife, don't go to a Coldplay concert. You will be exposed. That was one of the most viral things I've ever witnessed. That astronomer CEO, Andy Barron, fooling around with the woman who was his co-worker, his subordinate or whatever. And she was the head of HR, I think. And then you get flashed on the Coldplay Jumbotron. And, you know, you get caught red-handed. Like a little kid that gets caught with the hand in the cookie jar, and then, like, you make it worse. You tip the cookie jar over, your face gets all red. Again, never would I solicit advice, never would I give out advice to commit adultery. But if you're going to do it, maybe be a little bit more discreet. Maybe don't go to a Coldplay concert in the first place. And when you end up on the Jumbotron, I don't know, have a little feel. Act like you've been there before. Either way, life lessons from Pat Boyle and English lessons as well. Caricature, not caricature. Welcome back to The Fan. I'm filling in for Evan and Tiki here on this final summer Friday. Phone number to join the show, 888-808-1019. Let's just rip some of your phone calls here over the next couple of minutes because you guys have done a great job of heating up the phone lines. Let's go Eric Wyckoff next up on The Fan. Eric, what's up, man?
Yeah, Eric from Hillsdale. The reason why I'm calling real quick is with Boone, especially the last 2 years, the Yankees are in the playoffs against the Astros and the Dodgers. You know, there's moves he made that were very dubious. Do you remember Nestor Cortez in the first inning?
How could I forget? It's not first in the game one of the World Series.
Yeah, the last inning, I should say. He hadn't pitched in 6 weeks. And before that, he took Cole out after 80 pitches with a 1-0 lead and a 1 walk. And then one more that people forget is that it was a 1-run game going to the 8th inning, and Holmes just got out of trouble in the 7th. And he takes out Holmes, puts in Conley, and Conley lets up the 1-run lead. And even going back to the Astros, where he took out Cole and put in Trevino, it was a 2-0 game, first and third, 1 out, 7th inning, takes out Cole, and he puts in Trevino, and then they get beat, though, you know?
Yeah, look, Eric, I appreciate the call, man. As much as I'd love to hash up mistakes from 2024 and years past, look, Boone, I don't think has necessarily ever had the moniker of excellent bullpen manager, but even then, that's... some of that stuff I try not to get bogged down in because there are so many right decisions that Aaron Boone has made over the past 6 seasons that he doesn't get credit for. And honestly, I guess you can label me as a Boone defender. I don't think I'll ever get to the heights. I aspire to be as much of a Boone defender and Brian Cashman defender as Chris McMonagle. I don't know if I'll ever get to CMAC levels. I would aspire to. I mean, honestly, it's impressive. But what I have an issue with Aaron Boone over these last couple of months and this season, whereas honestly, I have never been one to say Boone needs to be fired, get rid of Boone, get rid of Cashman. If George could see this now. I'm not in that camp, but I'm kind of getting there. I'm kind of getting there because the thing that has frustrated me the most, all those defensive, that inning that ruined the season last year, that did them in the World Series, that 5th inning in Game 5. And then how we saw some of those defensive mistakes, those base running mistakes. You have seen, that's become the norm. That has become the Yankees' identity. And whether that's fair or not to Aaron Boone, you want to talk about accountability or a lack of accountability. You want to talk about focus. When the Yankees have kind of made it part of their identity that they won't run the bases well, they're going to make stupid mistakes in the field to the point where the Yankees were like 8th in fielding percentage just a month and a half ago, and now they're among the worst 5 teams. How bad the defense has gotten just over the last couple of weeks, all the mental miscues. That's starting to become their identity. That's starting to become part of the fabric of an Aaron Boone-managed team. That's the biggest issue I've had with Aaron Boone as a manager. It's not, he brought in this guy, he didn't bring in that guy. Well, he pitched this guy. He pinch hit this guy, but he should have pinch hit that guy. That's the big thing I have an issue with is just the mental mistakes that this team has become, sort of known for now.
The Yankees are a joke.
Who was that? Was that Moose?
That's C-Mac.
Oh, that's C-Mac? Wow, that must be AI. C-Mac would never say that.
The Yankees are a laughingstock.
Chris McMonagle would never say that.
Cashman is a gangster.
There you go. That's more like it. That's the real C-Mac. Really quickly, let's get Mike in Vernon, New Jersey, next up on the fan. Mike, how are you?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
We're doing great.
Good. Hey, caricature is a misspelling of caricature. So you are right.
Thank you. Yeah. Now you said it's a misspelling of.
Right. It's often misspelled, but caricature.
Mike, I don't know if you're getting the word right either.
No, he can't. That's it. You're looking too much into it, Mike.
I can't say the word, but you're right.
Caricature.
Right? Caricature. It's usually misspelled by caricature.
Thank you, Mike. See, somebody finally with some sense in their head calls up. Paul, what were you saying?
That's it. He's trying to talk himself into it now because he knows that he's wrong. It's caricature.
No, it's not.
It has nothing to do with an accent.
By the way, character, which is the point I think he was trying to make, character is spelled C-H-A-R. That's how it's A-C-T-E-R.
Agreed.
And caricature does not have the H. So how could you say that the word is rooting from character when it doesn't have an H?
Not the origin of the word. The basis of the word is rooting from a character. And we
just take the L on this.
Yeah, as BT said, just take the L on this.
I think he was telling you to take the L.
No shot. 888-808-1019, the phone number to join the show. If you're on hold, stay there. We'll get to more of your baseball calls, but I want to mix in some football as well because Micah Parsons is now a Green Bay Packer, and that obviously affects the Giants, but pretty stunning trade, one of the most stunning trades that I've seen in quite some time. So we'll talk about it, and honestly, it's going to help the Giants because now they actually have a shot of beating the Cowboys once, if not potentially sweeping them this year. And they're going to be competing for third in the NFC East. But the one problem that I have with Micah Parsons no longer being the Cowboy and how it affects this Giants season, I'll explain when we get back. It's Pat Boyle in for Evan and Tiki here on this Summer Friday right here on The Fan.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. I don't care what Kenny Clark and 2 first-round picks become in Dallas. Micah Parsons should still be a Dallas Cowboy. Jerry Jones picked a fight with his best player for no reason, and now his team is worse than it was yesterday, and we can't trust him to use those picks well. I'm Andrew Bogish.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This summer, beat the heat and hydrate like the pros with home water delivery at water.com from Primo Brands. Water.com features your favorite Primo Brands products to keep you hydrated. From Poland Springs to Pure Life to Saratoga, Water.com delivers your favorite premium waters right to your door. Whether it's a few cases for the big game or 5-gallon bottles for the whole household, Water.com has you covered. With flexible delivery schedules, you call the shots. No heavy lifting, no last-minute store runs. Just cold, refreshing water when you need it. Step up to the plate and stay refreshed all season long. Order now at water.com.
Lunch was great. Greenwich Village is a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
We're coming to you live from the Town Fair Tire Studios, powered by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Feels like summer.
There we go. That's the good stuff, Rami. Pat Boyle in for Evan and Tiki here on the final Friday of summer, Labor Day weekend here on The Fan. Great weekend of sports ahead. We got a massive slate of college football for those that are interested. Mets, Marlins, you got Jonah Tong. Big league debut tonight at Citi Field. Mets are home all weekend. 4 o'clock game tomorrow. Love a 4 o'clock Saturday game. You still get a little bit of a morning, afternoon to enjoy, and then you get your Saturday night as well. And then Sunday at 1:40, Yanks in Chicago all weekend. And so, and we're a weekend away from football. We're 6 days away from Cowboys, Eagles. Eagles are going to absolutely annihilate Dallas. More on that, Micah Parsons, in just a second. But how about this? The caricature versus caricature debate has taken over the show. The correct way to pronounce the word is caricature. And finally, we've got some support on the phones last segment. We've now got somebody that went to Columbia that is weighing in. I got an email. Hello, Pat. Your insistence on your incorrect pronunciation of the word caricature is most amusing. I am a professional musician with an MA in music theory from Columbia University. The word caricature is used in music and literature as well as in the visual arts. The correct pronunciation is definitely with the accent on the first syllable, not the second. You would do well to look the word up in a reputable source, not just Google. In any case, you are dead wrong, and your adamant defense of your incorrect pronunciation is beginning to sound rather foolish. Fortunately, you do not work for a radio station where the correct use of language is of primary importance.
Just take the L on this.
Caricature.
Well, look, they let idiots into Ivy League schools every day, so I don't know what to tell you. Hey-oh. Somehow, people get into schools that they shouldn't be there, so that's all right. I'm on the hill. I'm on the hill, baby. All right, speaking of Micah Parsons, so massive trade yesterday. Stunning. I never would have thought we would have gotten here. We see this every year in the NFL with one or two players. I mean, we saw it with Trey Hendrickson, the star pass rusher for the Bengals, who's led the NFL in sacks the last 2 years. We saw it with Terry McLaurin of the Commanders, also in the Giants division. And we saw Micah Parsons. Every year, you get a star player, doesn't get the contract extension they're looking for, requests the trade, and then, 99% of the time? 99.9% of the time? They end up getting the contract extension. They end up getting the deal. Trey Hendrickson requested a trade, got a contract extension done. Well, he got a raise this year. I'm actually surprised how poorly he came out on that. He basically just gets a $15 million raise this year and then is going to be a free agent at the end of next season, which maybe is what he wants. Maybe he's done with Cincinnati. He's going to play this last year and then try to get a big bag from somewhere else. But Terry McLaurin got the $32 million a year. Micah Parsons requested a trade, and Jerry Jones' clown ass traded him. Pulled the trigger on it. Goes to the Packers. Cowboys get back 2 first-round picks and Kenny Clark, who is a good run-stopping nose tackle. He is a good player. He is nowhere close to the level of Micah Parsons. Nowhere close. Nowhere close. Kenny Clark had a really good year 2 years ago. He had 7.5 sacks. Last year, he had 1 sack. And again, for a nose tackle, not the most important thing. You want to be a good, run-stopping tackle. That's the most important thing. Think about guys like Vita Vea. But Kenny Clark is a 3-time Pro Bowler, and he's a good player. But this is just another moronic trade. This is another disastrous trade, out of the city of Dallas 6 months after they traded Luka Doncic. Now Jerry Jones does this. And Jerry Jones, for a lot of people that think that he is maybe considering selling the team, yeah, I agree. They just got valuated at over, what was it, $12 billion by Forbes? Jerry Jones is 82. Maybe he doesn't want to spread that wealth amongst the rest of the generation of Joneses. Maybe he wants to cash in while he's still alive. And so, yeah, I can honestly see Jerry Jones selling the Cowboys and not having to commit multiple years of $40+ million of salary to Micah Parsons would be a way to go. But I want to talk about it, and it's a stunning trade, and I've said in weeks on my own national show, which you can hear on the Infinity Sports Network Monday through Friday, 2 to 6 a.m. Eastern. You can hear it on the Odyssey app if you're, here in New York City. My prediction was that the Packers win the Super Bowl this year, and that was weeks ago. I can't really explain it other than what I've seen so far throughout his career, but I think Jordan Love is going to be amazing. I think he's going to win the MVP this year, and I think the Packers win the Super Bowl. I could be dead wrong. We'll find out. But I was saying that weeks ago. Now, that looks pretty damn good. Looks pretty damn good now that you got Micah Parsons, who right away the Cowboys just so asininely. Maybe I might be wrong on that piece of English there. I don't know if asininely is a word. But in an asinine fashion. The Cowboys trade Micah Parsons and then try to put you in the spin zone, try to put Cowboys fans in the spin zone. Oh, well, we actually think this makes our team better now because we couldn't stop the run. And yeah, getting after the quarterback's one thing, but we need to be able to stop the run, and we couldn't do that. So we think Kenny makes our defense much, much better now. Yeah, sure. Right? You just got rid of one of the top 5 pass rushers in football. And yes, you got back.
I am a monkey balls fan.
Yeah, and you got back 2 first-round draft picks. That's just like basically how Nico Harrison, that moron, tried to justify trading Luka Doncic, a top 5 player in the NBA, by giving those same types of reasons. So the Cowboys are going to regret this. I think this is going to be Saquon levels of regret, right? John Morosi, the clip. I don't know. I'm going to sleep at night when Saquon goes to the Eagles, and then he does, and basically, carries them to a Super Bowl. I think this is what's going to happen with Micah Parsons. I think he's going to have 20 sacks this year. He's going to set the world on fire, which, by the way, you pay the quarterback and you pay the pass rusher. And then even to a third, lesser extent, you pay the receiver. Those are the 3 most important positions in football. Quarterback, obviously, 1. Pass rusher, 2. And that's why the top guys are getting $40 million plus a year. Micah gets 4 years for $188 million. So it's $47 million per year. Astounding. And the Cowboys get Kenny Clark, good run-stopping tackle, and they get 2 first-round draft picks. The Packers are now a legit Super Bowl contender, even if I thought they were before that. Micah Parsons has the 6th most sacks in NFL history through his first 4 seasons. Only last year did he ever finally miss a game because of an injury, and he only missed 4 games. So the Cowboys are morons. We know Jerry Jones has been killing the Cowboys for years, and this feels like the death blow. This feels like the Thanos, whatever you call it. I didn't watch those Marvel movies, but Thanos, whatever he did, that's Jerry Jones basically just killed the Cowboys with this latest move of trading Micah Parsons. But now to talk about how it affects the New York Giants. The obvious thing is that the Cowboys are now much worse on defense because it's not just Micah Parsons getting to the quarterback, the double-digit sacks every year, the multiple forced fumbles, the havoc that he wreaks on an opposing team's offense. It's the indirect effect of what Micah Parsons does. Even when he doesn't get to the quarterback, he creates pressure. And when you create pressure, you create erratic throws. And that allows your secondary to pick off on those erratic throws. And that's why you had all the pick sixes from Deron Bland. That's why you had all the interceptions a couple of years ago from Trayvon Diggs. It's because of your pass rush threat that Micah Parsons was the face of. And so that's gone. And so this Cowboys defense is just going to be an absolute joke. They are going to be a laughing stock this year, and the Giants are going to have a legit chance to compete for 3rd in the NFC East. Now, yay, 3rd place. We're not last. Okay, I got it, right? Next year, 2026 is playoff expectations for Big Blue. But what I want to kind of spin this in a negative way, if I may. I'm kind of upbeat about the Giants season. We'll do over-under win total predictions in the final hour, but I don't think the Giants are going to be as bad as they have been in years past. I think the pass rush is going to be lethal. I really like the secondary. I think bringing in Holland from the Dolphins to play safety, I think that's going to be a great move. Now you're talking about year 2 with Tyler Nubin at the other spot at safety, Drew Phillips in the slot. Javon Holland coming over from Miami, who's the top safety, free safety on the market. I think the secondary, now we'll see what the hell Tay Banks looks like. Hopefully he can actually, finish off plays and not be a total bust. But obviously you still have question marks about Tay Banks, but that secondary's coming together. The pass rush has the potential to be lethal with Sexy Dexy, Burns, Kayvon, and now Abdul Carter, who I think is going to stick with 51, right? Even after all the cuts, I don't think he's going to change his number. I think he's sticking with 51, splitting the difference between Phil Simms and Lawrence Taylor. But for me this season, what the main headline of this Giants season, because they're not going to make the playoffs, they're not a playoff team. The main thing that you're looking forward to is Jackson Dart. When is Jackson Dart getting on the field? And for me, somebody that watched Jackson Dart absolutely dominate the preseason, and whether you want to say, it was against backups, Thursday, whatever, who cares? He looked phenomenal. He's NFL ready, knows what to do with the football, makes clear, concise decisions. Want him to slide, right? I remember fumbling the football in the last preseason game, taking an unnecessary hit, but knows how to run the football, runs with power, has good vision, made good decisions, knows how to operate an offense. I mean, a couple of bombs that he threw. If Jalen Hyatt actually had a pair of hands attached to his arm, you would have had even better preseason numbers for Jackson Dart. I want Jackson Dart on the field as quickly as possible. And so I kind of want the Giants season to get off at least to a slow start, a brutal start, where you're maybe looking at an 0-4 record. And with Micah Parsons on the Cowboys, that was much more possible than it is now. And I really do think that Brian Daboll is in love with Jackson Dart, and the first chance he gets where it's like, all right, Brian Daboll, is he on the hot seat? Is he not on the hot seat? Probably should have got fired last year along with Joe Shane, but John Mara kept him around. So now you have to have some kind of patience, right? Developing Jackson Dart and building towards the future. But if the Giants start off 0-4, and they get their doors blown off by the Chiefs and the Chargers, that to me, week 5 at the Saints, felt like a good spot to get Jackson Dart in there. And now, honestly, I'm a little bit bummed out because now without Micah Parsons, I think the Giants absolutely have a shot to beat the Cowboys week 2. And if they beat the Cowboys in week 2, and at worst you're 1-3, and Russell Wilson is just giving you enough to not, be like, all right, we have to go to Dart. We're 0-4. The offense can't score. Like if you're 1-3, you beat the Cowboys. Russell Wilson is just playing well enough to keep his job. Well, then that pushes the clock back on Jackson Dart. And to me, I don't want that. I don't want that. Priority number 1 for me for this New York Giants season is getting Jackson Dart on the field as quickly as possible. I think he's the real deal. I think he's the future of this team. I think with Jackson Dart under center in 2026, you're talking about the Giants making the playoffs with not certainty, but with a lot of confidence. With a lot of confidence. And for me, that would then, a prerequisite for that is Jackson Dart starting at least 8 games this year. In a perfect world for me, it's Jackson Dart starting 13 games, taking over in week 5 against the Saints and playing the rest of the season. And honestly, now, that was one of the things I was thinking of last night. I'm like, wow, Giants probably going to beat the Cowboys now, week 2. I know you might be saying, well, Pat, really, does one player make that much of a difference? Yeah. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. Because now you don't have him going, trying to bull rush Andrew Thomas. Now Andrew Thomas is going to deal with somebody else and the rest of that offensive line. You don't have to worry about, all right, how are we going to double team Micah Parsons? Are we going to have to worry about Russell Wilson getting strip sacked or making a stupid decision? And because Micah Parsons blows up a play, that could be the difference in a game between the Giants and the Cowboys. Now without that, the rest of this Cowboys defense is going to be so pathetic. And yeah, Giants have had a lot of trouble stopping Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb and that Cowboys offense when healthy. But now, to me, that Giants-Cowboys game, week 2, that's a toss-up. To me, that game is a toss-up. And I think the spread has actually moved. It's 4.5 now. I don't care. Giants have a legit shot to beat the Cowboys in week 2. And if they do that, I worry that Jackson Dart then doesn't get on the field maybe till week 9, maybe week 10, because it buys Russell Wilson and it buys Brian Dable just a little bit more wiggle room. If you're not 0-4, if you're 1-3, and maybe they steal a win. Maybe they steal a win against the Chargers at home. I honestly don't put it out of the realm of possibilities that they give the Commanders the game all the way down to the final 2 minutes because it's week 1 in the NFL and anything can freaking happen. Point is, as long as you're not 0-4, I honestly don't think, I think Brian Dable is going to say, no, we'll keep riding with Russ a little bit longer. The season hasn't gotten off the rails right from the start. We don't need to go to Jackson Dart. And then at that point, there's not really a good spot to play him. You don't want to put him in there against the Eagles. You don't want to put him in there against Denver. I'm kind of bummed out, honestly, that Micah Parsons got traded because even though it makes the Giants' chances to compete in the NFC East a little bit better and you're looking at maybe finishing 3rd, not being the laughingstock of the division anymore, Jerry Jones and the Cowboys are becoming that. I want Jackson Dart in as soon as possible. And now I feel like that's going to get delayed. 888-808-1019. NFL Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Let's get back to the phones here. A lot of Yankees and Mets fans wanting to weigh in from our talks in the first 2 hours. Let's get to Flavio in Hawthorne, New Jersey. Flavio, what's up?
Hey, Pat, how you doing?
Good. Flavio, I'm a big tennis fan, and the U.S. Open is going on right now. There's an Italian player, Flavio Caboli, that's still in the tournament?
Yes, I do.
How about?
Yes, I do, and he's got my cheers.
All right, there you go. You got a couple Italians. He's going up against another Italian tomorrow, Musetti. So I don't know if for all of us Italian-Americans who to root for in that one, but I know that that's the big pressing matter. What's going on? What did you want to say about Volpe?
Well, before I get to Volpe, I just want to say doing a great job filling in for Evan and Tiki. But when you said caricature, I thought I was having a stroke.
Yeah, I thought I was having a stroke when I heard Paulie and Rami and everybody else, a lot of other people saying caricature because that's the student of the week.
How do you pronounce an A? Caricature. Come on, I went to art school, so we did this. We did caricatures, not caricatures.
That's really what's making me upset here, Flavio. You, the guy from Columbia who's got an MA. Oh well, I studied it, so I know how it's pronounced. Or I did this. I did caricatures, so I know how to pronounce them. That doesn't make you an expert on the English language.
No, it makes me an expert on caricatures. Hey, so about Volpe, I was looking it up while I was on hold. Volpe has a better batting average on the road than he does at home. He has more home runs at home. But I think over the next few games, if he starts to hit, he's 24 years old. My daughter just turned 25, and she's an actor. And if she got the boos from 47,000 people in the audience, I don't know. I think she changed careers. She'd become a radio host. But I think what I'd like to see these fans do, for all the Yankee fans that are listening, all the Yankee fans that are going to go to the next home series, you know what? Don't boo them. Stand up. Give them a round of applause. Make them feel welcome.
Haven't we done this, Flavio? Didn't we go through this?
Yeah, but what good is booing? There's nobody to replace him anyway. What good is booing the guy? He's
what good is booing at all? I've never been one to say to fans, oh, don't boo. Like, that's your right. You pay hundreds of dollars to go out and see a game. These guys are getting paid millions of dollars. They're not performing. You have every right as a fan to voice your displeasure. And the Phillies did this thing, right? Do we really want to be taking pages out of the Phillies book? They did this whole thing with Trey Turner.
Yeah, that's silly.
Yeah, well, Flavio, I appreciate the call, man. And I think, and look, at least what it sounds like on TV, and when I did the postgame last week when they played the Red Sox, and when I did the postgame when they played the Cubs a month ago, Volpe gets cheers. And then he strikes out 3 times in a row, and then he gets booed. But I think the fan base has tried to encourage him. But, when you go through a 1-for-37 streak, man, what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? And even then, I am looking at his splits. Yes, his batting average on the road is 220. His batting average at home, 193. I mean, we're kind of splitting hairs here. That's, he's garbage at home, and he's slightly less garbage on the road. And the OPS, and yes, he does have double the amount of home runs at home, so the OPS is barely a difference. But I'm sure he probably, I don't think you're wrong in saying that he feels more pressure at home because he's got the home fan base booing him. I mean, they have been giving it to him. Yankee fans, you guys have been giving it merciless with the booing. Merciless. Maybe he needs to talk to Giancarlo Stanton. He's to seek advice from Stanton. Hey, how do you deal with this, man? We were at the spot where Stanton on opening day was getting booed. It's a guy that has heard more boos in his life than most Yankee players. And you know what? He's dealt with it. He's dealt with it. And he's turned into, honestly, a Yankees legend. So maybe Volpe should seek the advice of Giancarlo Stanton rather than kind of saying, well, maybe we should just be nice and we should just cheer for him instead. We should give him a standing ovation. I'm not totally against it. You want to do that? Fine. Just good luck getting 45,000 Yankee fans to do that. Especially the folks in the bleacher. All they care about is the roll call. 888-808-1019. Phone number to join the show, 888-808-1019. I will get right back to your phone calls when we get back. But also, we complain about our teams in NYC, but what Dallas has done the last 6 months, I mean, at least we don't do that. It's Pat Boyle with you here on The Fan, in for Evan and Tiki on this Friday. We're coming to you live from the Town Fair Tire Studios, powered by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer, and with Town Fair Tire, you get the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires, and they honor all manufacturers' rebates, and they even honor competitors' rebates. With more than 100 stores from Connecticut to New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, why go anywhere else? Name brands and discount prices. That's Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out
the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. T&Cs apply.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium iced or hot coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions, participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Stepping into the Kia K4 or K5 isn't just getting behind the wheel of any average sedan. It's stepping into what's next. With a K4, it's stepping into a world that's exciting. With a K5, it's one that's bold. The Kia K4 and K5, the next movement for sedans. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
Kia, movement that inspires. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car?
donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, host that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Oh no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook that knows how to treat you right. It's an exciting time of the year for fans of America's pastime, and with BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. From the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Besides my favorite football team, I got another obsession this year. Daisy French onion dip. I love to snack during the football season, loading up on dips with chips, wings, and maybe even some veggies. And I do it while watching football every game possible. And now Daisy has this amazing French onion dip, as well as Daisy Ranch dip. They taste just like homemade dips, real herbs and spices, and other ingredients you actually find in your own kitchen. This stuff is amazing. So do yourself a favor. Try Daisy French onion dip. You'll find it at a grocery store near you.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
And now, breaking news. You leaving me. Your state-of-the-art 65-inch 4K smart television. For going out with friends and not staying in to watch TV. Sources confirm that is a terrible decision. Picture-in-picture mode. Do your friends have that? Can they simultaneously stream live sports and extreme baking shows? How about I make everything sepia? Whatever you want, I'll do it. Just don't put me on standby.
Don't listen to your TV. Head out with your friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan. Presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 9/13. And save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
From the 1010 Wins Traffic Center, I'm Greg Rice with the InjuryLawyer.com Fan Highway Patrol, presented by the Rothenberg Law Firm. Already a mess on the Whitestone in either direction. You got the U.S. Open and a Mets game later, so the Clearview Throgs Neck now and through the night is going to be the better idea. Queensbound Whitestone Bridge, the RFK Bridge, both are messy, so again, the Throgs Neck is your best bet. Citybound George, 15 to 20 on the upper, 10 to 15 on the lower. Northbound West Side, the best of it out. Looks like a crash on the southbound Deegan, just south of Van Cortlandt Park. Lincoln, about a 10-minute inbound ride, 20 out from 11th, better from 9th. Holland, 45 minutes out. On the Jersey side, the Newark Bay, better either way. Belton, Brooklyn, with an eastbound crash at Pennsylvania Avenue. A couple of right lanes out. And in Nassau, on the Southern State westbound at Hempstead Avenue, somebody broke down in the right lane. Traffic is sponsored by Staples. I'm Greg Rice with the InjuryLawyer.com Fan Highway Patrol, presented by the Rothenberg Law Firm.
Catch all the play-by-play with Susan Waldman and Dave Sims. The home of Yankees radio, The Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Here on The Fan, in for Evan and Tiki here on this final Friday of summer. Phone number to join the show, 888-808-1019. That's 888-808-1019. We'll have Yankees and Mets lineups for you coming up shortly. But first, the city's biggest indoor pickleball event is coming back October 10th and 11th, and it will sell out. Sign up for the fun or for the cash prizes. Go to 1010wins.com/pickleball for all the info. The pickleball tournament is presented by Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com. Back to your phone calls in just a moment, but something I brought up earlier and failed to pay off the tease. Want to make sure I get to it because I think it's an interesting conversation. You know, Volpe right now dominating the conversation around the Yankees, and obviously, Yanks trying to make their push for the postseason, see if they could catch the Blue Jays in the AL East. That's going to be going up for the next month. And I don't want to, we'll see how October goes. But no matter how the Yankees do, if let's say they go all the way and win the World Series this year, let's say they get knocked out in the wild card round. Either way, there's a pretty interesting predicament that Brian Cashman's going to be faced with come November, December, into the offseason. And that is what to do with the outfield. Specifically, two guys that are hitting the cover off the ball lately. One is not going to cost you a lot. One would probably cost you a pretty significant sum. And that is the debate between Trent Grisham and Cody Bellinger. And I think the Yankees are going to have to pick between one or the other this offseason. And don't get me wrong, I would love to have Cody Bellinger on this team, locked up with a long-term extension, but I can already see the Yankees and Brian Cashman deciding that Cody Bellinger is not worth the the 9-figure contract, and instead, they'll go with the cheaper option and go with Trent Grisham. And I want to hear what you guys have to think. 888-808-1019. You know, again, when it comes to Bellinger, remember his contract situation, he signed the Pete Alonso-esque contract where it was 3 years with the Cubs for $80 million, and it's got opt-outs after every single season. Or it's got opt-outs after every single season. And so he opted out last year and re-signed that contract for 3 years, $80 million, and then the Yankees traded for him. So now, I think actually Bellinger declined the player option, excuse me. But either way, he's got an opt-out after this season. And there's a pretty good shot he's going to exercise it. And Cody Bellinger, who has now kind of shown that these last 2 seasons, he's rebounded. The last 3 seasons, honestly. He's rebounded from a couple of just miserable, brutal campaigns where it looked like, again, how much longer is this guy going to have a career? Remember, he was one of the best players in baseball in 2019, dominating with the Dodgers. Then in 2021, he hit 165. Followed that up with hitting 210. Then he went to the Cubs, revived his career. Now at the Yankees, he's got an 847 OPS, 26 home runs, 81 ribbies, and he's hitting the cover off the ball. The last 7 games, Bellinger's hitting .480. I mean, he is demolishing baseballs right now. So most likely, Cody Bellinger is going to opt out of his contract, and he's going to look for a big long-term extension that is well worth over $100 million. And so the Yankees are going to have to decide, do we want to keep Cody Bellinger around in pinstripes? Of course you want to. But at the expense of adding on to this payroll, where I know that Yankee fans listening right now are probably saying, well, you're the freaking New York Yankees. You should be paying Cody Bellinger, and we shouldn't be trying to cheap our way out of things when we've got a guy that is having his best season in, 6 years? A left-handed stick, the way that plays in Yankee Stadium. Guy can play all positions in the outfield, and hell, he's played first base a couple of times this year as well. That's versatile. But can't you also see the Yankees saying, "Ooh, well, Trent Grisham, we think he's really undervalued." And Trent Grisham he's got an 830 OPS. He's got 27 home runs this year. He's got a Gold Glove caliber glove out in center field. Trent Grisham, who's making $5 million this year and has never had any kind of exorbitant contract. I mean, he's been getting basically arbitration money every single year when he was with the Padres and now with the Yanks. He's going to be a free agent in the offseason as well. And you might say, well, why can't they keep both? Well, you want Jason Dominguez to play every day in the outfield, don't you? Aaron Judge has to play somewhere, doesn't he?
You could trade Jason Dominguez for a shortstop.
You could trade Jason Dominguez for a shortstop. That's thinking outside the box there, Rami. And then you could sign Trent Grisham. You could sign Cody Bellinger. One plays left, the other plays center. Judge plays right. Big G is your DH, and there you go. But for all intents and purposes, it is probably one stays and one goes. And my guess is that it'll end up being Trent Grisham. And Cody Bellinger will walk in free agency. Scott Boras, who is his agent, of course, will come up with some other fakakta term for the type of player that he is. And he'll say that Cody Bellinger wants $130 million plus a year. And that look what he's done the last couple of seasons. And I just don't think that Brian Cashman and the Yankees are going to want to lock up all those amount of years to Bellinger, who is now on the other side of 30. So both guys free agents in the offseason. Judge has to play every day in the outfield. Dominguez should be playing every day in the outfield. I don't want to trade Dominguez. I think his upside, I think his age, I think his future, I think his potential is through the roof. I think the Martian is going to end up being a staple in pinstripes for the next 15 years, so I hope they keep him. Rami's idea, maybe trade him for a shortstop. So that's left field and that's right field covered. Who's playing center? Is it Bellinger or is it Grisham? I don't think you're going to be able to keep both. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Trent Grisham on the open market and free agency, maybe he only commands $10 million a year. And maybe that is something that the Yankees can say, well, let's keep both. I just find it unlikely. I find it unlikely, and I find the more likely scenario that Bellinger signs a big deal with some other team and the Yankees sign Trent Grisham to a 3 or a 4 year deal for $10 million a year or $15 million a year. Because Trent Grisham is also earning that. He's earning that. With the power numbers he's putting up, he's going to have 35 home runs. He's going to have 65 RBIs, a 250 average with an 830 OPS. That's right around or above major league average. And he plays a pretty damn good center field. And he's a lefty. And he's only 28. Feels like Trent Grisham's here for the future. Feels like Bellinger's going to go in the offseason. 888-808-1019. 888-808-1019. Pat Boyle for Evan and Tiki here on The Fan. Let's go to Marty's in Elmsford. Marty, you're next up. What's up?
Hey, Pat. Good show.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
Listen, I think the happiest guy in town is the third baseman, Ryan McMahon, because his batting average is just about where Volpe is. He's done nothing offensively since he's been here.
Yep.
What are your thoughts about putting in one of the new guys, Caballero or the other guy, for a few innings and then bring him in as a late inning replacement for defense? Because he's literally giving us nothing from his spot in the lineup.
Marty, that's a good proposition there. I appreciate the call. I mean, you got Rosario as well on the bench. You've got Caballero. I mean, if it's a lefty on the mound, I think it's no No question. I think it's no question Ahmed Rosario should be starting at third base. I mean, it's a guy that could play left side of the infield. He's played 27 games at third. He's actually primarily played third base because the Yankees never said Volpe. But Rosario against lefties this year, he's been awesome. He's got an 849 OPS. To me, we're at the point as well. Look, you wanted to give Ryan McMahon some time, right? You traded for him. You brought him in. New scenery, new environment. You want to get him adjusted to it. But, again, your left side of the infield they're both barely over the Mendoza line. And so something's got to give, man. Something's got to give. I think at this point it's got to be a guarantee. Lefty on the mound, Rosario at third. McMahon, who's a lefty, see you later. Take a seat on the bench. And then at shortstop, yeah. I mean, they've already started to give Caballero a little bit more time at short. And I'm hoping that continues. Whoa, that was a loud reminder there. I hope that continues. I hope Caballero continues to get time at short. Now, again, I mean, he hasn't really hit the ball either. But, again, with Volpe, it's one thing if it's just the defense, if it's just the offense. But he ain't giving you defense. He's committing errors every single day. The base running's been terrible. And so it makes it that much. All right, well, you got one guy who's hitting 230 on the season, and he hasn't really hit the ball much at all of late. And you got another guy that's hitting 201, and he's making mistakes in all three facets of the game. Caballero Rosario, left side of the Yankees infield. Who would have thought that would have been the better option? Who would have thought we'd be here just a couple of weeks ago or at the beginning of the season? But, I mean, we're running out of time. We are running out of time. Now, Yankees still kind of fortunate that they didn't totally collapse in that swoon and give up that last spot in the wild card. But there's 3 games separating you and the Royals. That can evaporate like this. Especially because after this weekend where you get to beat up on the White Sox, it gets real again for the Yankees. Houston, Toronto, Detroit, Red Sox. 4 playoff teams. All those mistakes, all the flaws that Anthony Volpe and Ryan McMahon have showed since they got here, those will be magnified when you actually play good teams. Let's go to Matt, who's in Long Beach, next up on the Fan. Matty, what's going on?
What's up, guys? I hate to interrupt this sports show talking about sports, but let's get back to something that's really important.
Go ahead.
So, look, I've dug my heels in my life in a lot of arguments, and I've recognized that deciding you're right and being right aren't necessarily the same thing. And caricature is just insane.
How is it insane? It's putting the emphasis on the second syllable versus the first. It is a totally viable
I'm not going to give you some big, long, flowery email, or I didn't go to Columbia, but I've been on Earth for a while, and I've never heard anyone say caricature before.
Doesn't it? Look, Matt, whether it's the right pronunciation or not, doesn't it sound better than caricature?
Yeah, I mean, if I lived in Europe, maybe, but I live in New York. You know who says caricature? Probably Jerry Jones probably says that.
Okay. Well, I mean, look, Jerry Jones may be a moron, but at least, with the Texas accent, at least he sounds cool when he speaks.
Yeah, he sounds like somebody that has just been the bane of my existence most of my life.
Are you a Cowboys fan, Matt?
It sounds like I am, right? Yeah, no. I happen to be a Giants fan, and I think they're going to be better than people think this year.
Yeah, I mean, we should be jumping for joy with how inept that Jerry Jones and the Cowboys front office is. Matt, I appreciate the call. And even when, years where they went 3 years in a row making the playoffs, they have continued to self-destruct here. They have continued to self-destruct with the decisions that they have made as a franchise over the last couple of years. I never thought they should have fired Mike McCarthy. I thought that was a massive mistake. I think Mike McCarthy is one of the more underrated coaches in football, and now they're going with a first-year coach in Brian Schottenheimer, and you've had an absolute circus unfold over the last couple of weeks where you did the same thing you did last year. You took CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott down to the wire, and then you paid Dak $60 million a year. I thought they were going to do the same thing with Micah Parsons. Oh, and instead they trade him. And it's the Giants' gain. It's obviously the Cowboys' loss. And now the Packers are going to win the Super Bowl, and it's going to be instant levels of regret. Let's go to Mike, who's in Brooklyn, next up on the Fan. Mike, what's going on, bro?
Hey, is this Patty the Gilf?
That is absolutely correct. What's up, Mike?
What's going on, brother? How you been?
Now, Mike's got the best memory on the Fan as any of the callers because he will recall when I hosted, I think it was last year on Afternoon Drive when I did the first Afternoon Drive fill-in.
Thanksgiving, I think. Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it was on Thanksgiving, and the Cowboys rolled out Dolly Parton to sing We Are the Champions. Maybe that was 2 years ago. And they rolled out Dolly Parton to sing We Are the Champions. And I say, hey, you know what? Dolly looks good. She looks good. And so you've called me Patty the Gilf ever since.
Listen, you, Rami, and Triple V, definitely not the B squad, definitely the 1A squad. Love all you guys. You guys are all doing a fantastic job.
Thanks.
But so let's get into it. Number one, as far as the Mets, listen, I would definitely take Buehler. I said, and Rami calls me, he calls me Mike the Tank. But I'm not Mike the Tank. I'm realistic. You know what the problem with this team is? The pitching stinks.
Mm-hmm.
The bullpen is not great. And once you have, even at the beginning, Al asked me at the beginning of the year, he goes, okay, 22 games over 500. I said, and ask Rami, I said 86 wins, and they just missed the playoffs. And look, it's probably going to come to fruition. It's going to be very close. The problem is when you have pitchers that pitch 4 innings, right, and then the bullpen comes in every single day, yeah, for a month or so it's great until it's not. Same thing with the pitching lab and all this other garbage. I can't stand it. I would take Buehler now just because we need arms in for this team. Tong, okay, but I heard callers yesterday. Tong hasn't even pitched yet, right? And everybody's saying, okay, who are going to be our three guys if we make the playoffs?
Yeah, we're already slotting him into the October postseason rotation before he's even thrown a pitch.
The guy hasn't pitched one game. Even McLean. I hope he's great, but you know what happens to all these pitchers? What happens? Number one, they get the book on him, and then.
Well, Mike, with McLean, it's legit. I mean, the guy has made 3 starts, and you've heard everybody and their mother, Kruk on the Phillies broadcast. His stuff is absurd. His stuff is so freaking good, man. There is, when I've heard Mets fans saying he might be the next DeGrom, literally going out of control with the prediction. I don't blame him. Because he has looked absolutely untouchable through his first 3 starts. Now, again, but with Tong, guy hasn't thrown a pitch yet.
No, but I agree. Even with McLean, though, right? They'll get the book on him, and let's see how he makes the changes. But I hope so. But I'm more of a guy with these rookies. Like, give them a year and a half. If they're good a year and a half, 2 years, then I'll be like, okay, they're legit. You know how many one-hit wonders? Look at Vientos even last year, right? Yeah, now he's hitting great. The over/under for his home runs was like 32 or 34, something like that. I'm like, come on, he's not even close to that. So listen, Patty B, are you taking the girl down for some pork roll, egg and cheese tomorrow? Down to the shore or what?
No, because we're gonna go U.S. Open tonight. I'm gonna call her a lift, get into the city, and we're gonna leave right after the show's done, and then we're going back tomorrow for most of the afternoon. So, no, she's gonna get. I'm gonna get Pat LaFrida a steak sandwich tonight. She's gonna get probably a lobster roll, and then I'll probably shell out another $250 tomorrow for food and drinks.
Nice. Well, listen, Patty Gilf, all the best to you. Hope you guys have a great Labor Day weekend. To Rami, Triple V. And everybody, okay?
All right, Mike, we love you, man. Maybe bring some donuts at a not ungodly hours next time so I can actually take part in it.
What do you mean? You're here 2 to 6?
Yeah, that's right. Well, yeah. Keep them away from me. I've lost 16 pounds this summer, Rami. I'm trying to keep it off. And
Mike brought fruit too.
Mike and Brooke. Well, yeah, okay. He brought. Yeah, that's.
I asked for the fruit. That was my suggestion.
Yeah, sure. Okay, here's diabetes on one plate, and here's some fruit to soften the blow on the other. I don't need that in my life.
I did have both.
Yeah, exactly. And you made yourself probably feel better. You're like, I had 3 donuts, but at least I had some fruit.
Well, I mean, I told him to bring fruit instead of donuts, then asked him to bring both. But I didn't ask him to bring anything.
The whole point was he was going to bring the donuts, right?
Yes, he wanted to bring donuts.
Okay. Well, we appreciate Mike in Brooklyn for bringing those donuts. All right, and Mike in Brooklyn almost spoiled the Cinco. He almost spoiled the Cinco. That's coming up next. A Rami and Paul Rosenberg-inspired Cinco de Five-O. Should I tell them what it is, boys, or do we want to tease them?
They'll find out after the break.
There we go. That's incredible level of teasing from Rami. And more of your phone calls, of course, 888-808-1019. It's Pat Boyle in for Evan and Tiki here on this final Friday of summer on The Fan. Cinco coming up next, along with Yankees and Mets lineups as well, just over 2 hours away from first pitch. This summer, stay cool and hydrated with the official water of Major League Baseball, Primo Brands. With Primo Brands water delivery, you get premium hydration from trusted brands like Poland Spring, Pure Life, and Saratoga, delivered right to your door. Stock up for game day or just keep everyone refreshed. Still, sparkling or flavored, there's something for everyone. And the best part? You call the shots. Whether you need a few cases or a full week's supply, Primo's flexible delivery fits your schedule. So step up to the plate, hydrate like a pro with Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. It is obvious that the Dallas Cowboys' decision to trade Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers is a debacle. But don't forget that the overriding reason this has happened is the ego of Jerry Jones. His need to be front and center, to always be right, is why Jimmy was fired long ago and why that same tale continues with shipping out one of the best players in football for no reason. I'm Bill Ryder.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Lunch was great. Greenwich Village is a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Friday, September 5th, when the Yankees host the Toronto Blue Jays, and be ready to receive the Yankees promotional giveaway. It's Austin Wells football jersey night. The first 18,000 guests will receive an Austin Wells football jersey, presented by Bank of America. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Again, don't miss the Yankees and Blue Jays for Austin Wells football jersey night on Friday, September 5th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Things today can seem kind of unpredictable. Who knows what's around the corner, right?
Well, at Total Wireless, we want to give you something to be sure about. With us, you save 50% off Metro and Cricket when you switch with one line. Guaranteed. And you get to keep the phone and number you love. Visit our Total Wireless store today. 50% savings for unlimited plans versus comparable Total Wireless unlimited phone plans based on standard plan rates. Some customers may only receive the guaranteed savings after contacting us and validating the current plan rate. Excludes promotional, discounted, and bring your phone rates. For Total 5G unlimited plan or higher, auto pay required. Applied on next renewal date. Additional terms apply.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
FanDuel's giving you a reason to lock into the college football season early. Right now, new customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. That's right. Bet $5 on any bet, and if you win, you'll walk away with $300 in bonus bets to use all over the app. Spread it out however you want. You can use those bets on Week 1 lines, Heisman futures, over-unders, player props, whatever you got. You can have a little fun on the college football calendar. FanDuel's easy to use, safe, and when you win, you get paid right away. No waiting around, no hassle, straight to your account, and that's what counts, huh? So if you've got a team to take or a gut feeling before kick, now's the time to step up and back it up. Head over to FanDuel.com/BT and sign up to get started. That's FanDuel.com/BT. 21 plus and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bet that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. And for help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
We're coming to you live from the Town Fair Tire Studios, powered by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
From the 1010 Wins Traffic Center, I'm Greg Rice with the InjuryLawyer.com Fan Highway Patrol presented by the Rothenberg Law Firm. You're getting the business on the belt both ways in both boroughs. Traffic is sponsored by the Rothenberg Law Firm. Eastbound belt to Pennsylvania Avenue in Brooklyn. You got a crash blocking a couple of right lanes and slowing you down from Ocean Parkway leaving Queens. On the westbound belt near Cross Bay Boulevard, at least one, if not multiple lanes shut down with a crash, and that's making a mess all the way back past the JFK Expressway. Citybound George, 30 up, 20 down, northbound west side, best of it out. Lincoln, 20 in, 20 out from 11th, better from 9th. It's an hour at the outbound Holland. On the Jersey side, the Newark Bay is better. Whitestone already the worst of it either way across the Upper East, and you got a Met game tonight and the U.S. Open, both in that same general vicinity through Queens, Garden State Parkway towards the shore, southbound. A slow ride from Wall Township into Toms River. Injured in an accident, you need help. The Rothenberg Law Firm, lawyers that have built a legacy of victory over 5 decades, winning billions for their clients. The Rothenberg Law Firm. Call 1-800-624-8888 or visit InjuryLawyer.com. I'm Greg Rice with the InjuryLawyer.com Fan Highway Patrol presented by the Rothenberg Law Firm.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo, mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Yo, yo! Tiki here on this final Friday of summer here on the Fan. Labor Day weekend. Phone number to join the show is 888-808-1019. We'll get you the Mets and the Yankees starting lineups in just a few minutes. But really quickly here, speaking of the U.S. Open, you heard there in the traffic that you got a Mets game tonight, you got the U.S. Open, so good luck, and that'll be me. In 2 hours, as soon as we get off the air. Hopefully I'll miss the worst of the traffic by then. But just really quickly for my tennis fans, oof, rough day for the American men. Ben Shelton, 22-year-old lefty, 6'4", so electric when he plays. He has skyrocketed all the way up to number 6 in the world. He's out of the U.S. Open. Had to retire from his match. He picked up a left shoulder injury. I don't know what the hell happened. It looked like it came out of nowhere. And then I basically got it on the TV for the last half a set, trying to hit the ball with some kind of, maybe a shoulder strain, and then eventually he's like, dude, you got to call it quits. Otherwise, you risk further damage. So he retired from his match. He would have been on a collision course with Alcaraz in the quarterfinals. So Shelton is out. He's the second highest ranked American man. And then Tiafoe, who's been in 2 U.S. Open semifinals in the last 3 years, is down 2-0 right now. And so you're maybe thinking about Ben Shelton and Francis Tiafoe going out in the same day. That is big yikes. Big yikes for the American men rooting interest, and that would basically leave us with Taylor Fritz as the only hope left. He got to the final last year, but he would play Djokovic in the quarterfinals, and I don't think he beats Djokovic, even with Djokovic at 38 and looking old and looking vulnerable and looking human. I don't think Fritz even gets by him, and if he even does, he'd get Alcaraz in the semifinals. So, tough day. Tough day for the American men. But it is just after 5 o'clock. It is a Friday. It's Rami and Rosenberg. It's the Cinco.
Cinco de Five-O with Evan and Tiki on the Fan.
Cinco de Five-O, brought to you by Helix Wireless, connecting everything everywhere. Today's Cinco, teased it going into the break, is going to be the top 5 New York athletes to burst onto the scene. We've seen what Nolan McLean has done. We're hoping for the same thing from Jonah Tong tonight. So the top 5 New York athletes to burst on the scene in the last 25 years.
I like it.
Here we go!
Great topic.
Number 5.
Number 5, going to be Jackson Dart.
Wow. Right off to a suspect start right away. Hasn't even played a single snap yet.
Hasn't played a real game, a game that matters. 32 for 47, 372 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. But apparently, the savior for the Giants franchise.
Okay.
They think he might be the next Eli Manning, the next Patrick Mahomes. He's in the Manning conversation already.
I can see it.
Before he's even played a game that actually matters.
Jackson Dart's the truth. I like it, but to put him on there, like you said, Paulie, at 5, that's you're kind of denigrating something that you disagree with inherently.
I am just saying that already, without even playing a game that matters, he hasn't played one real game yet.
And you got him on the list.
He's already on the list just based on what he's done and how he's cultivated the Giants fan base already.
I heard Sean Morash say on your Sunday show that the Giants are going to win Super Bowls with
Multiple Super Bowls. Shawnee and me every Sunday morning on our betting station, BetMGM Network, 9 a.m. to noon p.m. Eastern. Actually, our final show of the summer coming up on Sunday, because then they put Costos, who just signed a nice fat contract extension. They put our boy Nick on every Sunday. But, yeah, by the way, my nephew loves Jackson Dart. Loves him. And this is his first year of Pop Warner football in pads. And so he's got the headband like Jackson Dart. He's got the blondish hair. He's growing it out. And I call him Jackson Fart to mess with him.
Yeah, ball knower right there, your nephew.
A big ball knower. But I'm like, dude, you want to be Jackson Dart so badly. I was like, what if you're Jackson Fart? And, of course, 8-year-old, he loves it.
Yeah, nothing beats a fart joke when you
All right, here we go.
Number 4.
All right, another New York quarterback who burst on the scene, and while his light didn't burn long, it burned bright, and that is Mike White. Mike White was obviously a folk hero here in New York, so much that it got Al Dukes to get to work.
RQB Mike White's on fire.
Oh, my God.
RQB Mike White's on fire. He's gonna set this league on fire.
I love the way you preface that, Rami. It actually got Al Dukes to go to work.
Yeah, if you're putting in work like that, you're getting work from Al Dukes to put on a song and it's post 2015. I mean, that's the last time he was doing songs on a monthly basis. That's pretty good. So you just know that he was a superstar in this city.
I loved Mike White. I really thought he was the savior. I thought he was the truth. And then the Jets decided, nope, we want to go back to Zach Wilson. We want to baby Zach Wilson and give him every opportunity and every chance.
Number 3.
The number 3 on this list is actually going to be a combination of 2 players. Noah Syndergaard and Matt Harvey.
Okay.
Who, again, in the mid-2010s, if you're a Met fan, it throws you back to the old Generation K days of Pulsifer, Isringhausen, and Paul Wilson, of how much
with the references.
Of how much Mets fans really thought that Matt Harvey and Noah Syndergaard and Jacob deGrom and Steven Matz and those pitchers, I believe it was called the Big Five at one point.
Yeah, Wheeler
really, and Zach Wheeler, of course, really was going to be the next big thing. And then it turned out it wasn't. Obviously, Matt Harvey with the staying in the game with Terry Collins keeping him in, thoracic outlet syndrome, everything that plagued him up until he retired with the drug scandals and
Sex,
this and
drugs,
that.
and rock and roll.
Absolutely, and thankfully he's doing much better now.
Hey, he's a financial analyst, right? I remember he got his kind of big plug last year.
Yes.
He's where he's managing people's money.
He's on BT and Sal from a cubicle.
Yeah. I remember. I think I was working on the show that day.
And a big golfer. Huge golfer, Matt Harvey. Always pops it out on his Instagram. On top of and behind that, obviously Noah Syndergaard, who had all of the hope, Thor, his name, everything that he wanted, the fastball, the Chase Utley situation after Ruben Tejada breaks his or after Utley breaks Tejada's leg or the ankle, whatever it was, Tommy John surgery. So those 2 guys specifically, if you're a Met fan, they bursted onto the scene in a big, big way and never actually finished the job.
And that was 2 guys, too. You know, nowadays there's so many starters that throw, that can light it up 100 miles an hour. But it was Harvey and Syndergaard. That was like the beginning of it. And Harvey more so would like spot 95, 96, and, hit 99, 100 when needed to. Syndergaard was routinely 98, 99, 100. So, yeah, Thor in the Dark Knight. That's a good one.
Number 2.
All right, you guys have done a much better job since you started this list with Jackson Dart.
That was Rosenberg's idea. Anyway, moving right along, another group of Yankee or New York baseball players who had a nickname, the Baby Bombers. We had Greg Bird, who was big. Gary Sanchez in 2016 burst on the scene. Miguel Andujar in 2018. You obviously add Severino to the list. All of those guys. You could even throw in Gleyber Torres. Those guys, that was the next big thing. The Yankees were going to win not 1, not 2. How many World Series with the Baby Bombers after the way those guys started their first few years in the league?
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's definitely legit. I don't know. We've gone 2 in a row now where we're grouping multiple players into one.
Well, they burst on the scene together.
True.
And we're talking about Tong and McLean. Those are multiple players.
Okay, yes. Yes, that's fair. I think you could have easily just gone with Gary Sanchez.
I think Sanchez in 16 was absurd. He almost won the Rookie of the Year. He only played like the last 50 games of the year.
Yeah, cracking. All right.
Number 1.
If this isn't who it should be, you guys have completely failed the assignment.
And the number 1 New York City athlete to burst onto the scene, obviously it's Jeremy Lin.
Okay, thank you.
Obviously, Jeremy Lin. And there's not much more to say, obviously, when it comes to Jeremy Lin. 2011, 2012, the 11-game stretch where he's averaging 24, 9, and 3. Just crazy. And one of the originators of the poison pill contract.
Taking down Kobe Bryant in one of those games.
Yep.
Taking down those Mavericks teams, a big game on a matinee, Sunday game.
And Mets fans have been starving. But you had the World Series appearance in 2015. You had the World Series appearance in 2000. Jets fans have been starving, but you had the back-to-back AFC Championship games. For Knicks fans, for us Knicks fans, to get a taste of Linsanity, and that team was god-awful for so many years, and then continued to be for a couple of years after that. We really, really thought Linsanity was the beginning of multiple playoff runs, and it fizzled out just about as starkly as he burst.
I mean, in theory, like the Linsanity stretch wasn't that. But 12,
it was 3 weeks?
12 to 14 games tops, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Like, that's all it was. And then the Rockets backloading the final year of the contract, the poison pill contract. I believe it was Daryl Morey who was still the GM with the Rockets at the time.
I think you're right.
And how that last year was so financially backloaded that the Knicks couldn't match it, or else the Knicks were going to face all the luxury tax penalties, and off you go. And Jeremy Lin is no longer in New York, but he's a member of the Rockets.
Well, we're hoping that McLean and Tong last a little longer than those guys did, but off to a hot start for both of them.
Kiss my fat ass! I love Shawnee, but that is probably a better Cinco than Marash has come up with for months, if we're being honest.
Doesn't take much.
888-808-1019. All right, we'll get back to your calls in 2 minutes, but we do have Mets lineup out, Yankees lineup out. Let's go in chronological order here. Let's do the Mets first, right? It is the debut of Jonah Tong Day, who, by the way, it's not too late for Jonah Tong to switch his warm-up song, which apparently is going to be Burn It to the Ground by Nickelback. Massive mistake, and there is still time right now for any Mets employees, Steve Cohen, the folks in the Mets front office, people that do the operations at Citi Field. You got to have Cisco's Let Me See That Thong ready to go. You got to have it ready. Let me see that tongue, ta-tong. That's got to be it. There is nothing I'm going to fight for more in my life than Jonah Tong pitching to Let Me See That Thong by Cisco. So anyway, the debut
How many Mets fans at Citi Field will be wearing thongs, though?
Yeah. Gallo, by the way, who's running the stream, he texted me before. He said, didn't Giambi wear a gold thong?
Well, that was the whole story with Jeter, that Jeter borrowed it from him to get out of a slump that one time.
Yeah, the slump buster.
Yep.
Gold thong. You can
works.
have Jonah Tong-inspired Mets thongs, and everybody can wear them. Dudes can wear them. Dudes wearing G-strings, there's nothing better than that. I mean, dude, that climax just hits you right in the face. Yeah, honestly, I wish I had those 5 seconds back. Jonah Tong on the mound for the Mets. Yuri Perez for the Marlins. Here's your Mets lineup. And it is pretty predictable in a good way. Lindor leading off at short. Soto batting second at right. Alonso batting third at first base. Vientos hitting cleanup at third. Nimmo batting fifth and left. Marte batting sixth at DH. Beatty batting seventh at second, so no McNeil. Taylor batting eighth in center field. And it's Luis Torrens back in the lineup behind the dish. By the way, Francisco Alvarez, who just cannot catch a break. Remember, sprained the UCL in his throwing hand thumb, was already starting his rehab assignment, was ready to come back, was excited, and then gets drilled in the left hand, pinky, on Wednesday night in AAA Syracuse. And apparently he's going to continue to try to play through that, right? They're going to let the inflammation go down a few days, then they're going to restart the rehab assignment, maybe even as early as tomorrow or Sunday. And then Alvarez is now going to try to play through the sprained UCL in his throwing hand, which he said has made his throwing a little bit more uncomfortable, and now trying to catch pitches, especially from this Mets bullpen where you got basically everybody's pumping 100 with a fracture in his left pinky. And it just sucks that, as he got hot, man, and I thought last year Alvarez was going to do incredible things, and then it just never came to be. And now this year, gets hurt, comes back, playing well, gets hurt again, and now on top of it, he's got a broken left pinky finger. It just feels like it's going to be a season of what could have been for Francisco Alvarez, but he is a warrior. He's going to try to play through it. So there you go. There is the Mets order. And now for the Yankees, going up in Chicago tonight, you got Carlos Rodon on the mound. This better be an easy win tonight. Better be an easy win. I'm actually very intrigued to see what this Yankee lineup was going to look like. Me and Paulie Rosenberg were kind of doing the guess the lineup in the break. Carlos Rodon on the mound for the Yanks. It's Yoendrys Gomez, righty, on the mound for the White Sox. Here's your Yankee lineup. Grisham leading off in center. Judge batting second, DHing still. Bellinger batting third and left. Rice batting cleanup at first base, so a bit of a flip there from last night. Stanton batting fifth and right. Jazz batting sixth at second. Ryan McMahon still in the lineup, batting 7th at third. Anthony Volpe, of course, off the 2 hits last night, batting 8th at short. And Austin Wells batting 9th behind the dish. And I find it hilarious because there's been times where Stanton gets a couple of hits, and it's like, all right, Stanton's hot, bench the next day. But you already knew the first name penned into that freaking lineup for tonight was already happened after Volpe got those couple of hits. So there's your Yankees lineup. Yankees coming up, pregame coverage at 7 o'clock here on The Fan. First pitch, 7:40. Mets, 7:10. Jonah Tong Day. I'm sure a lot of you driving to Citi Field right now, going through Labor Day traffic, going to U.S. Open traffic. We're here to keep you company all the way until 7 o'clock. Let's get back to the phones, 888-808-1019. Big debate on the show today. How do you pronounce the word of the goofy drawings that you find on the boardwalk, that you find at events? I can't understand how people are saying caricature. It's caricature. So we've had a big debate about that on the show today. Michael in North Haven wants to weigh in on that. Mike, what's going on, bro?
Hey, Pat, how's it going?
Good, man. How are you?
Good, man. Good show so far. One thing I'm glad you brought up, I didn't know you were a fellow Italian-American here. So
yes, you wouldn't know it with the name Pat Boyle, but my mom's maiden name is Russo, so I got plenty of Italian in me. All the good
same
parts.
way, man. Yeah, exactly. All right, so the word is a direct copy from the Italian language, right? All the Romance languages, their verbs, they end with A-R-E, E-R-E, U-R-E. So caricature in Italian, it means loosely to exaggerate.
Wow.
Would be pretty close from the direct copy out of the Italian language. So
How
the way
about
you're
that?
saying it,
No idea.
Yeah. So the way you're saying it is pretty close to, you would say in Italian. So I'm not going to fault you on that, but
Michael, that's that's the best call of the day right there.
Caricature. Yeah. So I understand on Google the way it was brought to English. I guess, people are saying it caricature. But, there's no S in the word, so.
Michael, you know what? There are certain calls that'll go down in the history of WFAN that are cemented in legacy, and you have just gotten one of those. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Michael. Not only did you get a little history lesson there, we finally got somebody to legitimize this debate. It comes from the Italian word caricature. Caricature. And you know what? As Americans, sometimes we bastardize so many words. We take words that were one way, we turn them into another, and we Americanize them, because that's what we do. It's America, right? Well, the literal word is caricature. And you take it right from the Italians. Caricature.
Caricature.
Nope, I will not be.
That is from the Merriam-Webster dictionary website.
Okay.
It's caricature.
Screw Merriam and her dictionary. Screw all the other dictionaries that you guys want to give me. And these stupid AI robots saying it the wrong way. I will not be boxed into a corner by AI. I will not have my job taken by AI. I will not be told how it's said by some freaking robot without a pulse. Caricature. Thank you, Michael Northaven. Best call of the day. Rick in Brick is next up on The Fan. I wonder if he's slick, and hopefully he checks his skin for ticks. Rick, what's going on?
I got some Italian for you right here. So back to the Cowboys. We'll talk about, I can't even say America's team with a straight face anymore. Not again, I haven't had to. So Jerry Jones, Capo Tutto Cape, he's the guy who calls all the shots. And I got to say, Bill Ryder, breaking news on Jerry Jones is the problem in Dallas. Well, I'm sorry, you're about, 28 years too late. But anyway, you know what? I'm sorry. I shouldn't. You know what? I'm a frustrated Cowboys fan. I called a couple of weeks ago. I talked to Sean Morosi. It was the same day. It was the day after Jake Ferguson got his contract. I'm sitting there saying to myself, well, why hasn't Micah gotten paid yet? And you had brought up CD and Dak. Well, that's a negotiation, and we gave Dak $60 million. You had a good laugh about that because it is funny, right? So I said, you can play back the tape if you want. I'm sure you won't. But I said Micah Parsons will be traded within the month. Unfortunately, I said it was going to be Washington or Philly.
Wow, so you called it, Rick.
I already knew it was going to happen. I mean, because listen, there's negotiation. There's a negotiation like Jerry Jones, and then there's a guy who knows what he's worth, is a generational talent, and knows I did all the right things. I tried to make this work. You won't make it work, and I'm not going to stand around here and take it because I don't have to.
Yeah, well, and he got and Rick, I appreciate the call, man. That was a nice little loaded phone call, bubbling over the edge there with the tension. I appreciate it. Well, I don't know what. Yeah, you guys could play back the tape. I'm sure you won't. Rick, no offense. I don't think we have Rick and Brick predicting Micah Parsons is going to be traded, ready to go. No offense. As a frustrated Cowboys fan, and I feel your frustration. I feel it. One of the segments that I had on the rundown, we complain about our teams in New York City. We complain about our owners, right? A lot of Jets fans complain about Woody Johnson. A lot of Yankees fans complain about Hal Steinbrenner. Could you ever imagine? Could you imagine one of our teams pulling a stunt like this? Trading away one of the great players in franchise, and I know he's only been there for 4 years, but on track, on pace for what he's going to do. One of the most beloved figures in the entire city. Can you imagine if one of our teams pulled the stunt that the Cowboys just pulled, trading away Micah Parsons? And how about, again, we complain about our teams as a whole, as a city, as a town. Look at what the city of Dallas has just done to their fans. And they don't have two teams to root for. They got one. And in the NBA, and, well, we got one team to root for here in the NBA. Let's be honest. Sorry to the 24 Nets fans. But look at what they've done to that city in the last 6 months. You got a moron Nico Harrison trading away Luka Doncic, then trying to, spin zone it. And you want to talk about conspiracy theories? I'm here for any and all conspiracy theories that the NBA draft was rigged. Because, they just happened to get the number 1 draft pick, Cooper Flagg, instead of Luka Doncic. Yeah, sure, okay. But in the moment, you trade away Luka Doncic and you try to spin zone the fan base that it's for the best interest of the team. And and then Jerry Jones does it with Micah Parsons. I mean, my goodness, the city of Dallas. What has come over them? What is in the water? 888-808-1019. Let's get to our buddy Ross in Bergen County. Ross, what's up, brother?
What's up, man? How you doing, bro? Hey, good to hear you back on the fan. I know we're all sorry for you, bro. So
yeah, well, I appreciate it, man. Look, they gotta give the Centurion a chance to shine in the future. So I'm cutting my teeth right now doing the overnights on the Infinity Sports Network. But
I'm the star of WFAN. I'm WFAN's Pat Boyle.
Oh my God, it's classic, bro. Hey, really quick, just to piggyback off Dallas, I ain't crying. I don't know. You won't see me shed a tear for them. They won a ring 2 years ago. What's it been? 15 for us, right? We're considering 2 teams per sport. They got 1 per sport and still got 1 more recent than us. So
yeah,
I know Luka, Mike, all that. Hey, 1 ring cures anything and everything. That's how I see it. And kind of on that note with the Mets, I heard what you were saying about Philly before. It's an ideal world. I mean, it's kind of crazy. You hear a lot of people talk about like the cycle of who owns who in terms of the 3 teams in the NL East, and it feels like there's legitimate truth to that. Every time you see the Mets in Atlanta, they're losing, playing Philly, they're winning, and Atlanta against Philly, it was like 3 times in the past couple of years, and Philly beat them all.
Well, now, Ross, things can still change, but at least the Mets have somewhat pushed back against that with the Braves thing, right? I mean, they've won 4 out of the last 7 against Atlanta, which it feels like, like 2 months ago you were never going to beat the Braves again in your life.
I mean, the way they lost that, no, not a rubber match, you were going for the sweep, the way they dropped that last game, and even the series here, I mean, that one game they won, what was it? Like they lost 8 in a row, and I don't know the exact numbers, but they had that one token win, and there was the day Pete broke the record.
Yeah, the 13-5 win, sandwiched around 9 straight losses.
But they even tried blowing that game. I remember that was the one game, that whole stretch that I put, live money line money on Atlanta, and that was, of course, the one game they wound up winning the ball game. There was like that 4-game stretch. They blew
because they blew. They were up 5-0, and then they gave up 5 runs in the 4th. Yeah. The nightmare 4th and 5th innings for the Mets, and then they came back and scored 8 unanswered.
It's unbelievable. Well, that was the thing. There was 5 games. They blew 8 different leads, anywhere ranging from 2 to 6. I think even the Seattle game was 6 or it was up there. And the Milwaukee series from hell, I'll say this, bro. It's always good beating Philly. You know what I mean? Just the semantics of Philly versus New York, Philly, all that. It's always good to beat the city. But in terms of this Met ball club, they could have taken on the 2001 Mariners and swept them out of the water. And, bro, this following the past 3 or 4 weeks of baseball they played, I don't know. People are better than me, bro, because they're going in there, with the psychedelic microphones and the Elmo and Cookie Monster, everything. They're better than me, bro, because I was saying if you could drop all these series, you get swept by Milwaukee, get one hit or pretty much no hit. I know Soto hit that homer. They got no hit. Let's be real. Against Cleveland, that's how lifeless they were.
Yep.
If you could drop all those games and series that easily, you got to sweep Philly. I don't think you're asking for that much to sweep Miami. Detroit looked vulnerable, and you got to beat Cincinnati every time you see them to keep that lead on them.
Oh, that's it, man. That series, you don't need me to tell you how massive that series is going to be, where you were hoping you still got a couple of game lead up in the wild card, but that's it right there, man. That is essentially not the season, because you still have a couple of weeks after that, but let's be honest. The vibes of that weekend are probably going to dictate the rest of the month of September.
That's really their one bona fide threat, unless like Arizona or San Fran goes on a run, kind of like St. Louis a couple years ago, where there was like that really tight wild card race. St. Louis of all teams was like 7 back, and they wound up getting that last spot. Barring that happening, it's the Mets and Cincy, which is crazy to me because this time, a month ago, it felt like there was a consensus 6-team postseason in terms of the NL. It was 2 per division. It was going to be the Mets and Philly. And it almost felt, the division wasn't reached too. I'm not even thinking about the division, bro. And Philly, even when they're not playing us, they've still been playing some vulnerable baseball. I mean, I know they won last night. They wound up blowing Atlanta out of the water, kind of to my point before. But I mean, they were still down like 3-0 in the first inning. So even as vulnerable as they've been, I don't trust. I don't know with the way they've been playing. I was saying, before they just picked up a couple wins against Atlanta and Philly, then Cincy's just got to play 500 ball, because if the Mets are going to lose every game on their calendar, it's not going to matter. And if you look at that Reds team, it's incredible that they're the team. Because that's probably the most mid roster in the league. But Tito's a magician. I mean,
well, Ross, let me ask you, Ross, the Mets in the playoffs. Yeah. The Mets making the playoffs.
I think at this point by default. I just think because of how they started the year, I think they built themselves enough of a cushion, but I don't think they're doing anything with the spot.
Okay.
But
all right.
Again, I didn't think they were doing anything last year, too. So
listen, bro, I appreciate the call, and I know that's probably the overwhelming sense of the fan base right now. Yeah, they might make the postseason. They're not doing anything when they get there. You still got 30 games. You got 30 games, man. The offense has been the best in baseball in August. I mean, what have they scored? 99 runs in the last 13 games? That was going into last night. 99 runs in 13 games. Best, basically every statistic with runners in scoring position, number 1 in Major League Baseball in August. Why can't that continue? And with the pitching rotation, there was no Nolan McLean 2 months ago. And there was no Nolan McLean a month ago. Now he looks like Nolan Ryan. Now I know that it's not fair to put the same expectations and to get as excited about Jonah Tong. That tong. But, dude, you feel much different about the lineup than you did a couple weeks ago. And if Jonah Tong goes out there and delivers 6 innings of 2-run ball, you're going to feel a lot better about the rotation. 888-808-1019, the phone number to join the show. When we come back, we got some Yankees calls on the board. I want to talk some Jets football in a little bit, so stay with us there. Because I don't know if you've heard me yet. Last Saturday and for Joe, a couple of months ago in the offseason, Justin Fields' breakout season is incoming. Jets are making the playoffs. So more on that at the top of the hour. And also when we come back, I got a good reminder last night why I am nowhere near ready to have kids. But we're coming here live from the Town Fair Tire Studios, powered by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. It's Pat Boyle in for Evan and Tiki here on this Friday. Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium iced or hot coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. A limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Al and I had this idea about doing a FAN draft, and we've decided not to for those reasons.
Stupid idea. Let's do an FAN draft.
I think we should do the draft.
Yeah, why? Because I say it's a bad idea.
You're just afraid you'd drop to the second round again.
That's a good point, Eddie. Thank you.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Whether you're heading out on a road trip or planning a weekend escape, make every mile unforgettable in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. From sporty SUVs and timeless sedans to cutting-edge hybrids, their expert team will help you find the perfect fit. Mercedes-Benz of Edison has over 400 new and certified pre-owned vehicles to choose from. And with flexible lease and finance offers, getting behind the wheel of a Mercedes-Benz has never been easier. Mercedes-Benz of Edison, the Tri-State's premier destination for luxury driving.
Recovering from an addiction is an individual accomplishment. A young mother who chose recovery to care for her family. A high school athlete overcoming opioid addiction. A couple celebrating his recovery. Everyone's recovery is different, and there's no shame in asking for help. Call 844-REACH-NJ. Trained counselors are available 24/7 to help you find the recovery option that's best for you. Tell us your story, and let's begin your recovery today. A message from New Jersey Human Services.
Hey everyone, Boomer here. I had a tomahawk steak last night that was absolutely cooked to perfection. Now, you already know how it was done with the Chef IQ Sense, the wireless thermometer that eliminates under or overcooking your chicken, fish, or meat, whether you're cooking on a stovetop, oven, or grill. It is built to withstand extreme heat, and the app alerts you when to take the steaks off the grill and even when to flip them. Order the newly released 3rd generation Chef IQ Sense right now at chefiq.com. And make sure to put the code word Boomer in for 20% off.
Where exactly do you think you're going? You're abandoning me, your beloved, exquisitely plush couch. Look, these feet are handcrafted mahogany. Put their Heinekens back. Do you really want to go to that concert? Wouldn't it be infinitely better to stay here with me? Look, I have a perfect imprint of your posterior. Please, don't go!
Don't listen to your couch. Head to a concert with some friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Kohl's Labor Day sale is here. Sure, it's hard to admit summer's ending, but with $10 off $25 spent at Kohl's, you can stop living in denial and start living in cute cardigans. Yep, we're back to wearing layers. So welcome fall with savings on jeans, tees, candles, and comfy bedding. And earn Kohl's cash all weekend. Trust me, your future cozy self will thank you. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offer in September 1st. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Lunch was great. Greenwich Village is a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a best man speech, but getting one from some random plus one.
I am honored to be standing here today, also confused and a little hungry. Does anyone want to switch entrees? Pretty sure I checked beef.
You wouldn't settle for just any speech, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, it's Sal Licata. Ready for non-stop action? Get your game on at Wing Creek, Bethlehem. Hit the casino floor to play the hottest slots and table games like blackjack, craps, and roulette. Go big in the poker room with table-side massages and complimentary beverage service. Or feel the thrill of live dealer stadium gaming. Try your hand at axe throwing at Angry Jacks or virtual golf at Twisted Teas. For a great bite to eat, fuel up at one of their top restaurants. From the classic steakhouse, Chop House, to Urban Table, Chopstick, and more. Cap the night with live entertainment or cocktails in their Luxe lounges. Then unwind in style at Wing Creek's AAA 4-Diamond Hotel. Play online anytime in the Wing Creek Casinoverse. Download it for free from the Apple or Google App Stores. Learn more at wingcreekbethlehem.com. Wing Creek Bethlehem, your play and stay destination. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Stepping into the Kia K4 or K5 isn't just getting behind the wheel of any average sedan. It's stepping into what's next. With a K4, it's stepping into a world that's exciting. With a K5, it's one that's bold. The Kia K4 and K5, the next movement for sedans. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
Kia, movement that inspires. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Discount prices, Town Fair Tire.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
For all station contest rules, go to WFAN.com/rules.
Together, let's drive at Paramus Chevrolet for just $297 a month and 3014 due at delivery. Lease a brand new Equinox EV 40 Wagon RS with front-wheel drive for 24 months. Buying, enjoy 0.0% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. Visit ParamusChevrolet.com today.
From the 1010 Winds Traffic Center, I'm Greg Rice with the InjuryLawyer.com Fan Highway Patrol presented by the Rothenberg Law Firm. Still an awful ride at the inbound, George. 40 to 60 minutes on the upper level, 30 to 40 on the inbound lower. The upper deck, they're getting rid of a crash, so that's why things are still so slow. West side, the best of it out. Lincoln, 25 in, 10 to 15 out. Still 20 to 30 home at the Holland. On the Jersey side, the Newark Bay, better either way. RFK and Whitestone, Queensbound are awful. You got the Mets at home tonight, and you've also got the U.S. Open night night session right across the street. Belt, Brooklyn, eastbound Pennsylvania Avenue, big crash still blocks 2 lanes and backs you up from Ocean Parkway. Traffic is sponsored by Paramus Chevrolet. I'm Greg Rice with the InjuryLawyer.com Fan Highway Patrol, presented by the Rothenberg Law Firm.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
May the last one burn into flames.
Welcome back to the Fan. Pat Boyle in for Evan and Tiki for about another hour and 15 minutes. Just about 4 hours have flown by. We got you up until 7 o'clock. Yankees pregame coming your way then. Dave and Susan with our buddy Emmanuel on the postgame. Phone number to join the show, 888-808-1019. We'll get back to the phone calls in about 5 minutes. Francis Tiafoe out of the U.S. Open. So Ben Shelton goes home, had to retire with a shoulder injury after he was up 2-1. I think he actually technically lost the 4th set, then called it quits. And now Big Foe, who's made the semifinals twice in the last 3 years, he's gone. And I had the over on top of it, and he couldn't even win a set. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. It is Pat Boyle, though, in for Evan and Tiki. Before the break, I told you guys I got a good reminder last night why I'm nowhere near ready for kids. Now, I'm not engaged. I'm not married. Me and my girlfriend, Corinne, we've been dating for almost 9 months. Jeez, it's gone fast. We're probably thinking of moving in together in April.
We'll lube it up and we'll get it done.
That's right. Her lease is up. That's the Philly sports fan I've been telling you guys about. So her lease is up April 1st. Mine's up May 1st. So there's that month in between where she'll probably come and live with me and my roommate Greg. God bless Greg's soul. He's a trooper. Hey-o. Her and the Golden Doodle, Sonny. And then we'll probably get a spot together in May. We're looking at Prospect Park in Brooklyn. Now, I've never lived in the city, but I am just getting absolutely hammered with the Easy Pass every month. Hammered with it. And I do the overnight for our national network, Infinity, 2 to 6 a.m. Eastern. Am I going to start taking the Path at midnight? Path in the subway or Path and walking? I don't know if I could do that. Anyway, so...
Yes, you'd rather have a car in Brooklyn. Sure. That's a much better idea.
What do you mean?
If you're living in Brooklyn, then you're going to have a car.
Yeah, I have a car.
Meaning, no, you wouldn't want to have a car.
Why not?
Okay, there's zero parking there. You have to drive in from Brooklyn every day. You think that's better than driving in from Jersey?
And paying the $14 Easy Pass, and I'm going to pay the Easy Pass?
You know there's tolls in and out from Brooklyn.
Yes. There's the congestion. I would just pay the congestion fee, though, wouldn't I?
No. Isn't there a toll at the tunnel?
No. What tunnel?
No. The Battery tunnel?
What tunnel are you going through to get from Brooklyn to Manhattan?
No, the only thing
the Brooklyn Bridge.
You go over the Brooklyn or the Manhattan
yeah.
Bridge.
Yeah, the bridges are all free. Like the Williamsburg is free, 59 is free, except for the $9 congestion pricing now. But that would be the.
But I'm going in. If I'm going in to do for now, I'm doing the overnight show. Am I paying $9 congestion fee at midnight?
No, you're pay $225.
Still, where are you putting the car every time when you get home?
Break me over the coals. What?
And where's where are you parking your car in Brooklyn?
On the street.
Yeah, that's going to be driving around every single time you get.
I lived in Hoboken for 4 years. I live in Bayonne now. Parking's a little bit better. I pay for a parking lot spot, but I parked on the street for Hoboken. That's like a competition. That should be an Olympic event. I think I can handle Prospect Park.
Brooklyn might be worse.
You think so? Oh, maybe then I'll pony up for like $150 a month parking garage. I don't know. I'll do something. I'll figure it out. But anyway, so we're thinking about moving in, and things are going well. She still has time to mess that up, but maybe, the E word comes after that, then maybe the M word, marriage, comes after that. Hey-o. And we're looking at maybe a couple years from now, Patty's a daddy. I have to obtain some level of superhuman patience from now until then, in order to make that happen. And my sister's got 4 animals, a.k.a. 4 boys. I love them to death. They're amazing. They're the greatest kids. They're adorable. They love, they're so into football. They love asking me about the NFL. We debate which team's going to win the Super Bowl. My nephew helped my brother-in-law with the fantasy draft because he's in my fantasy football league. They're into it. They're locked in. But my God, sometimes they are the reason I want kids. They're also the reason I don't want kids. And so last night I'm at my sister's house for dinner, and the third oldest, Peyton, he's 4. He was so pumped to eat. Every Thursday night, we call it Thursday night ritual. We get, like pizza, Italian restaurant style food. So he gets chicken parm. He's so excited to eat it. We get there to go eat. He goes, not hungry. I'm like, Pate, come on, dude. And he's in the other room playing PlayStation, which my sister has not allowed them to play during the week. But now that it's summer, she's been a little lax with it. So he's playing PlayStation. I'm like, let's go, dude. We're eating dinner. And my sister and my brother-in-law, they're at the older two's Pop Warner practice, so they're not going to be back till like 8 o'clock. So Patty's got to step up. Patty's got to lay down the law because my mom, she's too soft. So I'm like, let's go. Get in here. We're eating dinner now. Right away, just cracking out the whip. And he goes, all right. He comes in. He goes, I'm not hungry. I'm like, dude, just have a little bit of your chicken parm. Give me a couple bites, and then we can play. All right? Give me a couple bites. So, he's dragging his feet. He's messing around. He's laying down on the chair. I'm losing patience. I'm like, Peyton, let's go. Come on, dude. Just eat a couple bites now, and then you can go play. Like, I don't get it. The reward system is there. You can go play PlayStation. You can go play with Michigan. They all love Michigan. That's so they all want to go to college and play Michigan. He's playing college football. He's playing with Michigan. I'm like, you can go play. Just give me a couple bites now. Get it over with. Pretty easy reward system, in my opinion. He's not having it. And so I'm losing my patience. I'm like, dude, eat. I'm like basically just shy of taking the fork and giving it to him and saying, open your mouth. He ate a couple of bites. He's like, am I done now? I'm like, dude, give me a couple more. Give me a couple more. Pulling teeth. All of a sudden, he gets up from the table. He walks into the other room. And I'm like, Pate, where you going, buddy? Turns around, hysterically crying. I'm like, oh no. Now we're going to do this. We're going to play this game. Goes into the bathroom, starts coughing as if he's throwing up. I'm like, Pate, what's going on? He locked the door. He won't let me in. Finally, he opens the door. He's hysterically crying. He goes, I threw up. I'm like, you actually threw up? And now I feel like I'm running a concentration camp all of a sudden. I feel horrible. I made the kid eat too much that he threw up. I'm like, great. Now I feel like a jerk. Yeah, well, yes. Rami, did you say it on the air? No. Rami said the concentration camp was the opposite. Yes, correct. That was an ill-timed joke, but you get the point. And so then my sister gets home shortly after this. Yeah, my sister gets home shortly after this, and I try to give her the Cliff Notes, and she would have been fine. She doesn't mind when I parent them tough because they give her, they're a pain in the ass for her. They give her a hard time all the time. And so she goes, he's got a fever. I'm like, what do you mean he's got a fever? She's like, feel his head. Kid's head is pretty hot. It's more than warm. I'm like, where did this come from? 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, he's fine. I'm telling him he won't eat. Now all of a sudden he threw up, and now he's got a fever? So that was one hell of an adventure. I'm not ready for kids just yet. I got a couple years. So you gave your nephew, correct? Yep. You gave your nephew a sickness. I didn't give him a sickness. Now, I think it's just incredible timing. He probably started to not feel well, and I don't know what happened. I don't know what's going on, but wouldn't eat. I'm like, dude, come on. And how old again? I'm sorry. 4. 4? Tough call for you. Well, because we've gone through it with the other two, right? Where they don't want to eat and they break your chops, and then you got to play the reward system, and you got to fight with them, and it's like pulling teeth, and then eventually they do, or then it's like, all right, well, you're not playing video, you're not doing this, no video games this weekend, none of this, no TV, none of that. You try to, that's like. Here's the argument. That's the system. You start playing with them, and all of a sudden, after that, he throws up. Now he's got a fever. Like, has Peyton ever done that before? Has Peyton ever done this before? The throwing up part? No, the not wanting to eat on a Thursday night. Or is it a rare occurrence? He's usually pretty good with it. So when he says, and for future Patty the Daddy, when he says, hey, not feeling well, and you're not used to him saying that, might be a shred of truth to it. Mm-hmm. Look, I think, I'm not trying to be the drill sergeant parent, right? I think you definitely, you don't want to have them be spoiled rotten. But you don't want to be the drill sergeant, and I think there's trying to find that middle ground. And I guess maybe I didn't find it last night. But we live and we move on. And we make mistakes, and that's part of parenting, isn't it? I've also put my thumb in people's... Okay, let's go. John in Brooklyn next up on the Fan. John, how are you?
Hey, what's up, Pat? Man, holding with you guys just gives me a million things to talk about. Let me tell you real quick. Move to Brooklyn. It's easy to park. I'm in Brooklyn right now. I live in Crown Heights. It's easy to park anywhere I need to park. Very rarely do I have to circle the block to find a spot. And Brooklyn is cool enough of a neighborhood where if you make friends with the meter maids, they'll give you something to put on your car to remind you who you are, and they won't give you tickets.
Whoa! So we've got like a kind of a prison system, right?
So it's a Brooklyn underground.
We got some bartering going on. I like it.
Brooklyn is not the city. Brooklyn is a community. You got to understand that about Brooklyn. Brooklyn is not Manhattan. Number two, you were right about nobody pronouncing that word properly, but you were wrong because you don't pronounce it right. I'm in my head debating with myself like crazy. Like, I can't believe that Americans take Italian words and ruin it. It's caricatura is the name of an exaggerated painting of a person, right? That's the Italian word. That's the way it's supposed to be. Not caricature, like the other guy said. It's caricatura. And the verb is caricare. Anyway, back to the Yankees.
So how do you say is it caricature or do you say caricature?
Well, I mean, growing up, I always said caricature. But having an Italian fiance and all her family, Sicilian, I end up in a hole if I don't say things right. It's caricatura.
Do you feel John? Do you feel obligated to then say, "Give me some galamad and some ricotta," or do you just say calamari and ricotta?
No, I mean, yeah, I say it all the proper way. Like, mozzarella and ricotta and like all. You got to say it right with them, and it's respect thing because they're very traditional. They're not Italian Americans; they're Italian.
I know it's tough though because the way that they're saying it is because they have an Italian accent. Like, there's really no need for us to say mozzarella and galamad because we don't have an Italian accent. That's just how it sounds.
Well, I mean, it's kind of crazy and I still want to say something quick about the Yankees, but like. It's crazy how Italians talk because everybody thinks it's for the movies, the way they like accentuate their syllables and everything. But that's just how they talk. They don't say caricatura; they say caricatura. Like, that's how they talk. Like, it's real. Like, it's not just for the movies.
No, I trust me. I know full well. Culture. All right, what do you want to say about the Yanks, John?
I want to say is like you were talking about how like Grisham's going to be cheap and Bellinger's going to be expensive. Like. If you look at the metrics, man, like Grisham's defensive metrics are horrible. He's negative outs above average. His base running is almost as low as it can possibly be on the scale. Defensively, he's almost equal to Volpe, except Volpe commits errors to make his defense bad this year. Because last year it was amazing, his metrics. But, Grisham's metrics are low because he doesn't get to the ball because he's slow. And I mean, the guy looks like he drinks a 12-pack of beer after every game. He should remind all Yankees fans of Aaron Hicks. He's having this big contract year. You think you can get him cheap, and then he's never going to be good again. He's got 7 seasons in the league, and he's never, ever hit good at all. I mean, like, so far below average, you would never even consider. You'd be so mad if he was in a game that ended up getting tied. And now he's like, I
know. I mean, and he didn't even hit. And John, I appreciate it, brother. A lot of good stuff there. A lot of good stuff. He didn't even hit above 200 the last 3 years. And so look, and I said this before because Grisham's going to be a free agent, Bellinger's going to opt out, and he's going to be a free agent. Obviously, I want the Yankees to re-sign Cody Bellinger, but I can already hear it now. I can already hear the Cashman spin zone of, Grisham this and the advanced metrics might say one thing on his defense, but he's a Gold Glover, and we project his bat to be really, really good, and some guys find power late in their career, and Bellinger's probably going to command $30 million plus a year, whereas Grisham is maybe 12, 13, 14 million. I just don't want the Yankees to cheap out on re-signing Cody Bellinger and then spin zone us and say that Grisham was actually the better option. It should be Dominguez in left field every day, Bellinger in center, Judge in right. That should be the Yankees outfield for the next 5 years. And I hope that that's the case. I'm just preparing you for when it does become Grisham and not Bellinger. 888-808-1019, the phone number to join the show. You guys have the phone lines jammed. We'll get right back to your calls when we come back. It is Pat Boyle in for Evan and Tiki here on this Friday. And also, a lot of Jets talk in the final hour. Because I am the pilot, I am the captain of the Jets playoff ship.
And you're the only one on the flight.
That's fine. I'll be the only one going to the promised land then. Everybody can jump on board in week 5 and week 7 and week 9. Just know I've been there since March when I demanded Justin Fields be the quarterback of this team. Justin Fields' breakout season incoming. And now even Jets GM Darren Muji must be listening to the Pat Boyle Show on the Infinity Sports Network because he agrees. And we'll do that when we come back right here on The Fan.
Sports with Evan and Tiki. Afternoons from 2 to 7. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. After trading Micah Parsons to the Packers, the Dallas Cowboys now have 2 first-round picks in 2026 and 2 more in 2027. And with that being said, Dak Prescott is officially on the clock. Dallas could draft a QB in 2026, sit him for an entire year, and then trade Dak come 2027. Or they could draft a QB in 2027 and immediately trade Dak. Either way, I think Dak will be off the Cowboys come the start of the 2027 season. I'm Zach Gelb.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale, now at AutoZone until September 22nd. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Just got my car right here at Dana Ford. Just got my car right here at Dana Ford.
New 2025 all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E. Lease $198 a month, 36 months, 0 security, $45.98 due at signing. Or 0% APR financing up to 72 months. Big selection at DanaFordDeals.com. Dana Ford, Staten Island.
With approved credit, dealer retains Ford rebates. Expires 8/31/25.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
Get ready for more Evan and Tiki on The Fan.
Wow, is it really the last week of August? Summer has just flown by. The good news is that your local Ford stores have a summer sales event that just keeps the fun going all year long. So whether you want to lease or finance, come on in today and score great deals on Ford's adventure-ready SUVs and hardworking trucks. Plus, get complimentary 2-year maintenance on select vehicles. There's even conquest offers to get you into the Ford family. Summer is the time to make the most of every moment, and this is one of them. So don't miss the Ford summer sales event going on right now, because just like summer, these deals won't last long.
Athletes know performance starts in the gut. At Terra Origin, we fuse ancient Ayurvedic wisdom with modern science to fuel recovery, resilience, and real results. Our most popular gut health formulas are packed with probiotics, prebiotics, and time-tested herbs, supporting digestion, immunity, and endurance from the inside out. Because your gut powers more than your workout. It powers you. Terra Origin. Ancient roots, athletic results. Shop now at TerraOrigin.com.
FanDuel is giving you a reason to lock into the college football season early. Right now, new customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. That's right, bet $5 on any bet, and if you win, you'll walk away with $300 in bonus bets to use all over the app. You can use those bonus bets on Week 1 lines, Heisman futures, over-unders, player props, whatever you've got circled on the college football calendar. FanDuel's easy to use, safe, and when you win, you get paid instantly. No waiting around, no hassle, just straight to your account. So if you've got a team, a take, or a gut feeling before kickoff, now's the time to back it. Head to FanDuel.com/Evan and sign up to get started. FanDuel.com/Evan. 21 and over, physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable. Bonus bets expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
This summer, beat the heat and hydrate like the pros with Primo Brands, the official water of Major League Baseball. From Poland Spring to Pure Life to Saratoga, sparkling, still or flavored, Primo delivers your favorite premium waters right to your door. Whether it's a few cases for the big game or 5-gallon bottles for the whole household, we've got you covered at water.com. With flexible delivery schedules, you call the shots. No heavy lifting, no last-minute store runs, just cold, refreshing water when you need it. Step up to the plate and stay refreshed all season long. Order now at water.com for exclusive offers. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Lunch was great. Greenwich Village is a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Things today can seem kind of unpredictable. Who knows what's around the corner, right? Well, at Total Wireless, we want to give you something to be sure about. With us, you save 50% off Metro and Cricket when you switch with one line. Guaranteed. And you get to keep the phone and number you love. Visit our Total Wireless store today. 50% savings for unlimited plans versus comparable Total Wireless unlimited phone plans based on standard plan rates. Some customers may only receive the guaranteed savings after contacting us and validating the current plan rate. Excludes promotional, discounted, and bring your phone rates. For Total 5G unlimited plan or higher, auto pay required. Applied on next renewal date. Additional terms apply.
Most people have no idea there's an invisible gap in their home's protection. This invisible threat is house stealing. Con artists pick a house. They transfer the deed of this house into their name by obtaining the forms, using the fake IDs, and filing the paperwork with proper authorities. Now they own the home. Protect your home from this invisible gap. Check on your home's title right now at HomeTitleLock.com. Be sure to use promo code RADIO and they will send you a complete title scan of your home's title. And your first 30 days of triple lock title protection is free. HomeTitleLock.com.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
We're coming to you live from the Town Fair Tire Studios, powered by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 9/13. And save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
From the 1010 Winds Traffic Center, I'm Greg Rice with the InjuryLawyer.com Fan Highway Patrol presented by the Rothenberg Law Firm. It's getting a little more complicated across the Upper East River. Getting onto the Bronx-bound Throgs Neck Bridge, you got to get past a crash. The Cross Island to and from the Throgs Neck, better on the Queens side. The Whitestone and the RFK Queensbound, they're messy with the Mets game in the U.S. Open evening session tonight. And the Bronx-bound Whitestone bunched up too. City-bound George, 40 on the upper, 20 to 30 on the lower. West side, easiest ride out. Lincoln, 20 in, 10 out. Holland, a half-hour home. And on the Jersey side, the Newark Bay, better either way. Westchester, southbound to Inland Thruway and New Rochelle at exit 15. You got a crash. That's got the left lane out. Southbound Hutch is doing a bit better than that. Traffic is sponsored by Staples. I'm Greg Rice with the InjuryLawyer.com Fan Highway Patrol presented by the Rothenberg Law Firm.
Should I do my best C-Mac here and sing? All right, that's it. Scott Boyle in for Evan and Tiki here. Final Friday of summer. Labor Day weekend is officially kicked off, baby! If you're not driving down, driving up, if you're just chilling at home this weekend, brewski time. It's gummy time. It's almost Mets and Yankees time. It's almost Jonah Tong time. And it's almost time for them, instead of playing whatever Nickelback song Jonah Tong reportedly is going to warm up to, it should be Let Me See That Thong by Cisco. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to keep hammering it home. All right, if he doesn't want to warm up to it, at least you should play it in the stadium. If he comes off in the 5th inning or the 6th inning and he's pitched well, he's given up 2 runs, like let's do a little prediction. Jonah Tong line tonight. Paulie Rosenberg, I want to hear yours. Give me Jonah Tong 5 1/3 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts. 94 pitches. He comes out in the 6th inning. Mets are up 5-2. Let me see that thong as he's walking to the dugout and Citi Field erupts. Let me see that tong, ta-tong, tong. Paulie?
Yeah, I would sign. I'm not going to go as in-depth with the pitch count and everything like that. If he gives me 6 innings, 2 runs, couple of strikeouts, keep the walks to a minimum, I think I'm totally fine with that. I don't need a shutdown, 8 innings.
You don't need
5.
Nolan McLean.
Right.
Okay. All right, we'll get back to your phone calls here in a couple of minutes, but I know Citi Field should be rocking tonight, a Friday night. Are they wearing the black unis? They've worn the black unis every Friday night at home this year, right? They've continued that tradition. So it should be a rocking atmosphere tonight in Queens. I'll be right across the street at the U.S. Open with the lady friend, and we'll get to your phone calls in just a moment, but I want to talk Jets. I want to talk a little Jets football. Last Saturday morning, I was filling in for Joe B. Anytime I've been on the fan in the last couple of weeks and ever since March, I've been beating the drum of Justin Fields. I've been beating the drum of the Jets. How fitting would it be after the Aaron Rodgers experiment fails in just beautifully disastrous fashion? How fitting would it be if the year later bring in Justin Fields and he snaps the 14-year playoff drought? And I think that's going to happen this year. I think Justin Fields is absolutely going to be the Sam Darnold of last year, the Geno Smith of 2022. This Jets defense, more importantly, is going to get back to being a top 5 unit. Sauce Gardner's going to get back to being an all-pro. Quinnen Williams is going to have 8 to 11 sacks on the interior defensive line. And yes, they are going to be a run-first team, and I've always maintained Justin Fields is not going to throw for 4,000 yards and 35 touchdowns, but 3,500 yards, 25 touchdowns, run-first team that plays well off of play action, and you've got to be aware of the Fields running threat. He's going to run for probably 600 yards and 7-8 touchdowns on the ground. That's the type of season I'm expecting. That's the type of breakout season. A guy that has never truly been given the chance, that has never had the belief. Well, he's got the belief now. And also, I think Aaron Glenn is going to be an amazing head coach. So it's going to be all facets. The coaching is going to be the best coaching staff you've seen on a Jets sideline in over a decade. This is going to be the defense that you saw 2-3 years ago. And you're going to be able to see a competent run game with a quarterback that knows his strengths, yes, knows his limitations, but plays really good football, plays smart football, is smart throwing it, makes good, smart decisions. That's the type of year I'm expecting out of Justin Fields and the Jets, and I'm glad that Darren Muji, who obviously believed in him, new Jets GM, Muji obviously believed in him enough to sign him to the contract, the 2-year contract the Jets did, but now to publicly say what Pat Boyle's been saying for months, that Justin Fields can follow Baker Mayfield. He can follow the Sam Darnold path in time. He cautioned it may take time. I'm all gas, no brake. To quote the former Jets coach, Robert Saleh, I'm busting through those stop signs. I'm busting through those speed bumps this year. Forget about the growing pains. Justin Fields was 4-2 last year as the starter of the Steelers. He had 1,100 yards through the air through 6 games. So that's just under 200 yards a game. That would put you at right around 3,400 yards through the air for a full season.
All gas, no break.
That's right. He had 5 touchdowns through the air, 1 interception. He had another 5 touchdowns on the ground and 1 fumble lost. 10 touchdowns accounted for, 2 turnovers through 6 games. Steelers were 4-2. And then Mike Tomlin and that moron Arthur Smith, who my 8-year-old nephew with a box of crayons could draw up better play calls than Arthur Smith, said, let's go to Russell Wilson. Let's halt the kid's momentum. And yeah, look, Russell Wilson looked really good for like 4 games and then ended in disaster. And Justin Fields, who had a really good year a couple years ago at Chicago, and then they went on to the second head coach, the third coaching staff, the third offensive coordinator that he had in his first 3 years. And what do you expect? And then you were dying to just get Caleb Williams, so you kicked him to the curb. Justin Fields is going to be sensational this year. Breakout season is coming. And there's every reason to doubt it. There's every reason to be pessimistic about a Jets fan. About the Jets season if you're a Jets fan. The win total's 5.5 games. I totally understand what this team's supposed to look like on paper. I fully understood what the Vikings were supposed to look like on paper last year, and I said, Brian Flores, defensive coordinator, pretty damn good. Going to blitz a ton. Justin Jefferson, receiver? Sure. Jordan Addison coming off a great rookie season? Yeah. And I understand the Jets don't have Justin Jefferson. They got Garrett Wilson, pretty damn good receiver. I still would like for them to go out and get a number 2 receiver. I really would. That's the one area of weakness that I think is legitimate, right? Josh Reynolds and Alan Lazard. But Mason Taylor, I think he's going to get a ton of targets. The rookie tight end, I think he's going to be an excellent security blanket option for Justin Fields. I think he's going to have a great season. And I think Breece Hall, Breece Hall feels like he's on his way out the door. And I don't know if you're going to get the Breece Hall that you got in his second season in 2023. I don't know, because he definitely took a step back last year. I also think he was playing banged up for most of last season, and Breece Hall has kind of said, look, they're going to pay their guys, they're going to pay Garrett Wilson, they're going to pay Sauce Gardner. I don't think I'm in that group. And who knows what Breece Hall, what team he's on in 2026. I would love for it to be the Jets. I really would. But I think you play to the strengths of what you got in the running back room. I think Braylon Allen, who I think Jets fans should be over the moon excited for, ends up being that first, second down running back, and it's running back by committee, and then you let Breece Hall shine, where he is a pass-catching running back, where he can get you 6-7 grabs a game for 50 yards. And I think that is really what's going to unlock Justin Fields and help Justin Fields. I'm not saying Fields is going to be launching the ball 30, 40 yards down the field, dropping dimes, dropping it in a bucket on the 20-yard intermediate passing routes. No, he's going to do what he does well. He's going to get rid of the ball quickly. He's going to use his legs. And I think if you're able to use Breece Hall in the passing game, that's where you can unlock the success of this team. And running the ball effectively with an offensive line that I honestly think is the most underrated part of this team. Membu over at right tackle. I know we say every year if Elijah Vera Tucker can stay healthy. Well, again, maybe this is the year he plays all 17. Maybe this is the year he plays all 17. I think this offensive line could be a top 5 unit in football. And when given the chance to shine behind a steady offensive line for the first time in his career, with a coaching staff that believes in him for the first time in his career, the numbers that he put up last year in Pittsburgh, Justin Fields is going to be this year's Sam Darnold. And now, whereas you're always used to, as Jets fans, once a quarterback leaves the Jets, they succeed. Look at Darnold, look at Geno. Now you're going to have the opposite. You're going to have a quarterback that comes to the Jets and succeeds. And so I told you on Saturday morning, if you listen, I'm 10 toes down, doubling down. Justin Fields and the Jets are going to the playoffs this year. And that's the bottom line, because Patty said so. 888-808-1019, phone number to join the show, 888-808-1019. Plenty of Yankees calls, though, that we are working through here. Mets as well. Everything's been on the table, and everything will be on the table here for the final hour. Mario's in Long Beach next up. Mario, what's up, bro?
Hi, how you doing? Nice to see you on the air.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Doing a good job. Can I change? I was going to go with Yankees, but I'd like to go to Jets now because you got me thinking of them, you know?
Mario, you know what? The world is your oyster. You could do whatever you want.
Okay. So here's a couple of things I noticed with Justin Fields and watching him, right? Watching him all the time. Do you know who he was benched for in college during a game, which was very interesting?
I'm going to assume it was C.J. Stroud.
No, in college. Oh, you said C.J. Stroud?
Yeah.
No, it's Tua. Tua from the Miami
because you're right, because Justin Fields started at Georgia.
Wasn't it Justin Fields who was benched for? I think they were both.
Well, you're thinking of Jalen Hurts. I think you're definitely thinking of Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts was benched at halftime of the national championship for Tua.
Right.
And I thought for a second, when you said that, you put me. I thought I was wrong because I was like, wait a minute, didn't Justin Fields at Ohio State? He started at Georgia.
Nice call there. But I was thinking of Jalen Hurts. Maybe that's why it was on my mind, because I see Justin Fields as a Jalen Hurts type quarterback. Same thing with Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts doesn't have huge numbers, and he runs. He's got a great team, though. I mean, that's a completely different thing. But I really see them being similar. But one thing I've noticed about him and watching him for a while, Pat, he's got to be careful. I don't like his instincts. For example, I've seen him get blasted a lot of times where he should be seeing that coming and protect himself a little bit better. I don't know how much you've watched him, but I don't know if you've noticed that at all.
Yeah, I watched him. I watched him all 6 games that he played last year. I did our Sunday whip around football show on the national network, and so I watched every Steelers game, and I thought he played really, really well. And again, I'm not saying the guy's going to be perfect and win the MVP, but he does have his limitations, that's for sure. I think his decision-making was really, really improved the last year. I thought he saw the field a lot better, and I thought that his processing and being able to take off and run the football was a lot better. And also just throwing the football away. Now, again, he is a running quarterback. So, yes, you would want him to slide and not take unnecessary hits. He turned the ball over 2 times in 6 games, and he accounted for 10 touchdowns. Like, I thought his decision-making was pretty damn good last year.
No, Pat, I agree with you. I'm really excited about it. I'm a long-time Jet fan, and it's time for us to get out of the playoff drought. Nice to see you on the air. Hope to see you on more often.
Yeah, hey, Mario, I appreciate that, brother. Thank you, man. Thank you very much. Let's get another call in here. Jake in Connecticut next up on the Fan. Jake, what's up, bro?
Hey, what's going on?
How are you?
Good, how are you? So I had a thing on keeping Grisham and Bellinger. So with Stanton next year, his salary gets $13 million. So he's down from 32 to 19. So if you could still go Dominguez, Grisham, Judge. Why can't Bellinger be our first baseman and have Rice catch?
And what do you want to do with Wells? You want to get rid of Wells?
I think Wells, you just platoon him, or, you can try and get rid of him because he clearly, I don't know, I'm done with him. But just like most guys are done with Volpe, I'm done with Wells too.
Yeah, now, but here's the predicament I have. For a Yankees team that we criticize constantly for playing guys out of position, I know Ben Rice caught in the minors a little bit, and I know that he's caught 26 games this year, so he's shown that he is somewhat capable. He's also made a decent amount of mistakes behind the dish already. Like, do we want to risk playing another guy out of position full time?
That is the thing, and I was going to say, you do lose defensively with having Rice at catcher versus Wells, but I don't know. I feel like if there's a way to keep both, you can do it that way. And then you have, say, you call up, I mean, I don't think they will, but you would bring up Jones to be that fourth outfielder, but I don't think they would do it. I think he's going to end up getting traded.
Who?
But I think they end up trading Jones in the offseason, Spencer Jones, because...
Really? For who?
I don't know. It's just like, why did they not bring him up when he was hot? We needed guys out there, and look at him now. He's cooled off completely, and I don't know. I wish that they did it when they had the chance. He also can play a little first base if you needed it to. But, I mean, next year you're not going to sign Goldschmidt back.
Nope.
I really think that you could still catch Rice. You could still steal some DH spots from Stanton at that time, but you're also going to need it for Judge, and they're definitely getting older. It's like you got to figure out a way to do this because the win now mode is almost gone with Judge and Cole too.
Yeah, with both of them, Jake. I appreciate the call, brother. And I, again, Ben Rice did primarily catch in the minors, but then you've got two young guys who you're trying to instill belief system into. Ben Rice, who is 26, and I understand if you for those of you that say, well, I'm done with Austin Wells, again, he has been another one that has severely underperformed here for the last couple of months. I mean, he's hitting 170 over the last month. He's also 26. So you want to platoon 226 who would be 27-year-old catchers next year. Look, if you want to get rid of one, you want to trade one of them, I get it. And then maybe you believe in Rice more. He's the everyday catcher. And then that makes it more viable to have Bellinger play first full time, and you're putting Grisham in center. I don't know, man. It's just, and what you said about Spencer Jones, the Yankees, they said he's nowhere near the table of conversation for trades at the trade deadline. And so it feels like next year he's in the mix as well. He's in the mix. But then again, the Yankees have taken their sweet time with him. So as a Yankee fan, would you want Spencer Jones on the big league roster to start the season? Because if that's the case, then you're probably not signing either Bellinger or Grisham. Or, as Jake said, maybe then you sign Bellinger, he plays first, your outfield is Dominguez, Spencer Jones, Judge, and you move Ben Rice to catch, and then you're either platooning him in Austin Wells. There's a lot of options, man. There's a lot of options. Maybe once just one of these, Austin Wells could live up to his potential. Maybe that could just happen. Jeez. Anyway, the Jets talk that we had before, NFL Talk on the Fan, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. It's Pat Boyle and for Evan and Tiki here on this final Friday of summer on the Fan. We got about a half hour left to go, so any last phone calls, get them in now. Get aboard 888-808-1019. I figured, why not cap off the final weekend without football? I know next Friday will be the last Friday before the season starts, but I'm on the air now, so I figured, why not put my money where my mouth is? Why not put the reputation fully on the line? We'll do a little Jets over-under win totals. Both the Jets and the Giants will predict. We'll get Rosenberg in the mix, and we'll take any of your final calls. We're coming to you live from the Town Fair Tire Studios, powered by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
The Giants kick off the 2025 season in D.C. against the Commanders. Sunday, September 7th at 1 o'clock.
He's in for the touchdown!
The road ahead is the toughest schedule in the NFL. But with a new quarterback under center and a reinforced defensive line, Big Blue is ready to show they're built for the fight.
Sack back at the 24-yard line! Kayvon Thibodeau closes it out, baby!
The home of New York Giants football is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Catholics and Convicts in South Beach. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Notre Dame a 2.5-point road favorite against Miami on Sunday night. Marcus Freeman fresh off a title game run, but his teams have seen early struggles. NIU, Marshall, and he's going with redshirt freshman quarterback C.J. Carr. Carson Beck for the Canes. I'm on the home dog. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Did you know that driving under the influence of marijuana is illegal? Driving high will get you a DUI. And if you're wondering if law enforcement can tell you're driving high, well, everyone else can. Friends?
I can tell you drove high.
Parents?
I can tell when you drive high.
Relatives?
I can tell. You drove here high, didn't you?
So what makes you think law enforcement can't?
I can tell.
If you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI. Paid for by NHTSA.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook that knows how to treat you right. It's an exciting time of the year for fans of America's pastime, and with BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. From the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Besides my favorite football team, I got another obsession this year. Daisy French onion dip. I love to snack during the football season, loading up on dips with chips, wings, and maybe even some veggies. And I do it while watching football, every game possible. And now Daisy has this amazing French onion dip, as well as Daisy Ranch dip. They taste just like homemade dips, real herbs and spices, and other ingredients you actually find in your own kitchen. This stuff is amazing. So do yourself a favor. Try Daisy French onion dip. You'll find it at a grocery store near you.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
The long weekend sale is on at Target with exciting deals you won't want to miss. Stock up on grilling must-haves for a few more sunny barbecues. And while you're at it, ease into sweater weather with fresh new fits for the fam. Whether you're hosting, relaxing, or showing off your new style, Target has your deal in-store, online, and in the Target app. Hurry and save more with the long weekend sale happening now through Monday. Only at Target.
Run or walk with Giants legends. The Giants Foundation will host a 5K race and kids run presented by Quest on Sunday, October 26th at 9 a.m. at MetLife Stadium. Net proceeds will benefit the Giants Foundation. All participants will receive a commemorative t-shirt, and after the race, stay for a post-race festival with appearances by Giants legends and a live DJ. Register now at Giants.com/5K. The Giants Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Whether you're heading out on a road trip or planning a weekend escape, make every mile unforgettable in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. From sporty SUVs and timeless sedans to cutting-edge hybrids, their expert team will help you find the perfect fit. Mercedes-Benz of Edison has over 400 new and certified pre-owned vehicles to choose from. And with flexible lease and finance offers, getting behind the wheel of a Mercedes-Benz has never been easier. Mercedes-Benz of Edison, the Tri-State's premier destination for luxury driving.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock.
And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, these polymers aren't as flexible as batch K3.
Researcher Laurie is stretched thin.
Did you get the vulcanization analytics from V66? Wait, are these rubber scores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
We're coming to you live from the Town Fair Tire Studios, powered by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
All right, welcome back. It's Pat Boyle in for Evan and Tiki here on this final Friday of summer on The Fan. Labor Day weekend underway. Yankees an hour from now against the White Sox in Chicago. Carlos Rodon on the mound. Anthony Volpe in the lineup. Let's see. Maybe he gets a little hot here. I'm rooting like hell for him, but it just feels like the Yankees, they are ruining his confidence by keeping him up, and a AAA stint shouldn't be out of the question. But according to Aaron Boone, not on this planet. But anyway, you got Yankees pregame coming up at the top of the hour here. And the Mets, 40 minutes away. Jonah Tong, big league debut against the Marlins. Hopefully the Mets bounce back after that absolute sucker of a performance that they put in last night. 3 hours creating 5 unearned runs, halting all the momentum after they swept the Phillies. Let's get back to your phone calls, 888-808-1019. Artie's in Brooklyn next up on The Fan. Artie!
Patrick!
What's
the
up?
Bobby Knight of Uncles.
The Bobby Knight of Uncles, that's right. Yep, eat the food! Throwing a chair onto this court.
I do have to say this. Listen, when my kid was little, he was the pickiest eater. He went to the in-laws. They were old school. That kid ate everything that his grandmother put on the table. And then I said to him, now he's 20-something years old, I said, dude, you wouldn't be eating anything if it wasn't for your abuela. Because she was old school. I would baby him. I told him, I promised myself I would never spoil him, but I ended up doing that, spoiling him. And he goes, he's playing you. So, you know what? Your nephews need an Uncle Pat.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Artie. Yep. So the next time I make one of them cry and throw up from eating too much.
And it's great that you have a supportive sister, too, because, like, I know families that all of a sudden they go nuts and they go off on you, and you're sitting there trying to do a good thing. And as far as I'm on the Jet bandwagon with you, but here's my scenario here. A friend of mine just gave me nice enough to give me a ticket. A man, Juan, just gave me a ticket for the Mets. I find out that they're not accepting it because it's a screenshot.
Yeah, well, come on. This is 2025. Artie, you can't do the screenshot, man. They have to transfer the ticket to you. Why did you think that was going to work?
They gave me, Pat. What am I going to do? And they won't let me in. I said, am I making this up?
Well, did you call who was it? Your friend? Your friend did this to you? They set you up for failure. That's no friend. They got to know. You can't be getting in with screenshots. They got to transfer you the ticket. Did you try telling them that?
I came all the way here to see the song video. I mean, come on.
Did you tell? Was it your friend you said gave you the ticket or gave you the screenshot?
Yeah. And I'm finding out if he's in the stadium. I said, it's ridiculous. I said, you got to help me out here.
Tell your friend.
Down here with all these
tell your friend transfer you the ticket through email. Basically every major ticketing app or website now does that. That there should be a quick fix. You should be able to get into the stadium.
I'm old. I'm 60. I don't want a techie thing. So listen, one more thing. I know you want a wide receiver, second wide receiver, but this guy Connor Long, who I follow, made up a good point. This kid Jaquez Smith, who's an edge rusher, played for Glenn. Dude, if McDonald or Johnson get hurt, we are in so much trouble. Sign this guy Smith. All right, Pat. Thanks for taking the call.
Okay. All right. Very good. I'm not sure. Did he say Jaquez Smith? You mean Jacques Smith? Is that who he's talking about? Guy's 33 years old? This can't be who he's talking about. No. Anyway, we're going to move on. I'm not going to get bogged down in that. Chris, Monmouth County, next up on the fan. What's up, Chris?
Pat Boyle, what's up, bro? How you doing?
Good, dude. How are you?
Listen, before I get to my Yankee point, the song, do you know the singer?
Yeah, Cisco.
Do you know the original group he's in?
No.
Drew Hill.
Oh, Drew Hill. How deep is your love? Right?
I don't know, potentially. He was the lead singer for Drew Hill, and then he went solo, and that was his hit song.
Wow, okay. How about that?
Yeah, listen, I figured I'd pop you some knowledge here on a Labor Day Friday, man. You're going to U.S. Open and whatnot. So let me ask you a question here. So the Yankees have been up and down all year. They went through that terrible run, no doubt about it. All these major league teams, like Milwaukee, 13 in a row, but now they lost 4, they won 3, whatever it is, right? What is the talk if the Yankees make it to the World Series and win out?
What, like if the Yankees win the World Series?
Yeah, like if they win the World, I'm not saying they're going to, but what's the talk if they actually make it to October and they win the World Series?
And you're talking about in relation to all the losing streaks and the swoon
in relation to the Boone talk, the Volpe, which I agree with you on Volpe.
It'll shut everything up. It'll shut everything up, Chris.
Is there a love for the team, Pat, or is it still like, listen, yeah, they won the World Series. We're excited. We're Yankee fans. We love it. But, boy, they're still a broken team.
No, Chris. That all ends, bro. I appreciate the call, brother. That's all gone if you win a World Series. Forget about it. Forget about Aaron Boone getting fired. Forget about Brian Cashman getting fired. Forget about this team is broken. It's an organizational issue. They'll never win with Hal Steinbrenner running. Forget about all of that. You win a World Series. You won a title. I mean, they got to the World Series and lost, and you lost, and the lasting image you probably had was that 5th inning meltdown. A championship cures everything, man. You want to come and look, you know what would happen? I guarantee you, the Yankees, if they win the World Series next June, will be back in the same spot. The Yankees will have a losing streak and they'll be saying the same thing. Oh, last year was a fluke, fire, but we're right back to it, man. That's what being a sports fan's all about. That's what being a fan's all about. But everything that you complain about, if you're a Yankees fan, everything you complain about with Aaron Boone, with Cashman, with them, with the prospects, with Volpe, with the defense, they shut you up. I mean, in a good way. They shut you up. All the complaints, they're gone if they win a World Series. They're gone. And, well, you know, it should be a reminder that if they do win a World Series, to never overreact about a struggling month of June ever again. But you will, because that's baseball. Because that is baseball. Paul's in Long Branch next up on the fan. Paul, what's going on, bro?
Hey, what's happening, man?
How are
you? Volpe and Jeter compare the notes for the first 3 years of the errors. Pretty close. So don't down talk the kid. Let him play ball.
Look,
have
Paul,
a wonderful night.
Paul, I appreciate it, man. I'm pumping the kid up. I'm trying to encourage him. I'm trying to stay there. To me, I don't have an issue with Anthony Volpe. He's a great kid. You think he goes out there and he tries to make an error or he tries to go through a 1 for 37 stretch? No. You think he tries to do that? And like I said, you know, yeah, Jeter wasn't the solid defender that he was his first couple of years. It's short, but at least he was making up for it with the bat. Volpe, it's been the complete opposite. It's the bat has been invisible. The defense ain't there. The base running is sloppy. It's all three. And it's the Yankees' fault for not sending him down a couple of weeks ago and letting him reset. It doesn't mean it's the end of his career. It doesn't mean he can't be a great Yankees shortstop. I gave you 3 examples this year. The Rangers did it with Josh Young. The Red Sox did it with Christian Campbell, one of their top prospects. It doesn't have to mean it's the end, but right now his confidence is getting ruined by the Yankees continuing to throw him out there every day. But again, that doesn't mean I don't want to see him succeed. I want him to have another big World Series moment. Hit a grand slam in Game 4 of the World Series. I hope you get an Anthony Volpe redemption moment like that. I hope you do. There is no reason for anybody to root against him. But right now, he is statistically, this is not me just saying this, he's statistically one of the worst players in baseball over the last couple of months. And that's where I have an issue. It's because he should have been sent down and allowed time to reset and figure things out. 888-808-1019, phone number to join the show, 888-808-1019. We'll finish up your phone calls, and me and Paulie Rosenberg will do a little Jets-Giants over-under win total prediction for the 2025 season. Pat Boyle in for Evan and Tiki. Final break, final segment when we come back here on The Fan.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Kenny Clark is a 3-time Pro Bowler and is still an extremely underrated player. The Cowboys did get a good player and 2 first-round picks for Micah Parsons. However, it absolutely feels like they could have gotten more for a star pass rusher who's still only 26 years old. Kenny Clark and 2 first-round picks is a good starting offer, but the final trade return should have been more for the Dallas Cowboys. I'm Zach Gelb.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Things today can seem kinda unpredictable. Who knows what's around the corner, right? Well, at Total Wireless, we want to give you something to be sure about. With us, you save 50% off Metro and Cricket when you switch with one line. Guaranteed. And you get to keep the phone and number you love. Visit our Total Wireless store today. 50% savings for unlimited plans versus comparable Total Wireless unlimited phone plans based on standard plan rates. Some customers may only receive guaranteed savings after contacting us and validating the current plan rate. Excludes promotional, discounted, and bring your phone rates. For Total 5G unlimited plan or higher, auto pay required. Applied on next renewal date. Additional terms apply.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium iced or hot coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions, participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Recovering from an addiction is an individual accomplishment. A young mother who chose recovery to care for her family. A high school athlete overcoming opioid addiction. A couple celebrating his recovery. Everyone's recovery is different, and there's no shame in asking for help. Call 844-REACH-NJ. Trained counselors are available 24/7 to help you find the recovery option that's best for you. Tell us your story, and let's begin your recovery today. A message from New Jersey Human Services.
Adventure and excitement. Brand new 2025 Ford Bronco. Lease $289 a month, 36 months, zero security, $49.95 due at signing, with 2 years complimentary maintenance. Big selection and details at DanaFordDeals.com. Dana Ford, Staten Island.
With approved credit, dealer retains Ford rebates. Expires 8/31/25.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. It's the latest genius invention from Skechers, the comfort technology company. With Find My Skechers, there's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. You just pull up the insole and pop in the AirTag. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel it or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Imagine that. Just one look at the phone and you can see where your kids' shoes are. No more wondering or worrying. It's as easy as that. Plus, they're machine washable and durable, so they're long-lasting. And Find My Skechers are available for boys and girls. Look, we all know Skechers is famous for comfort. And now they're giving us comfort of mind when it comes to our kids. Get Find My Skechers, Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTag sold separately.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
From the 1010 Wins Traffic Center, I'm Greg Rice with the InjuryLawyer.com Fan Highway Patrol presented by the Rothenberg Law Firm. Busy night in Queens. Traffic is sponsored by the Rothenberg Law Firm. Mets are home. You've also got the U.S. Open night session tonight, so that's why all the traffic is still there on the Queens-bound Whitestone Bridge and the Queens-bound RFK. Grand Central's a mess east from LaGuardia, west from Kew Gardens, southbound Whitestone Expressway, all jammed up coming down to Northern Boulevard. Cross Bronx west as you get atop the Alexander Hamilton Bridge. You got multiple lanes out with a crash west side, the better of it out. Citybound George 30 on the upper, better on the lower. Lincoln, you got about a half hour into the city. Outbound Lincoln, no more than 10. Holland, 10 to 15 out, 20 to 30 in from the Skyway. Newark Bay is better. Injured in an accident, you need help. The Rothenberg Law Firm, lawyers that have built a legacy of victory over 5 decades, winning billions for their clients. The Rothenberg Law Firm. Call 1-800-624-8888 or visit InjuryLawyer.com. I'm Greg Rice with the InjuryLawyer.com Fan Highway Patrol presented by the Rothenberg Law Firm.
Welcome back to the Fan. Pat Boyle in for Evan and Tiki. Final couple of minutes here. Yankees pregame coming up at the top of the hour. Yanks, White Sox, Carlos Rodon on the mound. Yankees looking to make it another win, looking to make it 6 in a row. And again, beat up on the White Sox. You should. You should take care of business. This ought to be a 4-game sweep. Really, really start to separate yourself from the rest in that AL wild card and push the Blue Jays. Like, why the hell not? Right? Like, why can't this all change in the blink of an eye? Whether you beat up on the bad teams or not, you're 4 games back. Like, can we stop giving up on the AL East? I don't care that the Red Sox are half a game better. Again, last week I said on Saturday morning, maybe I'm an eternal optimist, but why can't the Yankees get off the mat against the Red Sox? And then they lost 12-1. But then they did turn around and finally win a game on Sunday night. But you beat up on the White Sox. I mean, who cares about what you think about what this team's going to do in October? Give yourself the best possible chance to do it. At least give yourself a chance, right? Beat up on the White Sox. See how it goes against the Stros, Blue Jays, Tigers, Red Sox. That's that 4-game critical or 4-series critical stretch. But beat up on the bad teams. Beat up on the Twins. Beat up on the Orioles. Beat up on the White Sox again and the Orioles to finish the year. And then if you win the AL East, all right, well, then maybe you have a favorable series in the postseason and you got home field advantage. Like, let's not act like that's out of the realm of possibilities. Either way. You got Jonah Tong, big league debut, 20 minutes away. Mets and the Marlins. Let me see that tongue, ta-tong. Great, incredible branding and marketing opportunity. I hope he and the Mets take advantage of it. All right, Paul in South Amboy, New Jersey, next up on the Fan. Paulie.
Hey, Pat, how you doing? I spoke to you once before. Hey, this is just my take on it. What I want to see happen, and it's maybe happening right before our eyes. First, you got McLean. I want to see Tong do exactly or very closely to what McLean just did. And then I want to see Sproat.
Yep.
And I think we got to ride these 3 guys into the playoffs because right now I don't trust Senga. I don't trust Minaya. The gentleman for the Yankees, we got 4 innings the other night.
Clay Holmes needs to be in the bullpen come October, especially if Ryan Helsley. Talk about hell's bells. He's been hell on earth the way he's been pitching. So honestly, at this point, put Holmes back in the bullpen.
You know, I don't kill Stearns for the bullpen moves that he made. They all look like good moves, but these guys got to perform, and they're just not performing right now.
That's true, Paul. I appreciate it. And look, there was a caller back in the first or second hour of the show that said, let's go McClain, Tong, and Sproat, and let's let these guys be pitching in October. And I said, let's pump the brakes, right? Nolan McClain looks like Nolan Ryan right now for the first 3 starts. Yes, that doesn't mean Tong's going to have the same success. That doesn't mean Sproat's going to get called up and have the same success. What you need is Kodai Senga to figure it the hell out. And you need Sean Manaea to figure it the hell out. Just saying, yeah, let's go 3 rookies that have never pitched an inning in October baseball. All of a sudden, they're going to carry you to the NLCS, to the World Series? I don't know about that. You need the guys that you started the season with to start to perform. Richie's in Queens. Richie, what's up, bro?
Hey, Pat, how are you?
Good, man. How are
real
you?
Quick. Okay, they just need another receiver. No doubt about it.
They
I don't know what Mason Taylor is going to be. If he needs all the help he can get offensively. They're going to stack the box again. They're going to make him throw. So I think Allen, and I think we're all good runners, but going to need more than that.
Yeah, and honestly, why not go to why not sign something out? Like, at this point, it's probably not going to happen. But you got a guy like Gabe Davis, who, yes, he has stunk big time the last 2 years after he looked like he was going to be a really promising player in his first couple years in Buffalo. Why not bring him in on the vet minimum? I mean, at this point, he's unsigned.
Yeah, they have to do that. I mean, it's somebody getting a major relief pitcher, man. You can't have one receiver. I love Wilson. He's a top 12 guy, top 10 guy. But, he's going to need help.
Yeah.
And with the Yankees.
Richie, I got to run, brother. I appreciate the call. We got 30 seconds left. But, I mean, look, any of these 5 guys, you tell me if they take the vet minimum, you don't bring them in if you're the Jets. Gabe Davis, Nelson Aguilar, Tyler Boyd, Jamison Crowder. What? I just... Look, man, maybe I'm about as optimistic as you can be on the Jets season, but I'm not optimistic on Josh Reynolds and Alan Lazard. You got to do better than that. Really quickly, Paulie, obviously I think the Jets are going to make the playoffs. I got them going over win total this year. Jets win total's 5.5. Over or under?
I'm going over. I think they get to at least 8.
I think it's actually 6.5, maybe plus money 6.5. Do you think they get to... Yeah, over 5.5 wins, you got to lay some juice. But no matter what, yeah, you think they get to 8? You think they get the over as well?
Yeah.
What about the G-men? Giants win total is 5.5.
I'm going to go under. I think they win 4 or 5 games.
Wow, you think they're that bad?
Yeah, I think people are forgetting that Russell Wilson hasn't been good for a long time.
I agree, and that's why I want Jackson Dart in as soon as possible. I think maybe the Giants just sneak over and go 6-11 with Jackson Dart picking up 3 or 4 of those